Back again, Sit in Politic. It is your man James here. Make sure you sit in politic with us for the whole time. Do not turn off your TV sets or your computers, wherever you're watching this. And make sure you hit the subscribe button. Do not be a square. Oh, yeah. And I got on the side, like I said, it's the one-man band. So I got to make sure that the sound's coming through crisp and clear so we're not spitting facts to you guys that you can't hear. And then I usually would say several times through the podcast, remind you guys that's a one-man band, but it's actually not today. I got my man Paul in here today. It's a two-man band. It's a two-man band. We're in here chilling. You guys see him. Like I said, make sure you support. Go find my man Paul on Twitter mainly. That's Paul B. Balcom. And then Instagram, Balcom B. Paul. I think I have that right. If not, flip it, flop it, figure it out.
Whoa, twist it.
Comments. My guy Wiggy, thank you for popping in here. Vulgar.
Wiggy.
Bro, what's going on, Vulgar? I heard some things about you through the grapevine, brother. We have things to talk about.
The grapevine.
Yeah, some wildness. We hear fine and dandy. Wonderful, brother. I'm glad we're coming through clear. But yeah, you guys know what it is. It's that time of the week to sit in politic and talk about the things going on in the world. J-Mo and Paul, your guys. Paul, shout out to you in two places at one time. I appreciate it, brother.
What is this?
If you're gonna come on the pod, at least fucking watch it. You know what I mean? So I respect that. I respect that. But yeah, so today we got to get into PragerU. They kicked PBS down the curb and they said we want some more of that PragerU. So we're gonna take a little class ourselves today.
All right.
We're gonna see how we feel about it. We're engaged in the programming. Yo Chill says, good to see Paul escape to the goon vortex unscathed. Hey, yeah, he's here, man. He came back. We all come back eventually. He be boosting the algorithm 100%. Get on here and boost our algorithm. He's here at the same time while he's doing work on the back end. And but we're going to talk about the Trump and Zelenskyy meeting, also the European Union being involved in that, and how we see that kind of playing out, if it's a good thing. And then also Gavin Newsom. I wanted to pick your brain. If you don't know, Paul is the resident Democrat on the pod. If we have any conversations that are Democrat leading, he's the guy that we like to have come through and break it down. I wanted to kind of pick your brain how you're viewing the angle that Gavin Newsom's been taking recently. I don't know if have you been seeing it on Twitter?
I've been sharing it.
Okay, so you've been sharing it. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, look, I want to know about the effectiveness.
I love the pettiness.
What kind of message is that putting forth? And you have to keep in mind, whenever you're considering what Gavin Newsom and his team are doing, that he's extremely locked in on the presidency. So it's like it's not just as simple as combating Trump, and that's like what needs to happen, and we all should be combating whatever kind of
politician.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that in the background.
And we know that.
Yeah, so I want to pick your brain on that and see how it reads to you. But other than that, hey, everybody that hopped in here at the very beginning, you guys are all fucking real ones, all goats. Vulgar Assassin, you're glad to see you, brother. I hope everything's good. Hope everything's wonderful. Like I said, I heard some things through the grapevine. I'm glad you made it here tonight. And Wiggy, thank you as always, brother. Yo Chill, and then Paul. I got Paul. So all you guys. How's it go? I should ask Paul, how's it going? We haven't seen you for a little bit, right? It's been like a week and a half.
It's been good. It's good. The wife has some medical things going on that's not like the worst, but
you gotta address it.
It's bad when you can't get the answers that you're trying to look for, but just what happens is every few months she'll get like really nauseous and stuff, and then not be able to hold down water and stuff. So
oh wow, really?
Yeah, not be able to eat anything like that, and then 2 weeks goes by, 20 pounds is lost, and then no answers.
Yeah,
but then all good, goes right back to it, and then few months later, it probably happened again, but got some appointments in line, but
we still haven't been able to pin down exactly.
No, American healthcare system. You go in and you're honest and you say, hey, I've smoked weed. Oh, well, it must be a weed issue, because weed today is stronger than it used to be. So it causes these issues. It blocks your neurons from firing, which makes you nauseous. And you go, oh, wouldn't you need to do like a brain scan or something to check the neurons firing?
I have heard about. We talked a little bit ago. You might have even been on that podcast where we talked about, is weed too strong, and people attributing this like stomach illness that people have been getting to it.
That's CHS.
Yeah, when I worked in the industry, I had started to people were coming in and talking. I actually worked with somebody who was having stomach issues, and they said the same kind of thing you're saying, where there wasn't like much there wasn't much like going into it with like an open mind and what exactly could the issue be. There was like an eagerness to diagnose that.
Dude, so
it's how they felt anyway.
So the first time she went a couple years ago, it was at Sarasota. She went to like the Northport one, then they sent her to Venice, and then they sent her to Sarasota. And bro, she was in their care for a week. They never tested her stool. They did like an endoscopy, but they didn't like test her stool. They didn't do a lot. They just kind of like treated her like a drug addict.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, we're gonna get any answers at all? Like, what's going on? Left, took her down to Lee County, and then they went ahead and said, oh, they tested her stool, said, oh, you have the stomach flu.
Yeah.
And it's like, but they were like, no, this is because of weed. And when I asked him, like, well, how about like a brain scan? He's like, this isn't the movies. We don't do that here. And I'm like,
no shit.
I'm not saying to like do it here.
Wow,
I'm like, what do you need to know that neurons are being blocked before you can just fucking say this is a medical emergency that's going on with weed? So
he's like, bro, no, the budget's not in it for the whole scam.
But hey, that's it. So we'll figure it out. It's either gastro. It's gastro for sure. But
that's that's good that you're at least narrowing it down.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that's something she's had to deal with like ongoing. That blows. Wiggy here says Paul a Democrat. This is news to us.
News, brother.
Yeah, I mean, not only a Democrat, he's a white guys for Kamala. Paul's a white guys for Kamala. Honestly, weed, and this is also Wiggy. Weed ain't strong enough. Apparently, too much angry in the world. Well, that is true. That is true. I think
more people need to smoke.
Yeah, we're smoking some fucking Diet Coke nowadays. We need some of that real shit with the cocaine in it.
Oh my god!
Bring back the good times. But yeah, I'm glad everything's good with you. Everything in the world, definitely. I mean, one thing I think we could start out with, just because I think it'll be it's more of a long form video and it's not specific to the topic. So I'll save the topics for the back end as we get a little bit more traction in here, as the video gets out to people in YouTube land. So something that's not on the list. I mentioned all the stuff we're going to talk about that's on the list above. Oh shit, I forgot to put tags in this video. Fuck, when we start to yeah, because when you stream through a third party, you got to do the third party, and you can't do your tags through the third party. You got to go through your YouTube to do it. It's bullshit. But I'm gonna have to do that while we're chopping it up tonight. I think you touched on an important point here, Paul. Americans' experience with health services. Can you blame us for wanting them to have unlimited funding from our pockets by force?
Okay, so I feel like that was a backwards way to say universal health care sucks.
I think he wants
I think
wants more health care. Not wanting them to have unlimited funding. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Well, and one thing that we've talked about before is that we really, I think the main thing that's a contradiction to our healthcare system is that the primary focus is a profit motive.
Correct.
So you have to take that away from a service that just doesn't actually, it doesn't serve the service that you're providing in itself. That's what you're dealing with there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you have one like if we want to talk about television indoctrination, every television show I watch with doctors, they're fucking rich assholes who fuck all the nurses, right? So I guess every doctor has to be that way. Thanks to indoctrination, doctors. Yeah. No, but I really do think that one of the problems is that the price of medical school and all that creates such a debt, and with the interest rate, that it really does create an environment where doctors have to become pretty profit driven in order to cover all the debt that they have accumulated. So which I mean, yeah, sure, they should always go through that Hippocratic oath that they've taken.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they're humans and they're going to get swayed by drug salesmen, which again, all that shit should there should be more regulations probably to it. I don't know everything that goes through it.
Sure.
But the healthcare system is definitely fucked.
Well, I think the argument you're making though they don't necessarily go together. So I think I would agree with your initial point, where as far as like, well, one, it should be cheaper to become a doctor, but at the same time, like, you want doctors to be compensated based off of what their lifestyle is. One, going to demand based off their schooling, like what you mentioned, and also just the amount of time and expertise that goes into that. People should be compensated.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not in disagreement with that either. But I think what we're talking about more is like the medicine itself being overpriced, the equipment itself being overpriced, based off of just trying to like elevate these industries that kind of.
Well, this was I'm specifically aiming my frustration at the doctor that just said, "Oh, I know what this is. and I'm going to push a political agenda instead of figuring out the issue.
Yeah.
But and I thought we were going on doctors, but yeah, with the medical system itself, yeah, the medicine, all that shit. Yeah, I don't. Again, insurance companies are probably the main issue, and again, I guess it goes through all of commerce, right? Because I mean, you have someone who has to make money for creating the medicine, and then you have the people who have to make the money selling the medicine, and then you have to have the doctors who make the money pushing the medicine. So then it's like all these people have to get paid, right?
Yeah, but you run into an issue, I think. Well, not necessarily all those people have to get paid, because some of those industries could be state run. So it's like somebody would get paid, but it's not, the industry itself wouldn't be thinking, it would be thinking more in like, there's a problem to solve. How does this industry solve that problem, rather than how does this industry make the maximum amount of money on this? I mean, obviously people have talked ad nauseum at our system being like a sick care system and things like that, and there being more money in treating people's symptoms rather than curing their actual ailments. So, you know, I think that in itself is what makes it just an oxymoron to begin with, to think that
like it shouldn't cost. Again, man, you shouldn't have people who work hard jobs every day sit there and not have insurance, not be able to go to a doctor. Okay, like you should
definitely agree on that.
Like you shouldn't, like, and again, like I'm in that situation. You know, like you said, that you shouldn't have people who have to decide whether or not they can put their kids on insurance or pay their bills. You know, getting cancer, which seems to be a basically just a rite of passage at this point, like shouldn't then like put you into debt. You know what I mean? Especially when you know that everything that so you create a system. And again, this is redundant at this point. We all know this, that the system was created to where it's like you have food and technology that makes you sick. So then you go and you try to, you know, get better, but it just takes away all your fucking money.
Yeah.
And it's like it's kind of like this cycle that was created by whom. But yeah, I mean, it's just bullshit. But I mean, we all know that.
Well, I mean, you even I can't remember this. There was something I was reading about that was a specific example. I have to pull it up for later. But it was some business where they're basically like invested in both sides of it, where it's like,
shouldn't that be a monopoly?
No, I got to figure out exactly what it was. Like, because in order for me to like truly kind of like paint how disgusting it was, I'll have to figure out exactly who the company was that was investing in it. But it's basically just a scenario where it's like they, on one end, they're promoting like body positivity and things like that. I think it was the parent company of Ben and Jerry's. Is like involved in like promoting body positivity and things like that, but at the same time trying to sell fuck ton of ice cream to you trying to like basically soften people's view on what ice cream is ultimately doing to you. I mean, if you eat too much ice cream, you get fat. And then if people think, well, it's not that big of a deal to be fat, I don't need to be as worried about the health concerns or this and that, you know, then you're just kind of like, but then it's not like it's not out in front. Like, you know what I mean? Like when they're operating as the other business that's like promoting body positivity, they're not also like they're not giving you this disclaimer that, hey, we also are the same people that sell you the fucking ice cream. Right. You know what I mean? So you're not seeing that conflict of interest until you dig into the rabbit hole, and you're like, holy fuck. You know, and that's kind of like what I mean, what you're touching on with the healthcare system, where it's like all these people are also still like directly invested in like running the controlled tests, so we can see if like, you know, the effects of like sugar or effects of this on your body being in like certain types of food and things, and like these people are all interconnected in this kind of like overlap of industry.
Well, and the state of Florida and how much they push back on medical marijuana, recreational marijuana, and you know how many of the politicians, including Rick Scott, have all had their hands in the pharmaceutical companies.
Oh yeah,
and how Florida's a huge pharmaceutical state.
Absolutely.
So it's like that's always been around us, and it will always be. It's the disgusting part of where we're at. But it's like water, like right, like so you need water to survive. We all know you need water to survive. You're not allowed to collect water and purify it yourself. You have to use city water. You can't use the tap water because you know that has mineral, because that has different type of fucking metals and shit in it that you're not supposed to drink, and all this bacteria. So it's like, okay, so you have to go buy water. Water keeps getting more and more expensive. You know about the microplastics to the point where it's in human testicles at this point, and it's just going to be in all of our DNA. Microplastics.
We're gonna be plastic, man.
But you don't change any. You don't say, hey, this is enough of a medical emergency and an epidemic to where we need to make a national law to ban plastic bottles, especially with water. Aquapana's had glass bottles for how long, and it's always been fine. You can get them from Italy, fine. Yeah. So it's like, why can't that be the new way? Like whatever. Like we haven't tried to find ways for all this. Like it's just funny because it's like the things where people try to make profit, and you always know when it comes to like baby shit, formula, diapers, it's the most expensive shit in the world.
Yeah.
Right. In Walmart, you look at formula, and like you'll be looking at like $20-something to $40-something for a can of formula. And then it's like you look and you have people looking at moms and be like, you're a fucking bum because my tax dollars go to helping you pay for your formula. So again, it's just kind of funny and weird. But
no, well, I mean, I agree with you. I think that, it would be foolish to think that those things aren't kind of like interconnected, and the necessity that's there for things like baby formula doesn't promote those companies, ability to just overprice, and gouge you on them. Like during the pandemic, that was one of the things that climbed up seriously in cost. Which I mean, just about everything did at that point, to be completely fair. But here I got a couple of comments here from Wiggy's for me to hit. So he says it's not profitable for them to run a proper slew of tests. It's only profitable for you to come into the door and to kick you out to fill that slot for the next patient.
That is very true.
And he says doctor compensation in a free market would run parallel to their ability to deliver consistent care, I would hope. But the modern era in advertising reach has thrown a wrench into the system. And then he just clarified that he was talking about the free market. In the framework of eugenics, the question of healthcare took a dark turn. The reason we have sicker people is the combination of lifestyle and bad genes being propagated by survivors of health. So he's saying it's like basically healthcare allows people that otherwise might die off naturally to still live. And then emergencies that would have been deleted from the timeline of evolution. I might have to check the front of the house because they're just going crazy, making all kinds of noise. So just for a minute, sit here and just talk to Wiggy.
Wiggy, I can't see what you're saying, brother. But yeah, no, I definitely get what you're saying. Yeah, that's weird, bro. That's some weird bangs, bro. What the fuck? Anyways, where were we? The medical field. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But I don't know. What are you saying that we shouldn't? So read the last comment that he said about the cost of healthcare. Everything good, brother?
Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah, thrown off too.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I want to make sure that somebody didn't break the house.
Dude, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I want to make sure somebody wasn't in there killing my family.
I'm waiting to hear like something go off.
All right, so it was all good. It was just a frog, actually. They had frogs.
Oh my!
We live in Florida, so there's wildlife. And you want to avoid letting those in the house when Dad's busy. To their credit, it ended up distracting me anyways.
Boom!
But yeah,
oh my god!
Sometimes you gotta in Florida. Sometimes you gotta have Dad come pick up the. Well, I mean, not pick up the frog. I'll trap the frog before I pick it up.
Speaking of the strength of weed,
yeah, holy moly! You said read his last comment, the one about eugenics.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the framework of eugenics, the question of healthcare took a dark turn. The reason we have sicker people is a combination of lifestyle and bad genes being propagated by survivors of health.
So are you saying like that? So in turn, healthcare is kind of like this,
allowing people with that worse genes,
like the snake eating itself.
Okay, you took it to like a philosophical thing. I don't know. So I'm just trying to understand exactly what snake eating itself exactly means.
So people are getting the health care and they're getting taken care of.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're prolonging people who are naturally sick's life, and it's almost like counterproductive in a sense. Well, not
even worse than that
for the person, but it's for profit, I guess.
Even worse than that is what Wiggy's saying, because he's saying not only are you prolonging that person's life, not to make this the pro eugenics podcast, but what he's saying here is like, so not only is that person able to live, but they're also procreating, and they're creating more people that are multiplying, and they're carrying these kind of like conditions out, and they're making kids and so on and so forth. So
funny you say that. My bad. So, I have a buddy who I met playing video games. Actually, he's in the military. He went ahead and he got himself he got a vasectomy,
yeah.
like in his 20s, right? And like they said that like you're not allowed, like they I guess like there's like not laws but like rule, like they have like rules where they won't do it with like against certain things, like not having kids, they're too young. So he found a doctor that said like you have to like write a letter basically like tell me why you want it,
yeah,
and then like write out your reasons and give it to me. If you still want it, then fine.
Yeah.
So he told him that like because like his parents and his brother all suffer from like mental health issues, and that like he doesn't, but like they do, and that it's genetic, and like he doesn't want to continue that like genetic bloodline and trait to go down and like just pass it on to like a potential child that would most likely have the same conditions. And it's like, and I thought like that was like very like what a weird sacrifice, like not weird, but like what a sacrifice to like say like, hey, like I just won't have kids so I don't have to like continue that.
Well, how do you feel about the state film? So I everybody can make their own decision. I think if it's not that important to him, then I wouldn't say that he's necessarily wrong. Even though, I could have some pushback for like his perspective there. Somebody that has, from his perspective, that hasn't had kids, and there's no like guarantee that his kids are going to have these same kind of issues. But either way, I would respect anybody that said, I would just disagree personally. But I guess the eugenics takes it to the next level where it's like, so you're admitting that there might be some level of personal good that he's doing.
Yes.
Okay. So then how, when you map it to scale, like there's some kind of like state ran program that's pushing this kind of idea forth, then does it become wrong at that point, or can it still be a general good? So I mean,
like this state making that decision, saying
like if you have Down syndrome, you can't have kids.
Yeah,
or if your family has a history of Down syndrome,
the government shouldn't be infringing upon that. I feel like the personal choice is the personal choice. Like again, because it basically all of it's a roll of the dice. I mean, the first person in your bloodline to have an issue is the first person in your bloodline to have an issue. So I mean, I don't know enough to say that like you're the first member of your bloodline had Down syndrome, and that's just how it got passed
Down
on.
syndrome, I don't know if it works like that. Like for example, like Japan, they supposedly have eradicated that from their from their civilization. Now I would agree with you personally, just based off like because I think there's just, you got to have some room for some things that maybe like are gray areas if you want to have any level of freedom in reality. Like
God says let it be.
Is it overall like I guess that's where it's a challenging question, because where you're admitting, you're saying like, hey, I admire in a sense this guy's personal decision, and you could see it being like a good in a way that he doesn't want to. I
can see where he spells that out in a good light, and like he's doing something good. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Well, the here, let me read it just because.
Is murder bad? But if you murder someone that's going to murder someone, was it good? So I mean.
I mean, you see, that's a really I appreciate your I appreciate your hypothetical. There's actually I thought we might actually have time to get into like the death penalty as an idea tonight, because there was a story I had read about that was dealing with the death penalty. I mean, you're not talking about the death penalty when you're saying killing somebody that's going to kill somebody. There's more of like there's an urgency implied by what you're saying. So maybe it would be justified, and I can imagine a case where I would do it, but it's like I don't know that like killing. I think that should be something that we view as generally, like aside from the most fringe kind of justifications, unacceptable. And I personally am against the death penalty. So that's why I thought, and I've had some good conversations with people in the past and some very compelling arguments where it's really made me consider it from a societal view. I think there's an argument for it, but I think it's a good place to, draw the red line from the state's perspective that we shouldn't be killing people.
So as we know, I'm pretty liberal.
Yeah. This might be where I out liberal you, brother. This might be the point.
I'm kind of eye for an eye.
You're eye for an eye. I'm not. Yeah. I'm not. And I'm definitely not in the case of the state.
I don't know if I necessarily, I don't like the death, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't know if there's any good way to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like so much of me feels like if you're someone who you do the unspeakable to like not just like unalive, but like
sure, of course,
and like the
most just imagine anything the viewers, anything you've heard out there where you're just like, this is the most disgusting crime I could imagine. That is the place where I've had this argument and it gets taken. Obviously,
it's not only that. Like let's say it's the whole uncle to the child situation, imagination, like where that goes, right? Like, yeah,
you know what uncles do to kids. You just fucking shit on all uncles out there.
I'm trying to think of something without saying the word so we don't get brought down.
You know what uncles do?
You've been brought down enough. I'm trying to watch what I'm saying.
We have been taken down for telling the truth about those people.
Not to say the R word, not to say the M word here. So, okay.
Paul's trying really hard, guys.
Okay.
It's been 25 minutes and he hasn't said the N word once.
Okay. Whoa, okay. I'm not talking about that R word. I'm talking about reserve, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, grape or...
Gotcha.
Lotion nested. I don't know.
Wow, you're getting real creative there. All right.
Okay. So like I do feel like that. Like, hey, listen, you should get taken to jail.
Yeah.
And
we're talking about death penalty, though, brother. You said eye for an eye, and
someone needs to go ahead and do that to you, right?
Whatever happened, whatever crime you committed needs to happen to you.
Part of me, like 10% of my heart, feels that way.
I don't know. I think we should,
and I battle. I know I shouldn't feel that way.
Yeah, we should expect more restraint from the state. I understand. Like I said, if that happened to your child, I understand you personally feeling that way, and I would probably. That's why I empathize with the position, because it's like if you pose to me, you know, like the most unspeakable thing, and like how would you feel if that happened, so on and so forth. Of course, I agree with you. Yeah, I'd want to kill a person that killed my child. But should those instincts be, you know, enabled by the state? I don't think so. Should the state be able to kill somebody in my name because they killed a family member of mine? Not correct. Necessarily.
And I agree
think that the state should, if it's going to operate as if it's some like moral you know, North Star, then it's like you can't then kill people for killing people. That's just kind of like
I just want to clarify. I'm not on the side of the death penalty. And I'm not on the side of eye for an eye. I just understand it. And part of me feels like, okay, I can get it. I like again, death penalty is tough, but listen, man, there are dudes in prison that really do like to give it to dudes. So if he wants to be a state employee for this moment and go ahead and give it to you, then let it be. Okay, it's just eye for an eye. But no, you can't do it. You're not allowed to do it. Can't do it. Death penalty is rough, man. That's so.
Well, that's why it's an interesting thing. You're talking about loss of life. Jay, shout out to you. Thanks for tuning in, man. Make sure you hit subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I can't tell if that's Jay that usually tunes in or not, because the picture's too small.
Wiggy's definitely
if it's Jay that usually tunes in, I gotta get with you, brother.
Yeah,
go
brother.
Go ahead, you're good.
Wiggy's definitely pro death penalty. We know
I'm assuming that we might have a disagreement. Let me read these comments so I can see if anybody feels differently or whatever. I'm not sure where their position is on that. So Wiggy says pre-industrial revolution and 20th century advancements, and that was in regard to the like keeping people that otherwise wouldn't be able to stay alive. Americans also feeding formula has had an astounding effect on early life development of our children. Remember, eugenics research derived directly from the field of evolutionary research in its heyday.
Yeah, but formula. So, like with Parker, Parker was born a month early. He never got to develop the latching, so like he had to do formula.
Oh, he wouldn't
latch.
That's interesting. Yeah,
and then she really couldn't produce. Like she dried quickly, so it's like he had to do formula.
I wonder if it's...
I fucked it because I kept putting like the extra powder. I was like, man, this fucking like protein.
Just giving him extra shit.
I thought it was gonna work.
Yeah, I don't know if it does work like that.
There's some research.
Yeah, you're trying to fucking give your kid PEDs.
I gave him dyslexia.
Yeah, right out the womb and shit. That's interesting though that he wouldn't latch. I haven't, none of my experiences with kids. I haven't heard of that. So that's interesting. Yeah. Did they say why that was?
Usually, what they said was they usually develops that last month.
The ability to latch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Like the muscles in the mouth.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, the problem kind of lies in that, right? How far are we willing to go in the vein of greater good? Americans in particular have a completely different version of freedom or vision of freedom than the rest of the world. And maybe you clarify that, but kind of crystallize that for me, Wiggy, just so I know exactly kind of the point you're making. But I mean, I could see what you're saying from that, and I agree with it generally.
Whenever I think about freedom, the first thing that pops in my head is like Braveheart.
What was the last one?
Braveheart.
Oh yeah, freed. Yeah, because he yells it. He gets his balls cut off for freedom.
Yeah, but you know what?
He gets like pulling apart. Yeah, it was tough.
It's tough, but you know what?
They freed his limbs from his body.
Bloodline, brother. You know, it's bloodline.
Yeah, no shout to him.
Freedom.
Absolutely, he was there for it. He was willing to die for it. One of the things we were going to watch the Frederick Douglass PragerU later. Now, in kind of like preparation for this, I did a little bit of like just reading around like Frederick Douglass, some of his like just refreshing myself, and I actually found a thing that he had said about John Brown. I don't know if you know about John Brown. He's an abolitionist.
Yeah,
back in the day. Well,
just refresh.
So he's violent. He was more of a violent. He was willing to kill for it. There's an incident, and I'm sure Wiggy, you remember. It's like Harper's something where there ends up having a bunch of shit go wrong. One of his kids die there and stuff. But either way, it was interesting to hear Frederick Douglass's kind of like view, where he's more of like a peaceful abolitionist and like wants to do it through like the means of law, and then you have other people and like just kind of how people that have different ways of going about Harper's Ferry. That's what it was. Thank you. I knew you'd fucking know it, Wiggy. You're the man. But how they kind of like view each other's struggle, and not necessarily outright in a negative light. Like Frederick Douglass actually had some criticism for the violent, the extremist of the time, if you would, but he also had like a understanding and a empathy and just a deep understanding of where that kind of like resistance comes from. If that makes sense. And even admired it. Like I said, I'll have to pull it up the comments later because it was intense how he was explaining it. Frederick Douglass, and he was such a great writer. Wiggy also says, I want to make sure I didn't skip anything. Oh no, this right here. So this is after the greater good comment. He said the state in America, in reference to our individual states, in theory, have the power to do anything in the name of public health. So that means lock away the people with Down syndrome, I guess, in order to not have that anymore. So Jay, shout out to you again. He said 10% of your heart, Justin Timberlake. Then said JK, love it. I'm sure you just, I'm not fully, I guess you're saying 10% of our heart is.
No, because I said 10% of my heart is with the eye for an eye.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there you go. Okay, fair enough. Wiggy Bomb says, check out the Cataline conspiracy and the Catos and Caesar's position on punishment. It goes beyond question of the material realm. Oh, shit. Okay. They're talking about torturing people in the afterlife.
Again, Stephen Miller, let's slow it down. Okay? Yeah. We don't need to go that far. And that's not like how far do we go? Like, because again, like I understand both sides. Yeah. I feel as if like, okay, they committed a crime. Whatever it was, they're not paying for it, right? They're in prison. They're paying for it, and they're never going to see the light of day again. Yeah. Right. But I understand where it's like, okay, so why as taxpayers should we be paying for their life? Well, I understand that, but if we were to live in a society where the government helped us more, I don't know if people would care as much. But it's just also, we live in a civilized society where we pay for shit that we really don't want to pay for all the time. We have to pay to house prisoners because we want prisoners, because we don't want people who commit crimes to be in public life. So as a public community, we have to bring our money together to house those people. It just is what it is. It's a unfortunate reality if you want to handle things in like some kind of like ethical way. No, I don't 100%. Think that, well, this person killed people, therefore thank God, because even that argument kind of, I accept more the initial argument you have where it's like an eye for an eye. Then I'm like, okay, well, we're having more of like a conversation around like our values and all this. So if you're going to say we should kill that person because they deserve to die, even though I don't agree with that, I can at least say, okay, I can contest with that argument better than saying like, well, it costs money. It's like, is that is that like what we're bringing people's like whether they live or die comes down to? We can't hold that money over human life.
Or why not kill all prisoners then?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, why not kill people that we're just paying for because they are, by the way, there's a shit ton of people that we have sitting in prison that have committed non-violent crimes, for example, trafficking drugs or some shit like that. Should we just kill those people automatically? Obviously, I would say no, but to contest
sex
with
trafficking.
Yeah,
you didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, even these things, like I said, I disagree with. I'm just
stealing billions of dollars from people's healthcare.
Yeah,
I mean, you deserve to die.
I'm also the thing is where we have conversations with some conspiracy theorists and things like that, which I don't even use that as a pejorative, but I'm just saying people that dig into theories that are not like mainstream accepted. The reason I would say like more charitable to those people is because, and I've said this with like Cody and stuff like this on here, where it's like, I get the skepticism with the government. Let's be consistent with that. And I think a good way to be consistent with that is we shouldn't trust the government and give them the keys to kill people, because it's like we don't trust the government to use our taxes appropriately. Why the fuck would we trust them to
just lock whoever they want up and kill whoever they want
right now we see that being utilized. And as an American citizen, we've been talking about this with the deportations, which I agree with deportations, Wiggy. I know me and you have had a little bit of like back and forth, and we have a lot of agreement. But the thing that I'm concerned about is the government painting these immigrants as basically unsympathetic group of people that then they get to slightly just like do mission creep with. They get to slowly push what the American people see as acceptable use of force and acceptable reasons to kind of like peel back rights away. I mean, at what point they are saying like, hey, we're charging into these cities because we have the Venezuelan gang, the trending and Wagwa, whatever,
and MS-13 and
that shit. So at what point do they roll this out? People start to soften on the stance. They're like, well, yeah, I guess it is okay to get rid of these gang members. Next thing you know, it's like, well, we're going into LA because we're in war with the fucking Crips, for example. And now all of a sudden anybody in LA that's wearing like blue is getting fucking bagged up. And it's like, come on.
There's that with the homeless, the whole mental illness. Okay.
Sure.
So, okay. Now everybody has autism. Remember how many people are now coming, like their therapists are, oh, you know what? You're neurodivergent. You're this, you're that. They're all different forms of autism.
Yeah.
That's a mental illness.
Oh yeah.
So the government now has the right to anybody who's diagnosed with autism to say you need to be put into a facility. When you look at what point is liberalism then going to become a mental illness? Like at what point?
I don't even think you have to take it that far. You just made a great point with the autism thing. I mean, how many people, like you have an entire generation. My woman, she deals with kids and all that. So, I mean, not to get too personal here, but so, I mean, I get exposed to a decent amount of like kids and stuff like that. One thing I'll say, I mean, how many of those kids come through and they're diagnosed as autistic? I argue with her all the time because there'll be some kid that I end up meeting and they're like, yeah, no, they're diagnosed with this or that. And I'm just like, that is a fucking quiet kid. That's it.
Yeah.
Like that is a normal fucking quiet kid.
Yeah.
Like
he's just introverted.
Literally introverted. Like maybe like, yeah. So it's like, I think the point that you're making is a really interesting one because you're right, and how quickly people are to go and get their kids diagnosed with something at a young age, and how that can now be weaponized just to get people the fuck out of here because they're dangerous to society. That's an interesting point,
bro. And it's like it's like all that, but just to finish the initial prison thing, like a Jeffrey Dahmer, that's where it's like I get it. That's where it gets tough. Like, at what point do you just say, motherfucker, like you don't deserve to live anymore? We're like Jeffrey Dahmer's and the just
like a serial killer.
I'm going to blank on all the serial killer names right now, but it's like, but at some point, at the same point, you can also make the argument that those people are so like such like sociopaths and so egotistical that just the fact that they're locked up in prison is torture.
Oh yeah.
The fact that they didn't win the game for it is a lifetime's worth of torture.
Well, now they don't have control over their life for the rest of it. So it's like, even though a lot of people spend a shit ton of time on death row,
which I heard that certain parts of death row is actually like a fucking like vacation.
Oh, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Hey, I believe that. But I mean, so my point though is like what you're saying. I agree. I think even the more just punishment for somebody rather than just ending their life is having them spend the rest of their life behind bars and then dying, which is, something that you're not going to avoid. So, and that's one of the reasons that every time I've had this kind of conversation, I land on, it just seems like a more just outcome to, even though, like I said, there's some annoying things with it as far as like housing. I get that. And like paying for that. I get why people, don't love that. But like I said, I don't love like paying for fucking weapons to get shipped into the fucking Middle East.
I hate that. So, that really sucks.
Yeah, I'd love for them to stop.
Can I opt out of that?
Yeah,
can we write legislation to stop that?
Absolutely fucking not. Well, you can anyway.
Damn it.
So Wiggy says, size matters. U.S. government sized a U.S. government arms production facility. All right, so I know I'm reading that like a fucking absolute dumbass. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but you know how it is, Wiggy. I'm trying. This is sized a U.S. government arms production facility. Definitely a bit radical, LOL. But look what it led to. Oh, I maybe like saying the size of a U.S. arms production facility, maybe.
Probably.
Caesar argued that death was the end, so keeping them in prison was a greater punishment. Did he believe that? Who knows? I mean, I will look into this, Wiggy, because I think that's really interesting. But we kind of we ended up getting to that point in our conversation, and I think that is probably the case.
Wiggy, are you gonna watch a new Odyssey movie with Tom Holland? Let me know.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely watch that.
So good.
Yeah, it came out.
No, I said it looks so good.
Oh, it looks good. Sorry, I thought you said it was so good.
That.
You're all good. You're all good.
I'm humbled.
So Yo Chill says the amount of people on death row that are paid for is pretty minuscule. All things considered, very small amount of people. Yeah, and I think it's just kind of like a societal thing that you do in these kind of societies.
No, I saw a documentary thing where this guy who was like notorious for like being like a bad guy, like a badass in prison.
Oh yeah,
like he said that
beat his ass every day. Every time he gets out of line, just beat his ass. There you go.
He said that like you get to a point when you're a lifer in prison and you know you're going to spend your life in prison.
Yeah.
Right. And you're in all these like maximum security prisons. You get to a point where you want to get on death row, because if you can get on death row, then like they give you better food. You get like a TV in your room. Like you get like certain little things. So he was in the hall. So he was in like confinement or whatever. And then they
solitary.
Yeah. And then they put him like this other thing where it's like, after you get out of there, you have to be like in like this little block before you get put back where I don't know all the prison things, but
yeah.
So he got a roommate who was like talking to him about like what he did to like a child or something and like bragging about it.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of the night, the dude fucking beat him with the dude that was like the badass, like beat him with like, like his suitcase, like pillowcase, like soap bars, or whatever, beat him to death. And then so that way he can get himself on death row. Mm-hmm. And he felt like he was like, vindicated because this was like a bad guy that he did it to. But it's like, he's like, you just get to a point where it's like, you want to go on death row. And I'm like, God damn, like what a world that I definitely never want to go into. So it's like, I always look at it like when people like complain, I know I've said it before, but like they complain about like, Section 8, like, look at the apartments. You'll find a Chrysler 300. And it's like, if your whole thing is that like you see a $25,000 car sitting outside a Section 8 house because that they put all their money into a car.
Yeah.
It's like, go trade places with them.
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't want to. Like, I'm sure you don't want that life. Course, so it's like with these people in prison, you really want to think about like your pennies and your tax dollars going to them. Then
and they have no freedom. So
it's like trade it.
Yeah, there's that, and So I mean, I think it's just something that as a civilized society we just have to deal with. Cato argued sort of the opposite, but taking the argument to the level of what happens after death was a thought-provoking argument. When it comes to capital punishment, that is an interesting argument. I would just say a lot of us don't believe that there is a afterlife, so it just isn't.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
You got to prove that there is a hell.
Yeah, that's really letting them off easy. Why even then just be like, let them out of prison?
Yeah,
be like, fuck it, they'll get theirs eventually.
Yeah, God needs to like really at this point it's 2025. God, come on, bro. Like really come down.
He's walking around just raving, like, will you please take him? He fucking causing too much problems.
Like what I want him to do is be like, is every television and stuff. Like we all have it. The whole world has it at this point.
Yeah.
Like third world countries have cell phones.
Yeah.
So it's like at this point, he has the power.
Mm.
God has the power. Every cell phone. Hey, I'm God.
Yeah.
Look at all your stuff that's hacked. I'm God.
Yeah.
And look, here's hell. And then show like some like bad dude that died like 50 years ago.
Sure.
Stuff like suffering in hell.
Yeah.
Right? Like oh here it is.
No.
And then that way we can all believe it.
Yeah.
Because then no one at that point, like your eyes saw it. You can't deny it at that point.
I'll have to look into these specifically and see like what country they're from that they're making these kind of like arguments in and things. Because I mean, some states there's less of this like kind of like separation of religion and the actual ruling, the rulings of the country. But here, I think because of that kind of like respect of others' religions and things like that, we're not assuming that there's an afterlife when we're making our laws. So it's like for that reason, I think that would have to be kind of like,
I'm just saying, if God wanted action,
yeah.
I just laid out the blueprint.
I mean, bro, if God wanted action, there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that are past due on their fucking.
I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna.
God, I love
execution day. I'm not saying that about anybody. Or I don't want it to happen, of course. Wink, wink. But
never.
Come on, there's some people that we could do without.
Never say that. And I'm definitely not mocking you, brother. I'm just.
Shyla, this is a good point. She said it's actually not a mental illness. It's a nervous system disorder. So talking about ADHD, no, you said autism. So autism. So that's a great distinction to make. But I mean, I like engaging with your point. I understand kind of like generally your point, and that was the example that you used, which maybe. There could be some issues with application there. So it's good context to add, Shyla. But like, for example, like things like gender dysphoria, for example, like obviously anybody that has gender dysphoria, like 99% of them,
which they're going to go after trans people.
It's going to be a problem. Well, those people are going to be they're not going to align with like, for example, like Trump's administration's kind of like view of the world. So it'd be very convenient to say like those people need to all be fucking locked up. Yeah. So it's like that could be an example. It's not. It's like I said, it's good context and good pushback there, Shiloh. But I think still like as far as like your point is interesting and salient. So but thank you for that, Shiloh. I appreciate it. It's good to see you in here, by the way.
It's why Republicans used to be against big government.
Yeah.
And that's why you're supposed to be against big government. And the government just going and picking people up off the streets. It's something that I was told only fascists and authoritarian communists do.
Yeah.
And dictators and Obama does,
Obama.
So, I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly. He the deporter in chief.
Hussein. Barry Hussein.
Don't forget the Hussein. Hot take. Most autism is just a person with retard level IQ, in my opinion. That was what Wiggy said. And but to be honest, that's
the R word. I don't say, sir.
It's not that full. It's not that hot of a take, in my opinion, because I think that there's some truth to that, and even I think not even like to necessarily marry it to the retard level IQ thing, because I think that some of that is probably the truth. But I think in other cases, you just have people that are less outgoing or some kind of like. Conditioning in their environment could result in them being a more like kind of like timid, quiet, reserved person.
We have to remember that autism and Down syndrome. Autism and Down syndrome are two different things.
But it's like a lot of like how ADHD ends up getting like diagnosed is based off of like missing milestones as far as like social milestones and things like that. So I could see how Wiggy would say that those could be related. Somebody that's
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is I feel like that like everything got rushed and like obviously to like overdiagnosis.
Yeah.
But I feel like that like how do I describe this? That like the kids that we used to say were like ADHD, like the bouncing off the walls and all that. Yeah. That was autism. Right. And then like those of us who have like the restless leg, the over talkative, the overthinkers, the anxiety ridden, all that, I can understand where that's like the ADHD. But like, I don't know if it's necessarily like everybody in the world just seems to have autism, and that's where it kind of like it kind of gets like too much of like a slow it down. I think we kind of need to peel it back on.
Well, I think it goes to what we were talking about earlier with just profiteering in the healthcare system. It's like if you can benefit as a doctor or just as the system itself benefits. So therefore the education becomes tailored. So people don't even understand that they're serving some kind of like greater purpose because it was just built into their education to begin with.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, you end up incorrectly diagnosing people based off like some kind of like maybe delayed development, or like I said, some other kind, in my opinion, and this is not coming from a doctor, but this is just, like I said, somebody that's, I consider myself observant anyways. People that are like, there's just a huge spectrum of people's behavior to begin with. So it's like where I think sometimes, obviously, it's of course going to be apt, and I'm glad that we have like kind of like things to mitigate whatever kind of challenges people that suffer with things like ADHD we had mentioned, and autism, both being things, by the way. I have a sister that was diagnosed with both of those things, and then consistently was being put on like experimental medication and things like that. Like the amount of like changes in her medication throughout her life that would drastically impact, I mean, like in the most significant ways you can imagine, as far as like suicidality and things like that. Like seriously, it just lets you know, like I said, there's not that kind of like deft touch that comes with that service of in the medical industry, and they're just like, like trial by fire. We're gonna figure it out. When you're dealing with the kids,
with your human body and your chemical compounded brain and
children.
Like 100%. And that's the thing is like I sit there and there's just so many people where you're like, all right, I don't know if you're autistic. You know what I mean? Like just because you have a quirk, or just because you like something, just because you love anime, doesn't mean you're autistic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, so I
that's so fucking so.
What?
I was laughing at your statement. It's after the fact. It's just a funny statement. Just because you like anime doesn't mean you're autistic.
No,
it's fucking wild. Imagine them asking you that.
No.
Your doctor asks you, "Do you watch anime?" Yeah, actually, I do.
Man,
well, what are you writing down there?
No,
is that a part of the test?
No shot given.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like it's just at the end of the day, I feel like we gotta like pull it back and look with the medicating.
Yeah,
we grew up with the kids who were medicated. Okay. And I feel like there were so many kids that were given medication because they talked too much. And then next thing you know, they turn into the zombies. And then I really don't believe in any medication let me not be hyperbolic.
Yeah, is Gates Open Media on here?
Okay.
You fucking cream his pants here when you say that.
Let me not be hyperbolic. When it comes to medicating ADHD and things like that, when you're looking at your kid, because like they try to tell me to do it with Parker, and I'm like, the kid just gets bored and he's creative and he doodles, and he kind of just like goes in his own little world, and then you're easily able to pull him back. Like I don't need to medicate that. Like you just need to just correct that. Just be like, hey Parker, hey, come on, listen, pay attention.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's all it is. And it's like he can go throughout the rest of his life with that and be very successful and do well in life with just being able to be creative. At the end of the day, he's an intelligent kid. You don't need to go ahead and medicate that and change the entire personality. I've seen so many kids like where I coached or that I played with, that you could tell the differences between whether they were on medication or not based off of like, were they themselves or were they a zombie? Were they just like out of it? And it's like all that just to focus a little bit more in fucking elementary school. And the fact that you're giving your child like a fucking 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old Adderall is crazy to me. And again, not a shot at the parent, because
they're looking for answers.
Yeah, majority of parents are trying to do all they can for their kids, and I respect that, and I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I empathize with that. It's just like I've been at the side of like, obviously I'm a THC user. So I've even thought like maybe at some point there would be a way where the government and science like comes to a way where give a kid like a little gummy. But at the same time, I think myself be like, would THC even be good for a child? So it's like you have to leave a child alone as much as you possibly can. Like let that develop. They already
do that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, kids in Florida, like I said, so I worked in that industry a bit, and it's and there would be patients that would come in that were kids and that had like seizures were common. I mean, usually if a kid was on, if a kid was a customer, then it was like severe.
Yeah.
So it's like they weren't just prescribing it. Like I saw so that's actually a great point. So let me read Wiggy's comment because it has to do with this actually. He said, I know an Australian that literally told his government he thought about killing himself to get a weed prescription. So that might do it, I would imagine. So, and I went through the process myself, and I've dealt with like probably thousands of people that.
What a wild process.
Wild process, but I would say here that you don't have to go in there and kill yourself or say that you're going to kill yourself.
No, but everything that's not physical has to be pre-diagnosed.
Yeah. So, well, this is the thing though. So you could go in there easily and just say you have anxiety, and it's like, so I'm trying to think if that's true that it has to be pre-diagnosed, because I've used myself. I had a football injury, so I put that on the paperwork, but I also put anxiety because I knew that was something that was a qualified condition, is what it's called. Yeah, and I didn't have the paperwork for it. I did go to the doctor for it, but I was a kid at the time, and whatever the fuck my parents did with the x-rays and shit. But they'll ask for an x-ray. If you do have an x-ray, I mean, that's a benefit. But they were just asking like, hey, are you self-medicating for that? And I was like, yeah, I use ibuprofen for it. And then, they're like, here's your prescription. So I would say, in my experience, just anybody out there that happens to be listening to this and needs to hear this, you don't have to go so far, in my experience anyways, as saying, hey, I'm going to kill myself. So, might put you on a list somewhere that you just don't need to be on. So anxiety is a qualifying condition. So you just go in there, and then most of the time the doctors are like, basically in on the fucking whole thing anyways, to the point to where they want to have you as a customer.
They want you to get your card.
Well, no, again, it's another one of those situations where we have a broken system, and those doctors want to get paid. That's just what it is. They don't really give a fuck about what your conditions like.
One doctor left being an ER doctor. He left the ER to go be a weed doctor. Go be a weed doctor because it's more lucrative.
Hey,
but was so from my experience, I put PTSD for parental abandonment because it happened, right? Like, so that's one. I did the ADHD, I did anxiety, and then I did back, my back injuries.
And they denied you?
No, I got for the back, but he said that like the other side, he's like, have you got any of this diagnosis? I said, no, I've never gone and sat with a therapist and got any of this diagnosis. I said, I can tell you that I
piss myself when I sleep, doctor.
No, but I can tell you that I have like abandonment issues that stem from my mother abandoning me as a child.
Yeah.
I can tell you that, like, I know based off of all these symptoms of what ADHD is, and based off of how my daily life is, and especially like how neurotic I get if I don't smoke. Yeah. Like, I know that I have ADHD, and he's like, no, you have to. I'm like, okay. And then he said anxiety too. I said, how, like, can you not say you have anxiety? I said, I definitely.
Yeah, but it is what it is. One thing you have to be mindful of is
they're trying not to get
there's a huge difference between doctors. So like, there's not a set rate that they have to charge you in Florida. So all doctors charge differently. And then also I have dealt with other doctors in that industry where it's like they're like more square in the way where like they're afraid of losing their medical license. Right. So like I remember there's one doctor I talked to on the phone because there was a patient who wanted their prescription elevated, and they were just telling me I was like, obviously you can get this moved up, and the customer was like, yeah. The doctor's like, fuck no. So then I ended up calling the doctor just to kind of like inquire about their kind of like practices and their just whatever kind of thinking they have. And that's what it was. They're like, I don't want to lose my license. It's not worth it to me to prescribe people, that amount of milligrams. So his example was he doesn't want somebody to like take too much and then wake up in the middle of the night and then like be drowsy from it because of the high amount of THC and, fall and hit their head or some shit and try to sue them. But the thing is like, you're just not, that's what that's what they want. That's what they feel like they need. And if you're not actually going to be involved in their, what was that?
So was he giving them Valium?
Like, no, he was like, he just wanted them to have a low amount of THC. So the thing is, how this works is you can get dispensed through THC or you can get dispensed through CBD. So some doctors like him, they would get into the market and they would want to like basically, in my opinion, I think it was fucked up because he didn't give a fuck about her treatment or anything. He was just trying to cover his ass, and he had like this kind of like boomer vision of what cannabis is. So he was afraid to really honestly
give that psychedelic,
give what they wanted, but also wanted to be able to cash in on the fact that it was just a lucrative market and things. So so yeah, that was the problem. So he wanted her to take like basically just CBD. and didn't want to give her any THC, which is fine. Some people go in. Where I was working at the time, I was dealing with mostly old people, and a lot of those people are still like, they have the like reefer madness kind of propaganda in
taboo, brother.
Yeah, so they honestly don't want crazy amounts of THC, but that's why in my opinion, it's like you don't have to babysit them with that. You don't have to like give them such a low amount of THC. Like in 70 days, they would have been able to get like 2 products. And it's like, well, what if they found a product that they really loved and worked for them, and then now they can't get the supply? And then what I think is a better argument, maybe this doesn't map on to like the older customer necessarily, because they're not previously recreational users, but the reality is you end up pushing people into the black market, which I thought is what you're trying to basically get away from.
Correct.
Regardless.
Exactly. Yes.
So the idea of like right now, the standard for Florida is 2.5 ounces every 35 days.
Yes.
So the reality is when you put that limit on it, once somebody runs out of the 2.5 ounces, they don't just say, "Oh well, fuck, I guess I don't get to smoke weed anymore because the state said." No,
I guess I get to be angry today.
Yeah, exactly.
Come here, wife.
exactly. That definitely happens. And then
going back to alcohol. No,
alcohol it is. Yeah,
I got 7 days to wait. No, you gotta go right to your
well, I mean,
dealer,
and for those people, it's not even as simple as. I mean, your example still stands, but it's like. The reality is a lot of those people that like are heavy users, they're dealing with some kind of like debilitating like back injury or some kind of like, or people dealing with fucking, I don't know, like cancer is a common one where it's like,
my God,
you know, those people would be coming in and getting like RSO oils, which every RSO oil, you're talking about like 1,000 milligrams. So it's like, it's just,
so I was going to say like I have, they were talking about the topical, and I've always wanted to do the topical, but I never had my card. Like I didn't have my card.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to have someone go get that for me. Right. So especially the price. So when I got my card, I'm like, oh, sweet. I can finally get like one of those like icy hot things and go ahead and check it out. So I went and I'm like perfect with like the 50% off. So it's going to be like, you know, that $50 thing is going to be $25.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to get it. I'm prescribed 700 milligrams and it was 707 milligrams. So I couldn't even get one container.
This was topical?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so I'm prescribed something where I can't even get.
Yeah.
Like, let's say, because let's say I need something strong.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even fucking get it because I'm not prescribed enough.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
No, it is interesting. There's a few times that, I don't know why they would have it that low and have given you the route, but there are times that I had dealt with people that like didn't get a specific route at all for some reason. So, but why they would give you the route and then give you an amount that you can't even fucking use.
It said exceeded limit, and I'm like, what? So then I looked through my thing and it says 700. I'm like 707.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, the topical show was pretty cool. That was just a cool part of like working in the industry, like those kind of things that if I weren't getting like a discount or something on it, I would have never tried it. Mm-hmm. That was one of the cool things about being in that industry, like edibles and shit. You know, like for me, I'm not spending that money on edibles, especially in Florida where we have a limit. The state, once again, because they're pussies, they limit our edibles. So there's a limit of 100 milligrams per package. I mean, to put that in perspective, you can get individual gummies in like California that are 100 milligrams. So yeah, I mean, bullshit.
I'll hear people like Pat McAfee talk about like, I ate 100 milligram gummy. I'm like, bro, that would be the whole pack.
Yeah, that
literally like eating the whole pack.
Yeah, legally. And the thing
all
is,
right.
And there's no variety if you go to different stores, because it's a legal requirement or a legal threshold. If you go to different stores, there's no variety. They all are offering you the same amount of THC, basically. I guess there's variety.
5 or 10 a piece.
Yeah, there's variety in flavor, and I guess you could say maybe there's a variety in actual like quality of product, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. I don't buy that as much, to be honest. Yeah, it all tastes the same. Yo Chill said this is I might skip some of these and try to come back to them just because I know you guys have been cooking in the comments, so I don't want to miss anything that's like more topical. Let me see where we're at.
Topical.
So I'll do the first one here. Yo, there is not trust for the government in regards to this. I wonder what it is that allows you to trust them to do something like healthcare that affects a much larger population than say death row. Well, I mean, That's something I would love to contest with, but since we moved a little bit past it, I'll try to keep it brief. But I'll say, like with healthcare, the government's already shown an ability to actually address that in a more effective way than the private sector has. When you consider like Medicaid, in my experience, Medicaid's way more like streamlined and straightforward than dealing with some fucking insurance company that's trying to find any way to fuck me out of having to pay their portion, which I've been paying for them when I had no issues to do that. Insurance gets me fired up. So that's one of the reasons. But at another later on, I'm sure we'll end up coming back around to this. So just remind me of this, Yo Chill, because I do think it'd be that's an interesting point, interesting conversation. Government is a projection of ourselves. Do I trust any man to make a morally righteous choice if he thinks he will go unpunished? I wouldn't bet my life on it.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of that I don't think you're supposed to live life in fear of punishment, but I guess that's where a lot of people do. And I understand that as like a parent, because I used to think that way. Like my dad used to put fear. I mean, eventually that fear turned into like an understanding, and then you're learning. But it's like a whole different approach with my son,
Well, I think, but to Wiggy's point, just because I think you're kind of missing his point slightly, because I think his point is more about not living your life, but individual actions. He's saying like a person in basically a position of power, essentially, would he trust them to make a righteous decision on somebody else's behalf? Because we're talking about government.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about government.
So just government in general.
Yeah. So it's like,
I thought because he said any man. So
well, he did say any man.
I get you.
But he did say any man, but more because that's like anybody could be in that position.
I went too
exactly. But I do think that's like I said, these are fair points. So hearing you think that keeping them in prison for life is more punishment is an interesting angle. I mean, I do think that, to be honest.
I do,
yeah,
bro.
I do.
Like honest to God, I always find it funny.
There's no pussy in there.
No, bro. Listen, I always find it so funny because you watch like okay, so James and I both like we watch Big Brother and The Challenge and shows like that. I watch Survivor, Amazing Race.
Now you flipped how I feel about it. Now getting locked up sounds kind of fun.
No. What I'm saying is, I always find it so fascinating that people will watch Survivor and then they go on there and then one of the first things they say like almost every one of them says it like throughout. They're like, man, this is so much harder than you think. Like you watch your TV and you think this is gonna be easy. It's not.
Yeah,
and
I never would think that.
And I'm always like, where in what reality do you think sitting on an island for hopefully you hope 28 days without any real water, food, that you have to earn your rice?
Big Brother would be kind of easy though.
Big Brother,
you miss your family, of course.
Big Brother, you'll miss your family. Like I do feel like the constant 24-hour camera could start to eat at you mentally. But I just think like put yourself in jail for 35 days, just mentally. Think just 35 days.
Yeah.
Right. After 2 weeks, people have really like stopped writing. They stopped caring.
True.
Right. Like people move on.
Yeah.
You're in there. If you don't hit it off with the people you're around and you're doing a life bid, your life is going to be miserable. So you have to fit in how you fit in, regardless of how that is.
Plus, if you like do crimes to kids or something like that, you have a life full of getting your pussy pounded.
Yeah, you're already a target, which again you deserve to be.
You just kind of deserve to be.
But it's like there's it's its own ecosystem that's honestly so crazy because I have someone that I love with all my heart that has been in and out of the system, and there are times that he says, I wish I can go back because it's the only place that was like that had structure, right? That like, and he's doing great in life, but it's like, but he knew like, hey man, every day is going to be this way, right?
Tell that motherfucker to join the military and kill some terrorists for us.
But it's just fun. It's just funny. It's just funny because it's just like I don't know, people who look at that as like not torture.
Yeah,
it's like, man, only the sickest people find that place appealing.
Yeah,
and then it's like, yeah, that's exactly where they belong.
Yeah,
that's exactly where they.
Well, yeah, because they're broken in a sense. I mean, and ideally, if we had like a more healthy prison system, then maybe there would be some kind of rehabilitation potentially. But I'm not even being so naive as to assume that that's going to happen. I'm just saying it's, in my opinion, it is more of a punishment to have your life dictated and live in prison. I'm sure there are obviously cases where people end up thriving in prison, like fucking P. Diddy or some shit. So there I'm sure there are cases. Yeah, I'm sure he's loving it.
Especially if you got the commissary.
There's endless supplies of lotion. You just have to jerk a soulmate off to get it.
He's gonna get the most goods. His bank account's always rolling this side of there.
I think there's that. But yeah, so I mean, for me, I think that is like more of a devastating punishment rather than, I guess there's a certain amount of like pain that gets afflicted on the person when they die, but then after it's over, I mean, the punishment is over. So it's like, unless you believe in some kind of like righteous justice coming to them after that, which I wouldn't make laws based off of it. I don't have a lot of faith in, if I'm being honest. He said, I don't know. Ulysses is my boy.
Ulysses Grant?
No, he's talking about the Odyssey movie.
Oh yeah.
But the movie can never do justice to the Iliad in following the Odyssey. That was actually randomly. That was one of the first books that I read in school.
Me too, brother. And from that moment on, I have loved that. Like the Odyssey, the Iliad.
It's epic.
But yes, the book. My God, I know you're such a reader. We get it. Okay, but we have to love the movie.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. I have hope for it because it's Christopher Nolan. So I think he's going to do some really ambitious kind of things. It is Christopher Nolan, so I'm sure it's going to be incredible. And then the cast is awesome.
Turn your brightness up on your television because it's going to be a dark movie.
Yeah, it might be a little dark.
Camera lighting is going to be dark.
And they might the thing is, well, actually, I have a lot of hope for this because my biggest criticism of Christopher Nolan, and I don't usually have it, but sometimes he's just like too. I don't want to say artsy fartsy because I like artsy movies, but it's like, for example, Tenet. Bro, I still don't know what the fuck Tenet was about. I watched that movie 3 times and I'm still like, what the fuck? It's like the movie's not happening with you. It's just happening in front of you. And it's like I said, I don't know. Who knows what Tenet's about? I haven't met a person in the actual real world that has been able to explain it to me yet.
Have you ever seen Ryan Gosling's Beyond the Pines?
I have. It's a great movie.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it. Yeah.
So Ryan Gosling.
I don't think that's that confusing though, to be honest.
No, it's not that confusing.
Okay.
It's that's a 3-hour movie that really could have been in probably 2 hours. Well, like Chris Gosling's part was great, and then it's like all that happens, and you're like, okay, and then you're like, oh no, it's not over. Okay, there's gonna be like 20 minutes left, and then there's a whole other fucking movie.
Well, no, I agree with you on that.
Movie, and you're like,
that's what I was gonna say. I hear what you're saying because that movie kind of tells 2 stories, but they're like intensely connected.
And there wasn't a happy ending, and that broke my heart.
Yeah, but that's great film. Sometimes they tell stories that end sadly. I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually love that movie.
It was a great movie.
I've tried to get my mom to watch that movie because she hates Ryan Gosling. I'm like,
what?
But there's a few movies that she's watched where I'm like, I have to give you credit on that. She's just being stubborn. But yeah, he's like, she really loved Blade Runner 2049. I told her like that's epic. And then Brian, and I like Ryan Gosling. So, but yeah, but that movie, I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually think that is an amazing movie. So
it's kind of a tough watch.
It's a long movie and it doesn't necessarily, it's not like all happy for sure. But I would highly, highly recommend it. How they end up bringing the story together on the second half, I think is one of the coolest parts. And then the
bookend was nice.
And then the middle where you end up, where the thing that happens to Ryan Gosling's character, I won't spoil it for anybody that wants to go watch it, but that's one of the things that made it kind of so unpredictable and like
unpredictable for sure.
And it ended in a way, in that part of the story ended in a way which like felt so like grounded. Like in reality, those stories don't have happy endings.
It was the most realistic feeling.
Yeah.
So, and that's probably my big issue. Yeah. So I am someone who
you want to be lied to when you're watching the movie.
No. Okay.
You're like, they just have a blended family.
I want to cry happy tears.
You wanted to see them run a train on Ava Mendes together.
Yeah, that's
an interracial train. It would have been for liberalism. We're going to raise this boy together.
But it's like, I just like almost every movie I can watch, and like within like the beginning of the movie, you're just like, all right, like we already know where this is going, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people watch movies. A lot of movies can like always put it together.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, that was one movie where you were just like, I don't know where this is going.
Yeah, but I like that though. I personally like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It was a good movie.
Yeah. So check it out. A Place Beyond the Pines. If you haven't watched it, guys, go check that out. It's worth watching, in my opinion, and Paul's opinion. And then Yo Chill says, if death penalty is wrong, full stop, is Luigi Mangione an immoral person? I ask because people, not you, say he killed millions by denying care. So is that justified? He killed millions by denying care. Oh, you're saying because he killed the health guy, the CEO denied care. So yeah, that's a great question. And I would say that the act that Luigi did was immoral. I'm somebody like, I think the same thing kind of applies where it's like, in a reverse sense, where it's like, I understand if we're treating Luigi as like the executioner in this sense, since we're talking about the death penalty, I understand his motivations and all in the desire to want to like enact some kind of like justice on the healthcare system. But in a society where we have laws and that is civilized, if you kill somebody on the street, shoot them dead, no trial, that's against the law. And I think that where I see some of what his cause is around, and I think this is great because a lot of my politics might even align with Luigi's in a lot of ways as far as like our view of healthcare. So I think this is a great question, Yo Chill, to kind of like test how consistent I am on this or whatever. But yeah, I would say that, you know, he has to just accept that if you're going to be a quote unquote martyr, you got to sit down for that. What you did, you knew that what the potential consequences are.
Yep.
I think it sparked a conversation that did need to be had, and all those things I think can exist at the same time. But you killed a person with, like I said, with that. They weren't necessarily guilty in that case, even. So it's even more egregious, to be honest. Because at least in the situation of like somebody that's on death row, they've had a trial and all that. Go ahead.
I am a pro what Luigi did first. I believe that the people that have been destroying the lives of millions of people are the most evil people on the planet, that they need to be dealt with in ways that the government and the legal system seem to not give a fuck about. Okay, now and again, it's the only way that's going to happen is if people do it.
Yeah.
Now, when you go ahead and you decide, like you said, be a martyr, you're going to go down in history books as a martyr, and that's what you did. But there's a legal consequence that you're going to have to follow through with.
Yeah.
Just is what it is. The government's not going to come and say, "Hey, good job, Batman," and just let you out.
Yeah,
just isn't going to happen. But again, like as far as like my personal feelings, millions of people died at the hands of that CEO.
Yeah, I think I think that's why I understand the desire to want to justify it. And I think what we were talking about as far as like us living in a low trust society at this point in time. If I trusted, and if Luigi and whoever, you know, is in this position against the healthcare system at this point, I understand why they felt the need to enact justice in this way. But I think, like I said, that comes from a place of us not trusting that we can seek justice through the legal terms. So I think that's the right way to handle it, in all honesty. If we had a system that wasn't already bought and corrupt and paid for, in my opinion, then we would seek to find these kind of changes through, like, for example, rendering insurance companies and their practices obsolete by potentially socializing healthcare, or having some kind of like single payer system.
If more people who had, I mean, I don't know if there's what's the healthcare company? United Health, was it United?
Yeah. Healthcare United.
Yeah, Healthcare United is a publicly traded company or not, but like there are companies that, like, with millions of people bought into the stocks for their retirement. Technically, you are the board, like you are the shareholders. You could come up and have some kind of say with corporations, but it's going to be minimal. And the thing is, like, there just isn't much say. So yeah, I like we agree with that. Like that right now, it feels as if the people are powerless. Now, I will admit that what he did, although it was loud, although it shook the core, right? It didn't crumble anything. It didn't change anything. United's kept going. They're still practicing the same policies. Nothing changed. It didn't enact change within the government. It might have enacted some fear, but at the end of the day, it became more of a political like tool for the far right to say, see, these people are crazy that are against us.
Well, I think there's two things there. That one thing, because I want to push back slightly on, I think there was a story that came out recently about United Healthcare and them actually approving too many claims, and they're being like sued by stockholders. I'll have to, because I'm not exactly clear on it, but so there is kind of evidence to say that it did have some impact on how they went forward. And then also I would say, even if that wasn't the case, I think there not being like a clear one-to-one evidence that this thing happened and then this was the fallout of it, it doesn't mean that Luigi is like, or whatever. I don't even want to use him as an example necessarily, because I don't think it has to be him specifically. Somebody could have ignited some kind of like whatever, some kind of anger in him that caused him to do this. But my point being is that then that shows that that is potentially a effective way to drive some kind of change, attention. I mean, you see how many people kill the one guy that fucking killed himself because he has CTE. Right. Well, so it's like there's people willing to do this for even less justified causes.
Well, that's what I was going to say is him himself, though, right? Right. Yeah. Like it has to be that the people have to get behind it. Now again, not advocating for a French Revolution per se. Go out, drag out all the billionaires to the street, and
cut their heads
off. The heads off in the street. Not advocating for that, but advocating for you to rally behind the cause.
Yeah,
rally behind it and don't let it just be put out and let them ignite it with whatever they're going to put over it.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, if the goal is to get people to rally behind the cause, is killing somebody justified if it ends up getting the result that you're looking for example? I think you already said yes, though. I think you already said
justify again, like justified in what way? Morally, personally,
I almost feel like it
or
doesn't
legally?
Even matter, because you kind of already have said that it was justified because of the murder thing. Well, because of the millions of people dying based off decisions that
he didn't put a gun to millions of people's head, but he signed the pen.
No, I feel that. Here, let me run through a couple of these comments.
Here's a father and a husband and all that.
That's great conversation though in the chat tonight. I appreciate you, Yo Chill. You've definitely, it's very thought provoking, and same
chill,
with you,
brother.
Very chill, brother.
Or sister.
Yeah. Same with you, Wiggy, as well, of course. Definitely thought provoking conversation. So Wiggy says, I mean, we have to take sympathy on a man down and out on his luck, but teach him how to fish, not just leave him one. Okay, so that's as far as like, you teach a man to fish, he'll eat forever or whatever. I think morally we have bankrupted ourselves, surrendering our judgments of punishment to a moral framework built by cattle slavers. That kind of just says the whole game's been rigged from the very beginning. Trump's base loves trannies though.
Yo, they do.
They love fucking them.
They really do. They love to beat that meat to it.
Yeah, they love fucking pounding some trainee pussy.
Grinder always shuts down. I wonder why.
Exactly, yeah. Wiggy says, I think all of that is just the construction, man. ADD and ADHD. Humans are predatory hunters. Huge energy reserves, more than most, if not all mammals. People are going to have energy.
So I won't make this long, because I know we got comments to do.
Yeah, we're catching up.
I did see where I saw this a couple of years ago. This guy highlighted with ADHD that it's actually natural, because if you look at natural, like hunting and gathering, you have to, like, in order to spot like predators and stuff in bushes and then camouflage, you have to be able to have your mind constantly wander and not focus on one thing, but catch little changes here and there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
To catch berries and stuff like that. To really do all that, you have to have not catch berries, but see them.
I get it. That's a good point.
So it's like
anyway, that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought of that. Wiggy says school sucks. It is nothing more than daycare for children below the age of 12. Can you blame little engines with more fuel than sense to be bored with school at a young age?
I agree.
I agree, bro. Hey, me and you agree on this,
Wiggy. Too, brother. I feel that.
I totally agree with this. Like I said, I've had many arguments with my own woman about this shit. Other people's kids that I didn't even know, and I'm like, that fucking little girl is not goddamn autistic. She just doesn't want to talk because there's a lot of shit going on, and she just may be shy or whatever. So yeah, there's a race to fucking diagnose.
But it's always because you get these like checkbox parents and these checkbox things, and this is like me and like Parker's mom, like our big divide. And we co-parent, and through our co-parenting is, I don't care about the check marks. All that stuff is going to develop at different times.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I was great at math. I mean, I was on math team every year. What the fuck did it do? So it's like, like at the end of the day, like people develop at their own rate. I was super talkative. Parker wasn't at an age. He also watched his parents split right as he started to talk, and maybe there was something that went on with that. He was
maybe a confidence issue or something.
And that's where it became like with reading was I kept telling his teachers, I said, one, I feel like he has dyslexia, but not only that, like it's such a confidence issue because if he knows something, he's so boom, boom, boom. But when it comes with this, he's kind of real. He wants you to tell him he's right with everything he's doing with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, the teachers, like and I get it because they're busy. They're not paid enough to necessarily care enough.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, it's tough. And the school system is so tough. And especially, and I meant to say this earlier, but but it's almost as if you're not a robot, if you're not able to just fall in line, there's something wrong with you. We need to make it to where that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sound so like fucking, fuck the system, but that's how it kind of feels.
Well, no, I mean, if it's a thing that's having a like negative impact on the people that's supposed to serve to begin with, then you kind of do have to say fuck that system. Wiki says another hot take. The over-medication of recent generations have led to the direct rise of the new perceived mental illness we throw at people these days. I mean, that's another one. I mean, it's funny because I find the takes to be like even crazier when you don't say hot take. I think that's a pretty reasonable take.
100%. And then we get pushed McDonald's.
And he won't say anything. I'm like, and I'm a Nazi. Okay, cool.
And then you get pushed like McDonald's and all that shit for how long just to find out 15, 20 years later.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this shit leads to every single health issue.
This shit's made of cardboard. Whips.
Yeah. Sorry. Who would have thought putting lead in our fucking ice cream through sprinkles was going to be a bad thing?
Yeah. We thought they'd make them last longer.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, they
did. Inside of us.
Yeah. All these preservatives, we thought we were doing the right thing.
Yeah, they lasted longer.
Did you eat it? No, of course I would never put that in my body.
Exactly. Okay. They preserve too goddamn much. Wiggy says, I mean, THC is a small burst for a kid. Actually, my bad. Yo Chill said 11-year-olds copping an eighth of Bubba Kush is hilarious. That is hilarious. But I will say, I don't know if this has changed since I haven't been in that industry. But previously, you could get a prescription for kids, but kids couldn't get the route for actual flour.
Yeah.
So
you get edible or drops in their.
I think you might have been able to get them inhalation if I'm remembering right. So you actually could get them like a vape technically. Well, no, technically you could get them a vape. I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong on that, even, to be honest, because I'm going into my memory for that one. But definitely they weren't able to get the route that's called smoking. There's an inhalation route, and then there's a smoking route separate. They wouldn't be eligible for the smoking route, so that's how they would get around that. But you would. There's plenty of times I had people come in, and that may have even changed though, to be honest. So I don't know if that's even still the same, but that was the case. But to kind of like speak on that a little bit more, you would have parents where you would kind of look at them a little crazy. They'd come in with their kids and, they'd get a few extra things that you did kind of have to wonder, like, is that for Timmy, or is that one for mom?
Who's that for, Bethany?
Exactly. But that is fucking hilarious. And then Wiggy said, I mean, THC is a small burst for a kid, won't hurt. It's less harmful than SSRIs or alcohol. Should you let a 13-year-old smoke all day? No.
No.
But should you also put them on the fucking murder pill? Maybe not.
Agreed.
Maybe not. But then there'd be no issue with that one. Then Yoshio says, if these doctors aren't compensated the way they are, do we trust these same doctors that don't listen to Paul's family and are in a different that are in on different rackets to get money? Would they provide the same service? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, one thing that you could say is one we'd have to kind of define, like, if they're not paid what they're paid, are they still paid like something that's like a great livable kind of like more than livable? Like so we mentioned that it should be a
like a brain surgeon.
Yeah, you should be compensated.
Can we agree that like $750,000 a year would be a comparable pay for a brain surgeon? Like,
that sounds wonderful.
Can we say the ER doctor's $250,000?
But one thing I want to say though, also, if we peel back and we don't make it solely about like become a doctor because you're going to be paid the most, maybe we also attract people that are more getting into that field maybe we're able to cater to those people that are looking to get into that field that are more in it because they're like, hey, I want to help people, I want to make people feel better or whatever.
To do that, you would first have to you first have to attract them to go to this medical school by not having to be so much money.
Yeah.
And then you can attract the best. And that's where you get your best, your most kind-hearted, not your people who grew up, really, really well off.
Yeah, well off. Exactly.
And then their families were able to put them through it all. And then they get in, and then their entire thought process is profit-based and money-based.
Sure.
Because their daddy is a CPA for,
Well, even this, though, by the way, just to contest with your point, maybe in like a system where we're specifically creating a system that is focused on providing the best care, maybe we wouldn't have a system that rewards, for example, plastic surgeons more than we reward like somebody who is a heart doctor or something like that. So where we have
1,000%,
we have people who are amazingly talented, but they choose to get into something like plastic surgery, which I'm not even. I don't want to. Well, I also don't want to lessen plastic surgery entirely because there's people that have burns, but things like that. But you know what I'm getting at overall.
Let's be frank, okay?
Of course,
what you're saying is 100% correct. You're a boob doctor who sees sitting there and getting every girl boob and is pretty perverted with it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they're squeezing the titties.
Yeah, they're doing some weird shit. Okay?
They're honking the nipples so they can remember them later.
Definitely giving some discounts for certain favors.
Oh man.
Okay,
just because their hands on certain tits.
Yeah, listen, instead of 25,000, 15,000 for it.
Yep.
Okay,
this is not me and Paul. We are not.
I'm just saying. Let's be honest. Okay, while you have a heart surgeon that's not making nearly as much.
Yeah.
Saving little Timmy's life.
I made it to season 2 of Nip Tuck. I know what the fuck those bastards do.
Listen, I watched Good Luck Chuck. Okay, I definitely
dirty boy.
So like I get it 100%. And again, like I'm always on the thing where I get it as an HVAC technician. I'm not out saving a fucking life.
Yeah.
At the same time, I am providing a service where people are fucking sweating their ass off.
Oh, dude.
And then I have to go sweat my fucking ass off and work hard to fix that, right? And then, we get paid a very modest living, okay? But it is what it is, and I'm not going to compare myself to a doctor. However, the person selling the fucking medical equipment or the medicine, the little pharmaceutical rep,
sure,
they shouldn't be making twice what the fuck I make.
Sure.
And with the way that the current market is, it's exactly what it encourages. So it's like we in our system, one of the things that kind of like grinds my gears the most with not like, one of the things is just the way that we value certain jobs in this country versus others. And what basically, if you sell your soul and you sell your consciousness, then that's where all the money is. And it's always like, and then all the people who sit there and do like honest work, you're basically at the bottom.
I can't fully agree with you, Paul, but I do. I relate to your general message. I'll say that I do feel your general message, and I understand where it's coming from. I'm extremely passionate about things like workers' rights and things like that. And I do think that you're undercompensated. There's no question.
Plumbers, electricians, teachers.
Yeah, of course. Well, no, and like
cafeteria ladies.
Like what you said, as far as like saving a life, I mean, can we draw it like a 1-to-1, whether or not you saved a life today or whatever? But it's like, there's no doubt that the job that you do raises people's quality of life significantly. Like, I don't know about other Americans, but that's one of the reasons I couldn't imagine living in some other countries that don't readily have
England?
the AC. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck how mild the weather is.
I need my bitch cold.
I need to be able to control my environment like God. I don't give a fuck about all that. Yeah, give it what the fuck ever. If these but that's by the way, great point there, Yo Chill. And like I said, I appreciate you asking these like thought-provoking kind of questions.
We just live in a country where we have executives and people that make so much money, and it's not just executives, it's all of it. They make so much money, and it makes the cost of living higher because obviously they have to make their money, and then everybody has to make their money on top of it. And it's like, if we just pull back how much money people make and devalue it, right, in the sense of what we think people should make, then the cost of living will be better and people would have a better quality of life in this country. We just have such a high end thought process of what we're supposed to do. And maybe it's because of shows like the OCs and all this, where it's like all you see is this like high luxurious lifestyle, and everyone thinks that that's what life is supposed to be. And it's like, I don't know. I don't get it. But like I said, it's just like when you look at the disparity, it's like, man, there are jobs that are making $500,000+ a year, and you look and you're like, man, but yet there are people who are doing much more like valuable work for society that are not getting by.
Yeah, I mean,
which I guess that is, again, that's life, that's America. Yeah, go get it. I get it. But.
Yeah. And then Yo Chill said you can bump it up to 6 ounces if you pay like $60. Very nice. Okay, so that's when we were talking about the ounce limits. 35. It's 2.5 for 35 days.
So wait, I can pay $60 more.
That's certain doctors. So what he's talking about is you could get an exemption. I actually have an exemption myself, and it was something like that. I just had to end up paying the guy, but I had to really.
I'll do whatever it takes.
I mean, it's I found the guy like not that long ago. It was probably a week ago or something like that, because I had to call around a bunch because my card was renewing. So I asked the first person, and they were just like, "No, we don't do that." Second person, "No, we don't do that." And then I found this other guy who's like, "Yeah, we'll do it." And it was I don't remember if it was $60, but it was something like that. So whenever I go to the doctor appointment, hopefully he blesses me with that, because I don't know if it's 6 though. I think he said 5, so I think it's double.
Either way,
yeah,
2.5 ounces over 35 days. I mean, not that it's not a decent amount of weed. I mean,
I'm blowing that shit down.
But brother, I mean, if you're an everyday smoker,
yeah, exactly. I need my shit I'm self-medicating. Yo Chill says, or maybe it's 4.5. You can double it per 35 days. Yeah,
my back's out.
Right. That's exactly right. Wiggy says, just let me pay I'm growing weed on my land tax. I swear. How hard is that, Mr. Government? Yeah, 100%. In some places, I don't think that we're there yet. There was something that was being passed around. The idea that people would be able to grow a certain amount at home. I don't think we're there in Florida.
I don't think we're there.
Yeah, not even if you have a medical card, I don't think. And then Yocho says, swear to God, please do. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Wiggy says, it's wild because I have a theory that some of the biggest opponents of legalization in Texas are funded by people and companies in states where it is legal. I think there's definitely potential for that. And also companies that already are extremely established. I've seen situations like that. So bigger companies that want to really take hold of that Texas market, they could petition and lobby to try to ensure that it stays a medical market. So there's a higher sort of threshold to crack into that market. So only the most wealthy established companies are able to break in. So that's definitely possible. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. And then Wiggy says here, my mom eats 1,000 milligram THC gummies every now and then. Hopes her keep it chill. Yeah, she's probably
send them our way. Who said this? We?
She's lit,
brother. Listen, we'll meet up you're in West Texas.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
We'll or East Texas. We can meet up in like Alabama, like
meet me on the border, Wiggy.
Gulf Coast of Alabama. Let me get some of those 1,000 milligram gummies.
You might be getting that shit.
I need to go
see border. I don't even know who the fuck is making that one. But
Jesus, Chill says, you get that from the cartel.
Yeah, that was a cartel gummy.
The ice dropped that one. Ice people dropped it off.
The Yo Chill says no video games, and he spelled it like that, by the way.
No video
games. For life sounds terrible. That was talking about the jail, probably.
Oh, brother, that would be horrible. No Rainbow Six.
But actually, imagine. But the thing is, think about how much more fun prison immediately gets if they let video games happen there. I might actually sign up. I'm talking about every single day,
bro.
Every single day we're having Madden tournaments.
I'm not gonna lie to you. So sometimes I thought about it, like, man, if I just went into 30 days, it would be like a great rehab,
just
like,
a reset.
Like if you just go in there and you just get to like lay down and read all day. Right, you just get to like really work on yourself. Say, you know what, I need to give myself a tolerance break.
Bro,
what better way?
With a fucking college degree, you come out a lawyer.
Come out with a 6-pack. I'm going in there. I'm just working out every day.
All right. Well, you choose a 6-pack. I'll choose being a lawyer.
You know, maybe a new friend. Maybe we'll go with a new best friend.
I'm sure we'll meet a few new friends up in there.
A few new bestie friendlies. But no, like what's wrong in this country to where shrooms still aren't legal? Like, how bad has it been for Portland? Oregon's the state that legalized shrooms, right? You can do shrooms.
Yeah, I think it's Oregon and maybe Washington.
Yeah, like how's that going for them?
Let's see.
Has anyone heard any news on that?
I actually had a friend that was trying to
get
involved in that industry.
I need blue meanies. Like I really like. I wish I'd go to the store and buy some because it's like I really need a whole like refresh again. It's been a little bit, and it's like, you know, again,
so Oregon and Colorado are the first states to have regulated programs for psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms. Oregon legalized the supervised use of psilocybin and decriminalized it in 2020. Colorado is now issuing a license for medical assisted use, following Oregon's lead. Additionally, several cities have decriminalized or deprioritized psilocybin.
I haven't had more productive days than the 2 days after taking mushrooms.
You said what was that?
I've had more productive days than the 2 days after taking mushrooms. It's like it's like a whole mental refresh.
I feel a bit renewed after that. I get that. I do get that. Also, I get how it's just fun and just let adults do things that they find
fun.
You know, if it's not, it doesn't even have to be necessarily, you know, black and white beneficial. Maybe people do it because they're like, hey, I personally took something from that.
Yeah.
You know, so like, what the fuck does it matter?
Not hurting anybody.
Not hurting anybody. Exactly. Let people do what the fuck they want to do. As long as it's not hurting people. Yep. So Wiggy says jail is a horrible experience for any person who likes to make their own choices on life. Think of the zoo. Does anything in there look mentally happy? No. That was the answer to that. And he said that's about as flowery as I could put it. I think that smells like a bunch of roses. And I think that's extremely accurate. And I think that's
what we do to humans. For what reason?
I mean, but I think in cases, there are cases in which we do that. I think what Wiggy's saying there, I don't know if he's in agreement with me or not, but and Wiggy, if you could let me know, because I'm curious, because you did lay out kind of those philosophies that I want to look into after the fact, but what's your stance on it? Where do you fall on it as far as the death penalty goes? But I think that's what he's talking about as far as like
torture,
it potentially
torture.
Being a worse fate than just, you know, shooting the person up with some drugs or electrocuting them, hanging them,
giving them an out. Motherfucker, I'm suffering in the real world. You go suffer every day. Stuff, bro. The other night I sat there and I was lying awake. I was like, I'm 32, and I'm already having these like feelings in my body and like mentally. It's like, 50 more years.
You're just ready to end it.
I'm not saying that. I'm fearing. I'm like, how am I going to make it?
Like the death penalty sounds sweet.
How am I going to make it 50 more years?
How do I
my body's not going to get me there.
How exactly do I take advantage of this death penalty you're talking about?
Mentally, I'm already like, man, this life. Where's the reason?
Sometimes it feels like it'll never end, but the sad part is it will, brother.
It will. And that's the saddest part is. But like, bro, like think about it. I don't want everyone to think about it, but I do. About just like how life would be if any part of your immediate like family were to be without the other, like one of you guys for an extended period of time, like that. It could never imagine. So it's like, man, it's just sad. Man, it's just sad part of life, and that's where it's like sometimes you think like, is it worth bringing more kids into the world when it's like, you know, that like the only thing that like is waiting, there's a lot of enjoyment, but the sadness is horrible.
Yeah, but think about all the
and the end game is
think about all the beautiful enjoyment that you get in between. Then if and I know there's a lot of shittiness and like there's some people that are born into like the most horrifying situation you can imagine, but for you that wouldn't be the case if you had kids. So let's just think about this, like 97% of that person's life is going to be actually beautiful things, and they're going to be amazing things if they actually take them for granted,
or
don't take them for granted.
Or I could pass when that child is 3 years old and they grew up without their dad for their entire life, and that's a pretty sad existence.
That's a possibility, but they could even still have, believe it or not, without you there, they could still have
a good life.
Yeah.
The world doesn't stop when I die.
That'd be a challenge.
Is that what you mean? Oh God.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
No. But again, I said that, but for real, like you said, then you're just like, why? Like, again, it's all beautiful, but at the end of it, if you don't get to remember any of it, like, that's so like sad, and that's where like the whole belief in the afterlife is great.
Yeah, I'm not even making that argument though,
and it's great to have it.
But I'm not even making that argument because I don't think that has to be true.
And then
in order
all
for
death.
Hold on, because I want you to respond to what I'm saying. Because I'm responding to what you're saying right now. the fact that it happened is something in itself.
So
it's like whether you get to like hold that memory forever. Like let's just say, for sake of the argument, you die and then it's just like the lights are off and like just nothing. You have no experience, which we can't even really understand what nothing is, right? Because we only experience something. So it's like, but let's just, for the sake of this argument, since neither of us are like particularly like religious in that way, I think just the fact that you had that time to spend in whatever kind of like conversations or like just beautiful moments that you shared or whatever, that in itself was what made it worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
no, and again, and I agree with that. And life is beautiful and all that it is. Again, like I'm someone who I like to soak up every beautiful moment of everything. And it's like every view in anything. So it's like, I do. I just also at the same time always take in what's sad. And it's just like, bro, like you think like at the end, is how painful is death? Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, and it's like no one's gonna be able to tell you because you know they're not there. I mean, there are a few people that like can tell you like what they felt when they.
Well, I mean, we could say how we feel about when other people die.
No. Yeah. But like I always said I like to die in my sleep.
Okay.
All right, because it's gonna be painless. Yeah. Is it?
Yeah. Who knows?
Is it like is it painless?
Well, but hold on. Ready? I'm listening.
Okay, people have died being drowned. They have died on fire. They have died being extremely ill or being mauled by something or being beaten to death. And you got kids going through that. You have all this. So again, it's just like that part of it always gets me in a way where it's like, damn, just the thought that that's what you're automatically signing up your child.
You're not automatically signing them up to be ripped apart by a
that. I'm not saying they're definitely gonna be, but I'm saying just that world
that happens in, and that potentially is like
you're automatically in, and no matter what, there is no happy like there is no necessarily happy ending. There is happiness, but the ending is always going to be there. And there's always going to be a situation where you're the last one or someone that you love is the last one.
Well, no, because you make more family.
Right. But
ideally.
Okay. So in my household, like with my wife and son, right? Like, let's say it's just us three. Mm-hmm. At some point, there's going to be one left, right?
No. And can I tell you why?
Because where son get married.
He's going to have a son.
Right. But it's still just in that. It's
no, and I understand
that. Right.
And
so it's like, and it's like, so it's just not that it's not worth it.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
But that's the question, though.
What?
That is the question. Is it worth it?
Of course,
because you're right.
Of course, it is. But it's just like wow.
Because we got a far.
That's what we're doing.
I want to jump in just because I think like you have interesting things. The things that you're saying that kind of make me think of other things. Like even like let's just go with your example, which I think is a loaded example. It's not necessarily fair, but I want to engage with it anyways because it really tests the theory that we're running with here. As far as like somebody being ripped apart by bears, if you were told, and I don't know how horrible your life has been, but I'm assuming you've had generally like a good life generally. Yeah. So if you were told, Paul, you can have the life that you've lived already and like for pretty much like a as good life going forward. But at the end, inevitably, you're going to be ripped apart by a bear. That's how you're going to die. Would that still be made? Would that make it worth it? I think so. Because I mean, just think about this. Okay, let's just say ripped apart by a bear and get to experience your son being born and get to experience your life with your son and all the times you're just like when you hear him laugh, you're like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, why does their laugh? Why is it so adorable?
But my thing will be, can I like die a different way than by a bear?
No, but that's not that. But no, the point of the argument, right? The point of the argument is just because I'm using your hypothetical. And I think it's good in this way because it tests it to the most extreme. Most people will die in a less heinous way than that. But even if you're going to die in that way, isn't still the rest of the experience ultimately worth it? Because like, I mean, I wouldn't trade having no experience and then missing and then being able to avoid getting ripped apart by a bear, which admittedly sounds fucking horrible, but also kind of bad.
They play with you first. Like it's gonna be so painful first.
Okay, like how you might be embarrassing, but think your dad's gonna be like, I mean, your son's gonna be like, my dad was ripped apart by a fucking bear, bro. No. Give me some sympathy sex. Okay, well, give me some sympathy sex. And also, like, bro, he might. Imagine, bro, your middle name is fucking Bryant, named after Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant. It's actually how you should
go. What a poetic way.
It should actually. It is how you should go.
Here we go. Yeah, no.
Hey, if any Bears are watching this.
Yeah. I'm your guy.
Yeah, come eat Paul.
Yeah. I'll let you know when I'm in Alaska.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
No, but for real.
Your whole life you avoid Alaska, afraid of bears.
No, but for real, like you sit there, like, man, there was this thing I saw on Facebook of like a cop that was like vomiting because he pulls this lady over or whatever, and then like while searching her car finds her like children's corpse in the car under stuff, and it's like, dude, like they were like beaten. Yeah. It's like they're 4 and 5.
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that it's like that was their life.
Yeah.
Like, and you can't prevent that, like us from afar. Yeah. But that's just the thing where it's like, God, like
I think you could. I think we could conceptually come up with an experience that would be so torturous that you would, in fact, wish that somebody never experienced that and just didn't. I could. So yeah, like a situation like that where somebody has like an abusive parent who abuses them for, their entire life and then ultimately ends up dying at the hands of the parent as a child. I think there's cases that you could come to and be like, well, it probably would be better if that person never experienced anything, I guess, which even then I think there's probably an argument to be had, but I would be more open to that. But what we're talking about is your example of like that you consider, just because I want to paint it for the audience, anybody that's here and came in a little later, is that you had mentioned that you kind of like struggle with the thought of like having another kid bring him into this world. So you, as like somebody who's a good dad and like you're going to be like emotionally available to them, supportive, like there's not really any reason more people like you need to have kids.
No, yeah,
because we need to have more kids that come from like, but either way,
I just always and then you think about like, oh man, like what if the country takes like a wild turn? Like there are people like, like the people born in Ukraine 15 years ago, did they foresee like where they're at now, or even Gaza, you know what I mean? And it's like stuff like that. But I don't know, like when you just think about certain things, like abusive parents, like I remember I was leaving the movie theater in Fort Myers, we just got there to go watch a movie, and there was this dad that was in the van next to us, like he was like yelling at his 2 sons walking up to the van.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they got in the van, like the one kid, like he was like complaining because he wanted something. And the dad, like, flat out, like, backhanded him.
Oh, shit.
Bro, and I'm standing there, and I'm, like right in front of me. And, like, I have the urge to, like, beat the shit out of the dude.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I think to myself, and I'm like, if I beat him up, he's going to feel more, like, embarrassed and angry and probably take it out on his fucking son.
He might not put his hands on his kids in public, though.
Yeah, but it's just going to get worse at home.
Maybe.
But
I don't know.
But that's the fucked up part where it's like,
fucked up.
It's like, damn, but again, you can't prevent. Like,
and also plus you would definitely, there'd be some trauma that those kids are taking on after seeing their dad get his ass beat, like, in the parking lot. So it's like, even the unintended consequences like that, I think for sure. So, I mean, it's fair to really consider that. Did you have anything to say? No. And I'm going to read some more of these comments. Wiggy had said here, think about that flooding in Texas, most likely caused by that kid entrepreneur. He killed a village, little girls, dozens, little boys, fathers and mothers for money, bottom line.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, just because we're a little bit behind because we started to get really into
what kid entrepreneur?
Remember the Texas flood? They were saying, I don't know the specifics on that story, Wiggy, to be honest, but I do know that there was like some
the one from the rain.
Well, they ended up there's like some kid that they ended up like rain. Like I remember seeing him speaking on the news or some shit, and he's like, it actually wasn't us that caused the flood or whatever. They had to apologize for it. Here, let me just pull it up real quick.
He's having her.
All right. Yeah, it's
but that's just so sad too.
No, and what exactly are you? Is that in reference to the Wiggy? Just because, like, I'm trying to remember what we were talking about that would be related to. Entrepreneur involved in.
Yeah, I derailed it.
No. We were having a good conversation. That's why I got a little wrapped up in that, and I didn't get to these comments, so it's all good. So Dell Technologies founder Michael and Susan Dell donated $1 million through their foundation. Okay, let's this shit. It wants to tell me about the other people that like donated money. No, we want to know. We want to hear about the motherfucker that caused it. CEO responds, "Oh, it's the cloud seeding conspiracy." Okay. At the center of Texas, so probably this guy right here. How a California cloud seeding company became the center of a Texas flood conspiracy. A California-based cloud seeding company called Rainmaker was accused of causing this month's deadly flood. Let me know if this is in relation to what you're talking about. Before I get too into it, Wiggy, I don't want to. Maybe you're talking about some other kind of. Sean Ryan had an interview with the kid. I didn't watch that. Yeah, I'll have to double back around for that.
Anything just to say that it was just a bad storm.
Yeah, like I said, that story I wasn't as familiar about. We didn't talk about it much, so I didn't dig deep into it, to be honest. But I do remember, kind of like I said, I remember like a headline or something that I saw regarding what he's talking about. Yo Chill said, regarding the system of insurance, what percentage of claims would United Health have to approve to meet the threshold of not to be killed? So I guess this is more your question, I guess.
100%. Is that what you want? No. I don't know. I mean, it's fucked up because I get what you're saying, but it's also kind of disingenuous when you really look at the situation and you have how many videos of doctors and I'll just stick with doctors, but doctors telling their stories about how that specific insurance company was denying things that they were saying that needed to be done.
Well, they were implementing like AI that was declining like some insane amount of claims and things. So, there's I think reason to be concerned, and I think the one thing that probably what you're going to try to convey here is that you just would ask that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that what we want is the insurance companies to approach those situations not with profit as the first kind of motivator, and that is the case. They want to find out how can we avoid paying this claim,
and we all know this.
And by the way, they're a business, so it's like I get why they think that way, but that's why it's inherently a corrupt system, because they are acting in their own self-interest and so on and so forth. But in a country like America, the most wealthy country in the world, I think it's a reasonable thing. That do you need a charger?
I mean, if you still need it,
I can for a minute. It's slow, but I'll just need it back soon. But is there anything you want to say on that? I didn't want to hijack it.
I've said it before, but I'm trying to remember. Like when you look at the richest companies in the country and in the world, insurance companies are always among the top. Yeah, and it's like how can something that's designed to be there as our protection of our life, right, in our health, be so profitable that they are the richest in the world? You know what I mean? Like
because we have an unhealthy society.
Well, but that's also the issue. Is like, okay, so I can pay so because of my wage, I have to pay $400 a month. So I have to pay $4,800 a year out of my paycheck. And then when I go to the doctor, when I need medical help, I still have to go ahead and pay hundreds to thousands out of pocket. It's like that's like we can all agree that that's bullshit.
Yeah,
that shouldn't cost people that much money, especially when people need their money for the cost of living that constantly goes up.
Yeah, and how tight that is, and we do have to just acknowledge that those kind of things are deterrents, and those are deterrents that disproportionately impact poor people, the people that are going to make the decision not to get like a cavity filled or not to get a root canal or something. It's going to be poor people that are going to make that sacrifice because they can't afford it. So it's like,
and really with it going to like government running the insurance, what are you cutting out? You're cutting out CEOs and executives. The doctors are still going to get paid. The nurses are still going to get paid. Like all these people are still going to get paid. You're cutting out the middleman. So that way the American taxpayer, the American citizen can go ahead and benefit in the long run.
I want to frame it, Yo Chill, like this with you, because I think that we would have probably some agreement here, because like, I don't want to mischaracterize your argument, but it does seem like, for example, like you're kind of like struggling, rightfully so, with like the idea that like people's money should like matter in a way. You know what I mean? Like people having more money should like in a sense matter. And I think that where we would, and that's why we were talking about like, you know, attracting doctors and things like that, why this is separated from those kind of conversations in my mind. And it's not in reality. And I would concede that to you. But why I think that it has a negative impact on this is because I don't think that somebody having more money, for example, should result in them having like a different level of healthcare necessarily. I think that, like, for example, somebody should have the access to things. Like, it just gets to the point of like, in a civilized society, is it a human right? You might disagree with that. I think it actually is, personally. That's how integral I think it is to our experience at this point as human beings. Mm-hmm. And I think like access to healthcare for, you know, anybody that's in a society that could provide it, it should be there. And I think that's why, and we talked about it before, I guess, so I don't want to have that same kind of like argument, Yocho, but we see just about every other society that's on our level as a society, they do already provide it. So it's like, you know, it's not as if there's not proof of concept to a degree. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's like this kid's dad shouldn't die due to heart failure because his profession, because he made $60,000, $50,000 a year, and then this kid's dad be able to get treated, or you know, find the issue beforehand, because they make more money. I just feel like that should be like a very easy concept to like agree to. It's just that like,
well, and money should just be removed from it. If it ends up being a situation where the one guy dies because he's just doesn't want to go get it checked because he doesn't want to go get it checked, then he doesn't want to make time for it, that'll happen still.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it shouldn't. The reality is, a lot of people make that decision because they're like, we can't take on fucking $500 payment or something like that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the doctor. He's gonna say you're gonna have to go get these tests done. I can't afford the test.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm not,
or insurance doesn't cover that, or you know, whatever. Like that's one of the reasons why people applaud Obamacare, for example. Specifically, one of the things that he gets the most credit for, rightfully so, is the pre-existing condition things.
Yes,
because there was a point where that was the case in this country, where insurance companies would tell you to just go fuck off because you already had some condition, even though the fucking service that they provide is basically our means to seek out the medical care.
And that's what's bullshit is you can really look at, well, hey, you got hurt in 1997, so it looks like that this really, we can't help you. You've had this problem for 30 years, and it's like, no, like all that shit's bullshit. And yeah, the insurance companies used to be able to do that. So again, I don't think that the conversation should ever be that insurance companies are good and that insurance companies do right by people. I feel like that we should all be able to, at this point, agree that that's not the case. How we regulate our government on running the insurance, like that, I can understand. Like understand like if we want to have the conversation like how we do how we reconfigure our medical system around removing insurance companies.
Yeah. I'm looking up. I see there's another comment. So Yoshio said, as of now, according to what I saw, which could be wrong, they approve 70% as a whole. So that's talking about, that goes to the question of basically how much do they have to.
So that's them as of now.
According to what Yoshio was saying, I don't know how, because he said it could be wrong. So maybe that's just kind of like the surface level, like Google AI thing. So we'll have to look into that. Let me just get through some of these comments. If it ends up coming back to healthcare, I'd love to continue talking about it, but I want to get to a lot of these comments. We're a little behind. And then Wiggy says, we disassociate the death caused in the name of profit every day in this country. It's so deeply ingrained that we can't even see on how many levels we replaced every moral standard by margins of social growth. Okay. Hello. He went hard on that. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point, because it is kind of what you're talking about, Paul, where you're saying like, the death, we separate the company from the death that it causes. Yep. And you're saying like in reality, you're laying that the blame for those deaths at the feet of the companies involved, which, I don't think is completely wrong. I understand there's a nuanced kind of way to see that. And Yocho, like I said, I appreciate you providing that kind of perspective in the chat, to be honest. I think it helps with the conversation. So I really do appreciate it. I don't want to deter you from, hopping in here and really speaking your mind on that. It's been a joy going back and forth. Yocho says THC suppositories, mom. So, and by the way, that's definitely, there's that route was there. I never sold anything that they recommended shove up your ass, but there was one person that came in one time and they have suppositories for THC. Yeah. And like I said, they have it mapped out as a route that the state recognizes. Funny. No, he's correct. Well, I mean, maybe he was being funny, but he's correct. Yeah. And they have it as a route that your doctor can select. So it's like, I never worked anywhere where there was a product. What a ride. I
wonder how that feels.
There was somebody that came in. You could imagine, like, there was somebody that came in, and then you had like all the ladies that were working there talking. They're like, hey, he's gonna put it in his ass.
So
he's asking about suppositories.
So does it melt in there? Does it like? Do you shoot it in there? Is it like a liquid form?
I mean, honestly, I think you'd probably.
Questions.
I have no idea. I guess you would take it. Like I said, I never saw the actual product meant for that.
I don't know what a suppository.
I imagine you probably could take a pill up your asshole, I guess. Right?
I've seen Steve-O butt chug.
That's what I'm saying. I think you could take a pill up your ass. If you guys are just now tuning in, make sure you subscribe, show some love. This is what we talk about all the time.
As far as I've seen going with all that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
Not positive. People put gerbils.
If I ever meet a person that does, though, I'll make sure to get their process, get a rundown on their whole process.
There has to be a Reddit page.
Huh?
There has to be a Reddit page.
Oh yeah. The Yocho, by the way, said we already know livable is not enough for humans on average. That is livable. Trying to think, maybe like a livable
wage.
Maybe, I'm not sure. If you're talking about something like that, I mean, I would kind of argue that we've even really reached that threshold. But
I feel like there are people who are okay with the bare minimum.
There are people
who are very okay with just getting by. There are people who, and that's my argument is like people act like if the government gets more involved, that people are just going to basically stop working and just be like, oh, okay, it's given to me. And it's like, those people already exist and they already do.
Yeah.
Okay. You have your go-getters, you have your in-betweeners, you have your I'm just getting by, then you have your no drive.
Yeah, but I think a lot of those people that are go-getters or whatever, they're motivated by the reward. If you take away the potential for the same kind of reward, then maybe that's the whole idea of capitalism being the really enabling innovation and things.
Yeah. So that I get. And
it is a fair argument.
And it's that's too far.
Yeah.
But it's to suggest that saying, hey, you can't make $1 billion a year is well, you're fucking stopping them from ever wanting freedom. Like you're stopping them from wanting to succeed. It's no, they'll still be the richest fucking people in the world.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, is it good for the country and society, or is it just good for these few individuals? And it's at some point, the 300 million people, 337 million people that aren't billionaires have to sit there and go, okay, what's fair is fair. Maybe football players, and I love NFL football players. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Instead of getting $400 million contracts, $300 million contracts, bring it down a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Bring back down I don't blame them. Listen, I'm not one to say that my ticket for the Dolphin game is up because Tua got paid more money. It's because Stephen Ross has to pay them more money, but he still wants to make billions of dollars.
Yeah.
So it has to offset. If Stephen Ross didn't want to make as much money as he wants to make, you can still keep prices down and pay your players more money.
Well, I mean, in reality, the teams would just,
You're still going to stay up.
This might sound a little scary, but I think we should even go potentially further than that. I mean, I could see potentially sports being basically a revenue driver for the state. And I think that there's an argument.
Seems like it's there now.
Well, it is there now, but I mean, as far as just getting the billionaires out of the situation. So, because the argument would be okay, if you're not the billionaires are there to make the money. So if they're not there to make the money, then would they not like, be there to like build the stadiums and put money towards building the stadiums and having the team in the first place? But I would say, and I think that the way that we would fight that would be that the state would take that over.
Yeah, which you already look at. If you're going to go ahead and build a new stadium, the owners aren't paying for that stadium right now anyways. It always goes back to the city or the county or the state. They always
they pay in a lot of cases, or they end up like, or they're just like, it's just like anything where they're it's borrowing money here and there. So always, it's like, I get it.
It's the bullshit. Which again, it's always funny that you always blame the bottom end instead of the top end.
Yeah.
So I'm.
No, but I agree with you though. I think the athletes should be paid less as well.
You look at the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Bro, their stadium, like Arthur Blank has it. I'm telling you, when we went and watched Alabama play the Hurricanes there a few years ago, bro, the hot dogs are $1.50.
Yeah,
drinks are $1.50.
Really?
Hamburgers are $2.50. Fries are $1.50. Like everything's so cheap, and it's like, and is that way for when the bowl game was there, the national championship game was there? Prices stayed that way at the concession stand. It's affordable.
Why is that? Who's
that's Arthur Blank, the Atlanta Falcons.
So he just makes that decision to charge less.
Yeah, okay. It's his building. Cool, yeah. and it's like, because they don't need to fucking they don't need to charge $14 something for a fucking.
Yeah, I went to a Buccaneers. Could you actually refill this for me, please, babe? That edge is not on camera, so you can grab that. Yeah, I went to a preseason fucking Dolphins Buccaneers game, and fucking chicken tenders were like $14. It was something crazy. It might have been more than that, to be honest. It might have been like $20 chicken tender
bucks bucket. At PDQ. You can go get PDQ there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I should have went there.
It's just at the Ed Sheeran. Yeah, the Ed Sheeran concert did that, and the Alabama USF game.
Oh yeah,
like, yeah. But it's like, yeah, it's way too much money, and it's like, you as the owner, you as the organization, you still have the option. No one's forcing you. The government, nobody's putting the gun at your head and saying you have to go ahead,
bro. Make the game cheaper
and be the most profitable business in the world.
Take it over. The state just needs to take over all those fucking teams. Now that's gonna be my new thing. I don't give a fuck.
That's wild.
I haven't thought about this,
wild.
But it's like, it honestly makes a lot of sense to me as far as like a revenue driver for. And then also you prevent these fucking teams packing up and fucking leaving their cities, tell them to go fuck themselves.
Well, do you break it to each state only gets to have only one pro, like each?
Maybe, I don't know. That's an interest. I mean, there's interesting problems. I'm sure there's a lot of problems with it that I'm not even. I haven't fully thought about this, but this is just a working theory that I'm like, as far as jobs, just because you mentioned paying less,
taxpayer dollars go into a quarterback.
Well, that's
brother. If he isn't performing,
what do you mean?
Oh my
God! I'm talking about changing everything.
People would kill him.
Well, the thing is, they're not getting paid as much, and that would be the point. Because I agree with you. I think, look, if that's a dream job, we're gonna smoke again if you want. But that's a dream job. If you want to be like you were talking about billionaires, oh my God, you're making fucking under $1 billion. I'm sorry, but if you make $1 million playing the game of your fucking dreams, then be happy with that. If it's a situation, I understand their position now and I agree with the player's position now, and a capitalist kind of like adversarial position between owner and workers. Yeah, you should try to get whatever exactly you're owed from that. Yeah.
Okay. I get what you're saying, and again, you're not wrong, but I think so with the current CBA, you're looking at like the owners get, what was it, 51.5% or 52.5% of revenue.
Yeah.
Then the team gets the rest. And I believe that is for everybody in the organization to split, right? And it's like, and that's kind of where I sit and go, the players deserve every dime. If the business itself is generating so much money,
but that they're not
even getting 50%.
That's a great point, but that wouldn't be the scenario, because like I said, it would be less focused of draining every single dollar out of this team. And for example, food could be more affordable. So like just the amount of money that they're going to produce is going to be less.
I get what you're saying.
So it's like, so the amount that you're owed, the percentage is going to be less. And then also in my scenario, where I agree, like the attraction is the teams, but all of the people working the stadium would be getting paid a shit ton more in my scenario. So where the players would have to come down significantly, all the people that are involved in creating the product that work at the fucking stadium, that like our unsung here, all the people that work the fucking field, for example, they may be more valuable than anybody, to be honest. If you see what they end up doing.
How much they make, because I know ball boys in the NFL make pretty good money
Yeah.
Not to derail what you're saying.
No, I think it's
again,
fair. Yeah.
Again, and what I was responding to is to the current situation that we have and like reality.
Yeah.
Not to what you were saying.
No, yeah, it's much more theoretical. I'm just bouncing this around
so
at this point.
I get what you're saying. I can definitely see where there'd be an issue. Even so, it's like how much should you make them? 100, like 150, like what? Like because how would you do the salary cap? Will there still be a salary cap, or is it like how the city works? Well, the waterworks operator makes more than the guy mowing the lawn.
Well, like,
so the quarterback
players, for example, would probably still make more, and it would still be. That's something that would be complicated. As I'm saying, make more than the people that are like the staff, but maybe they wouldn't make more than the other. It would be complicated. So I'm thinking about, I'm like, how would trading players work?
I was saying, could you imagine instead of a draft, like after you get done in college, you have to go to like the city and like apply for the job.
You have to apply
to like the interview process.
It'd be like Hunger Games,
and it's just like the rest of us applying for a city position.
There you go. Yeah,
and it's like you're working for the city.
Yeah, you gotta take a piss test too, just like the rest of us. But no, I'm interested in the comments on that. It is more of just like I said, I've just really thought about it, so I'd have to really think about this theory and break it down, all the issues with it, because I'm sure you're already bringing up some things. I'm like, admittedly, that would be an issue with it. My first thought though was like, oh well, this would probably like kill sports teams, but that's why I kind of my mind goes here, because I'm like, well, maybe it wouldn't actually. Maybe it'd be
because the same thing would be said for like because like with college football right now, it's becoming so corporate because it's all sponsorship driven and revenue driven and away from what it used to be. And again, these schools, like the University of Alabama, has said that the greatest investment that they've ever made was hiring Nick Saban, because their tuition like doubled, their enrollment tripled, like all that. So yes, having the sports programs helps everything with the school. Yeah. But it's like if we're having the conversation on outside of sports, and we've had this conversation where you're less into sports right now than like you've ever been because of how real the rest of the world is in the country, and everything else is so heavy. So if we're looking at it from that standpoint, let's say we do put it in and where we get a progressive president in 3 years, and he goes ahead, or she goes ahead and says, hey, we're going to go ahead and do where public universities and state universities are free, private universities, we don't have the domain, but if it's a state, blah, 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 right? Then the University of Florida, Florida State, University of Alabama, Auburn, all these schools go from schools that have tuitions of $17,000 to $34,000 to free. You're talking about major implications for their sport programs, for everything to do with their school, unless you have heavy corporate influence. Yeah. And you're going to try to remove that. So it's like, it would honestly, if we were to make the work like our country what we'd want it to be, it would probably kill our favorite things. College football would be murdered.
Yeah, college football would be
the University of Alabama would have nothing.
People would just have to get out there and actually play for the love of the game again.
It would be the old days. It would bring it back to. Brian's dead. Goddamn.
Am I that upset?
Where's Bones coming back?
Am I that upset about it that we're gonna have like only people that are truly passionate about it and are willing to? Like I said, if I understand it gets muddied because people look at like, well, this is how much the profit that I'm creating is, and that's valid. But let's just say you work in air conditioning, so you played quarterback. If you could trade right now, theoretically, get paid the same amount that you get paid to do air conditioning, but do something that you fucking love, I mean, would you do it? I don't know. Probably, right?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? For free.
Listen, every day I'm told by somebody, you really should be coaching football. You really, and I'm like, I work. The high school starts practice while I'm running calls, and then with Pop Warner, I don't have the time to fucking be there on a Saturday. I have to make money. So if you could pay me $50,000 or $60,000 a year, to coach high school football, then by all means. But here in Florida, if you're an assistant coach, you get like $900. So guess what?
For the year,
you get like $900 to $3,000.
God damn. That's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta do it for love. I mean, you're attracting people that are truly bought in,
or has the time. Like you have to like not have a real job. No offense.
Or what if you're like, hey, I'm willing to be homeless.
Yeah, or you have to like own a business and then like set your time aside. Like I had a buddy who like he owned an AC company and then he would also like go coach football. But again, like that implicates work when you have to leave at 1 o'clock. You have to be available for the high school from 1 to 4.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
yeah, I don't know. Jason does that. He's not a head coach, but I don't know how he does it even as a positions coach, because it's like he was working like probably like 45 hours a week. I don't know. I guess he got lucky. He got a job that was he had more of a fixed schedule. But you're right. I mean, any job that I've ever had, I don't know how I would even if I wanted to make that happen, I don't know how I would.
If the Dolphins were to say, hey, you'll be our starting quarterback for $60,000 a year, I'd be there in a heartbeat.
Oh, bro.
I'd be like, give me 8 months.
Yeah.
I have to lose some weight. But now I got a reason.
No, 100%, brother. 100%. That's all we need. We just need the reason. Heart disease, potential heart disease. No, not a good enough reason. Starting quarterback for a single game until I get concussed by fucking who knows who. But all right, so Wiggy says, in terms of public health, doctors provide a service, a good one. They should be paid and well, but in times gone past, only the people of means could ever dream of being a doctor. Yeah, and I think that's fair. And I think that's part of what we're talking about as far as like that kind of threshold, keeping people with less means out of those.
Yeah, which I do think is their plan in a sense, with like hurting like certain avenues to college and hurting certain things. Is like, if you can keep people out of college and you can keep the poor out of the prestigious universities and you can keep them underfed and impoverished, then you know what? They're not going to be taking our jobs no more.
And also, by the way, think about how much that underserves and undermines your own society. How many people who would have been terrific doctors like literally die or get stuck in like some neighborhood in some cycle of like working some job where they're barely able to pay their bills, and there's some lack of ambition or lack of inspiration based off their circumstances. That's a real thing. And
how many 14-year-olds are having to get a job to where they can't focus solely on school because they have to help pay bills, and then even if they are good students, they have to look at the fact that if I go to college, nobody's here to help mom pay bills.
Sure. Yeah.
So I can't go do that. I have to go work and get an entry-level job who's paying minimum wage, or I just have a high school diploma.
Well, and so like I said, I'll say, like, in my experience, a lot of those things, I went to school here freshman year, and it's like the middle of nowhere. So you still kind of have that same kind of feeling where all of those opportunities seem so far away and unattainable to a large degree, as far as like becoming a doctor, becoming like this or that, whatever. And then I also lived in like a city environment where it's more like an impoverished area. And the same thing, you got the vibe from those kids where it's like they weren't even really considering that those were options for them.
No.
Because it's like, it does seem so unattainable based off of your current environment. It's like, how could you, when you're dealing with whatever on the way to the bus stop, you're seeing fucking crack houses being raided, or you're dealing with kids, who are 14-year-olds smoking weed at the bus stop, or whatever the situation is. Like I said, just whatever kind of example you can think of.
Brother, now,
how does that kid have time? A lot of times. Mm-hmm. Now there are cases where people really, are persistent and beat those odds, but those are people that we should applaud and commend, and those are incredible stories, but we shouldn't expect that of people in that position. Correct. Necessarily. It's like I think we should be in a position where we want to assist that and make those things like education as accessible for people that want to contribute to society. Mm-hmm. If somebody wants to become a fucking doctor, why shouldn't we
why would you hinder that possibility? Why
I don't know. Yeah. So, but doctors as a profession likely arose out the necessity to keep your property from dying, aka slaves. Damn,
Jesus,
Wiggy, you know how to fucking really. and then he does the asterisks here because just to like kind of like slightly make perfect sense. And then asterisks, your property from dying, slaves.
Yes, we got you, brother.
That's funny. Oh my god, we got
probably to save a king's life first, and then trickled its way down to that.
Where it came about, is interesting. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, that's a lot of like.
It's a great.
That's a lot of like where.
A human
police, like police were born out of like protecting property and things like that.
Yeah.
So Yo Chill says that value is intrinsic. A doctor will always be more valuable to a society than, say, a carpenter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, yeah. I
think argument. Slightly debatable, though. I'm just going to say carpenters are pretty badass. Jesus was a carpenter. Pretty fucking valuable, bro.
Fucking a doctor is more important than Jesus, brother.
Think, what? Jesus. Who was more effective when treating their patients, Yo Chill? Doctors or Jesus?
Dr. Oz or Jesus Christ?
Yeah, Jesus fucking healed a man of leprosy, for God's sake.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Yes. Wiggy says it's by design, Paul. The economic pyramid was turned upside down. Financialization of the economy, resources, and labor are firmly at the bottom for now.
Agree.
And then Wiggy says, how's the other side of the planet, Sandor? Oh, yeah, Sandor said good day. My bad. I don't know why I skipped that, bro. My bad. But hey, good day to you, brother. I'm glad that you ended up getting in here with us. We've been just hanging out. We haven't really been talking about too much of the topics that we had because we've just been getting into these kind of like philosophical.
Got too somber. I apologize.
No, it got philosophical in here today. We really started talking about life or death, which is fine. Sometimes you gotta meditate on it. So I might have to change the title to this and then do this like another day, maybe.
People get mad. What did you talk about?
I have had that. People have gotten in the comments before on me, and they're like, "Where's?" I think it was Luigi Mangione one time. I put him in the title, and same thing. I meant to talk about it, but then we ended up getting like sidetracked on other things. They're like, "Where's Luigi at?"
When the fuck did we get ice cream? Exactly. Ringer, what a movie! Go watch it.
Like that. It was like a 3-hour podcast or whatever. So the person saying that, like, I guess it's like, am I supposed to believe that you actually listened to the entire thing, though?
Right.
I mean, maybe they did. I appreciate it.
Maybe they did. Bro, it makes me gradually matter.
Yeah, they're like, what the fuck? When are you going to talk about Luigi? It's the biggest story. It's the biggest fucking story.
Bro, there was a Google review.
Luigi's for us.
Did not talk about Luigi.
But yeah, Sandor, good to have you, brother. I don't want to, don't mistake that. We would have loved to have you in here earlier, though, brother. It's been heavy healthcare conversations. So, we always love your insight on that as a man who just, walks into the clinic and says, hey, I need to have this gonorrhea checked. And guess what? They check it.
But see, it's funny because I remember when I was in high school always hearing, oh, no, if we're like Canada, they have waiting lines. You're going to wait in line for everything. And then I went to college with a few kids from Canada. So I asked them, I said, hey, how is insurance? And they're like, oh, it's actually fine. And then the one kid's like, you see, because he had like some like cysts on like his cheek.
Oh, shit.
And he's like, it's non-cancerous. There's nothing wrong. He's like, so yes, I have to wait like 4 months to get it removed. He's like, it's non-life threatening. He's like, no big deal. And I'm like, oh, well, that's the same thing as America. And again, like with my wife, like you're having issues and the hospital's like,
not necessarily though. If you had a ton of money, you can get the care that you need. That's the point. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. But I think that's a problem. What you're seeing when you're talking about what your friends talking about there, it's like that's a healthcare system that is like generally trying to work for everybody at the same time, rather than like, okay, who has the most money? Come to the front of the line. So I mean, yeah, if you guys had a shit ton of money, you think like fucking Beyonce and them, they'll fucking rent you out a whole floor of the hospital, brother, if you have the money.
To that point, Americans believe that so much that when you talk about like Trump, like I've made so many comments about fucking like this ear growing back, and one has like so much traction on an Instagram post, like 6,000, like 6,000 interactions, like it was. And it's like, like a lot of the comments are like, he's a billionaire, like he has access to the best medicine in the world, and it's like the fact that that's your go-to is like he's a rich guy, he gets the best healthcare is like already a fucked like we need to do better. Okay, B, the fact that you think that better healthcare is an ear growing back just flawlessly is like what sci-fi movie do you live in?
Some shit on.
Yeah, it's like,
so you're trying to say he didn't really get shot?
Oh, brother, come on.
Oh my god. All right, hey, whatever, brother. Well, so
AR-15.
You think the whole thing was fake?
I can't believe we got to do this.
Well, I gotta ask.
Okay,
you opened up the door. I gotta ask. Do you think that the kid they shot was not really shot, or?
I can't say that.
You're a coward.
You
believe that? Go ahead and say it, brother. What? I know you don't want to go. Of course, you don't want to say that.
No, because
did the dead kid die? Yes or no?
Because it wasn't just him. A dad got shot.
Yeah,
so it's like, do I think that it's beyond the realm of possibility that when these people were talking about that they needed 10,000 loyalists to fight with them to get the country back is what they were running on and what they were saying.
Yeah.
That 2 loyalists wouldn't die for the cause. Okay. Like in a Hollywood cinematic sense. Yes. In a real life sense, I'm not going to I'm not going to say that that's for sure. But I will say that everything surrounding it is smells like bullshit, bro. Like even the camera angle where you have them rushing camera people, like Trump is down until they get the camera, like 2 people with cameras in front of the podium, and it's literally ushered by one of the people working it. Trump goes down, they then go get 2 photographers, bring the photographers over. As soon as they get there, he pops up, does the pose, walks off. And it's like, that's a kind of interesting angle. But I've said from the beginning, if it's an AR-15, now again, I don't know the most about guns, but I understand the AR-15, that's not just like a normal 22, right? So if that was to hit an ear, and I mean, I would imagine with the velocity,
you think it's obliterating
that it would at least rip through some tissue. Like you at least have like a flappy part, right? At the very least of like the injury. I would imagine it rip part of it off, but I'd imagine like flappy. So as a fan of Paul Bear Bryant and named after him, his ear never grew back from a bear biting it. I know somebody who got
they seriously. That's what happened. A bear bit his ear.
So that's
look at how serious you got about it too. I hate how serious you just got.
Are you serious?
You're like, obviously, Bear Bryant got bit by a bear. Okay,
bro,
yeah, please. I mean, well, no.
When he was 13, he wrestled a baby bear, and
why was he wrestling a baby bear?
It was for money. It was this guy that went around the state and did it. This is the fucking 19.
This is how myths get created, is what it is.
Okay, well,
it probably got bit off in like a fucking Street Fighter or something. We should look at it. But go ahead.
Evander Holyfield, how does his ear grow back? Right. So it's like, but Trump's ear grew back way better after getting shut off. So it's there should have been more, at least a scar, like some scar tissue. I mean, if you squeeze an ear enough, it creates cauliflower ear.
Yeah.
It creates permanent cartilage damage. So I would imagine a rupture from a bullet and then the grow back, there would be at least some sort of deformity to that ear.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're thinking. I appreciate how you're thinking. I think we've had plenty of people on the other side that have had this kind of like skepticism like this. You know what I mean? And I mean, to be fair, in the past, I think you would have called these people fucking maniacs. But you're coming around to it, which I think is fine. It is valid because I'm saying, I mean, I would have to look at his ear. I don't know. I hadn't really thought of my expectation of what his ear was going to look like. But, it has me curious. Like, this is like a good YouTube video, what you're talking about.
Bring it up.
Trump's ear. All right, let's I just have a lot of comments to get to, brother. Like we're like an hour behind on comments. Actually, I didn't even realize time wise we're behind an hour. And I apologize, guys, in the comments. You guys have been rocking with us, and I appreciate it. I thought we were just behind a lot of comments, like a lot of like
rapid comments, because they usually talk to each other so much.
Yeah. So it's actually like we're behind on time with the comments by an hour, and I'm like, damn, okay.
Well, we've been
we went into a fucking vortex.
Where have we been?
Yeah, this has been a good time. We've been having a great podcast. It feels good. What was I looking up? Donald Trump's ear. All right, Donald.
Yeah, look at that.
Trump's ear, and then we're gonna go. Can they show us both before and after shooting? Yeah.
Yeah. This.
So I'm gonna put current,
and then again, let's talk about how you have an active shooter situation, and you're gonna give the president enough time to stand wide openly and just pose. And it's like, all right, it's a little too much, but I have to take in like serious respect that 2 people passed away. So it's like I can't say
that's fair, but I mean, I think I was actually going to ask you, and you already kind of got to it on your own, as far as like if you thought that there were people in MAGA that would die.
Yes,
and I think I agree. Though, to be honest.
Yes,
I'm not as
doubt. That's the scary part of it.
I'm not as skeptical about this. I think that this most likely like is what we thought it was or whatever, like an assassination attempt. But at the same time, I mean, if I were thinking about a group in America, like in their willingness to potentially die for their leader, I think that, you know, the Trumpers would be high on that list.
It completely flipped his momentum.
I don't know if I show this. Is this not allowed on YouTube? If I show this shot of his, let's just go ahead and give it a shot, guys. Nobody report us in here. We're about to show the president.
Now there is the where he might have got hit by glass. Now let me say that where like because like it hit like the little like glass thing.
Yeah,
and like a shard of glass could have hit his ear, and it's like, and that I can believe. And then like yes, like it was a real attempt. Glass hit his ear, someone died, and then they used that as a opportunity
zoom in anymore
to act like he got hit by a bullet, which again still is a serious situation. But I know he did not get hit by a bullet.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, regardless, did somebody take shots to try to kill him?
And again, that's for real.
Now, I mean, no, but maybe not. I mean, if it's the scenario that you're saying, then if it was like all potential psyop or something,
that's a conspiracy side. But I truly believe that a legitimate possibility. I know for a fact he didn't get hit by a bullet. I'll say that.
Oh, okay.
I would put money on it.
I know for a fact. Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
I would put money on it's better, but I know for a fact.
Well,
yeah,
I would put money on something I don't believe.
Because I will. So I was willing to put money on Chimaev getting the win against fucking DDP.
Well,
yeah, as far as getting the finish. The motherfucker went to decision and fucked me out of some money.
Well, I don't believe anything with Dana White and the Crown Prince. So.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's definitely there's something going on there.
Especially now the WWE's involved.
It stinks.
So, but no. But I can believe that a legitimate like possibility would be the someone took a real shot, missed, the glass got hit, a shard hit him. It feels like it's a real thing, like he actually got shot, like
yeah.
And then they're able to then use that as they are as opportunists to say, hey, he's the strongest man to ever walk this country's.
Yeah, he's chosen by God. Yeah. I think so. What you just said, aside from the fact that it may have, I think it is possible the bullet hit his ear, and then I think the second is absolutely inarguable that, and like you almost like can't even blame him. Like if anybody, that's just what a politician's going to do. They almost.
But he's not a politician though.
Well, he obviously is though, and we know that. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, and even if he's not, he has people who are in politics around him who are going to say, this is how we spend this is how we're going to run this, as far as the people running his campaign at the time.
Correct. Mundo.
Yeah, so it's like I think that was gonna I could definitely agree that for sure happened. It's just as far as like if the bullet hit him or not, I don't know. I just haven't really thought about that, I guess. So I mean, I have to dig into it. Let me just read some of these comments real quick so we can catch up. And guys, I'm not going to spend too much time unless there's something in here that we just have to get into. Shut. Well, it's me too, because like I said, there's some things you guys have dropped in the comments that I've thought is just really good conversation starters, or really progresses the conversation in an interesting way. But I'm going to try to avoid getting caught up in that, even though you guys are so interested. So Yo Chill says, you want to know corruption and weed stuff? Look up Kim Rivers' husband. She's the CEO of True Leave. Her husband founded True Leave and was arrested for bribing and sentenced to prison, only 3 years and $1.5 million. Fine to own the biggest dispensary in the state. There's somebody related to True Leave that was actually like directly on like a board in Florida. I remember hearing about that a couple years ago.
Who'd he bribe? That's the question.
That is the question. But unfortunately, although then I say we're not going to get into any of the comments.
We gotta go.
The sweetest mystery of all time is the next
just
comment.
Gets dropped right in our lap. We can't do it.
Wiggy said it deleted my Luigi comment. That's funny.
Well, yeah, it should have.
That figures.
Paul, glad it did. What's up?
He says, Paul, you mean that time you accidentally ate wrong mushrooms? Allegedly. I don't like torture, is what
I never ate wrong mushrooms. I know what I mean.
You always love the mushrooms that you ingest. Yo Chill says, I should be able to eat shrooms and watch Yao Ming highlights without fear of being arrested. Right. I don't know if I could do those two things without just fear though.
I just want to
Yao Ming highlights on shrooms.
That would be
terrifying.
No, I don't know.
That'd be a little bit for me.
An eighth of Blue Meanies, get in the car.
Yeah.
Okay, lay back, put on some Harry Styles or something that's a little
all right, let's
no, you gotta understand.
We can't switch to
and then watch Rango.
Yeah, you said enough. We are gonna go ahead and but some crimes. The man said Harry Styles for fuck's sake. What is the?
You gotta understand the context, brother.
The what the fuck is that one song that he had a couple years ago that was
Watermelon
a vibe?
Sugar,
that
baby.
one, yeah, that was a vibe.
That on shrooms is a vibe.
I bet. I was working
if
many
you close
days.
Your mind, if you close your eyes, it just melts, brother.
I bet. Wiki says, but some crimes are unforgivable, right? Yeah, I mean, I would say on a personal level, but I mean, any of those kind of like things as an individual, we expect the state to rise above that. So whether it's unforgivable from us as humans, I would say that we have to separate that when we're talking about holding people accountable.
As a Christian, do you believe that all crimes are redeemable?
You're not asking me, right?
Nope. I'm just asking Christians
or the group
Christians out there.
Okay, fair enough. Wiggy says,
forgiveness.
In the end, the titans of time and fate will decide, I guess, and we just have to deal with the hands we were dealt. Justice is blind, as they say, and then he has a little like happy tongue out face.
Justice is blind unless you're white.
E2 Brutus pulls toga over face to die. The toga of the face was to hide the world from the pain and horror and death. It granted you a measure of dignity. Okay. Jesus. Love it.
See,
no, he's just getting into like some fucking Roman history and shit.
Always.
I love it. Achilles dying in the war told to his face his fate, decided on the one that granted him the immortal name and dignity.
What if he's all fake?
On troops?
No, I'm saying Achilles. No, listen. How many said
all fake?
Imagine if all that time period, all of our history of it is just like people's like shroom trips, just dude, imagine if like some leaders got together on some shrooms, really cool, funny dudes got together on some shrooms. Like, you know what? You want to know what would be funny?
Yeah.
If we just fuck with all the future humans,
if we all fucked and then we wrote shit together,
and we just wrote like the most bizarre stories right now.
Yeah, they did
and
that.
Just this is history.
Yeah, there you go. And here we are.
Here we're
still talking about it. Wiggy says one of Napoleon's marshals, when facing his firing squad under the restored monarchy, gave his own squad the order to fire. Chad-like dignity.
Chad-like.
Wow, that's like the "you're not firing me, I'm quitting" kind of deal. He committed suicide by firing squad.
Yeah.
So you guys aren't killing me, I'm killing myself. Shoot me now. If I'm ever in that position, I got to remember that.
Doing it because I told you to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, if they let you go, they're like, no, we can't let him take the power back,
brother. That would be that is some Mitch McConnell to Obama like type of bullshit.
Oh man,
where it's like, you know what, you're right. You're free to go. It's like, all right, reverse psychology of the guys.
Yo Chill says something like 180 billion ever lived on Earth. Over 120 billion of those deaths were children. That's a crazy stat there. Life has always been carnage. It says live has always been carnage, but I think it's life is what we're meaning. Life has always been carnage, but we decide evolution really that it's worth it to procreate. Okay, so it's about the kid thing.
And that's a sad reality of it. And I just wish that at some point, and I know it won't ever happen. This is just the heart in me. But just at some point, it's like we just
transhuman.
We just evolved to a point where it's like, all right, we're just going to take care of each other. We're going to stop all this bullshit. But I know it will never happen.
Well, I mean, but the idea with like some of these,
like Star Trek says it would.
Well, some of these like transhuman people, that's their goal though, is to find some way to be immortal. A lot of times, it's like through some kind of like uploading the consciousness.
Yeah, but like immortal, why can't we all just get to? God damn it,
you're the one complaining.
Why can't we just get to a point where we all just die of old age? 75, you just croak on your birthday. We all know.
Yeah, but Paul, that still is going to be an issue for like what you were saying earlier. Whether it was died of natural causes or not, you still have that same kind of like tragedy that you were saying.
But you at least plan it.
Yeah. Either way. All right. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm trying to move through these comments so we can catch back up. There's more I could definitely say. Sean Ryan had an interview with the kid. That was the conspiracy when we were talking about the flood. So just trying to catch up on these comments, brothers, and I don't know if there's any lays in here, but brothers for sure.
I'm just gonna say stupid shit as we go. So just
So Wiggy Wom says conspiracy. My ass. He said he did it. So this is the guy. He's saying 100% he did it.
Sean,
was it the cloud seeding? Michael. Okay, so he's giving me a name. I can actually pull it up. Oh no, that's the Napoleonic Marshal. He said, and we have 7 billion alive now. Chill, that's a lot of lives on the line today. That's definitely true. Michael Ney was that Napoleonic Marshal, by the way. Every one of his marshals was a titan of their time, just overshadowed by the burning sun that was Napoleon himself. Fucking, you need to write a fucking book about Napoleon, bro.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear
you
it.
are like, bro, write a movie about Napoleon.
Yeah,
or like our screenplay or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get it. It's an inspiration. I find inspiration.
What if we're at the point where it's like the creators is like, all right, Genesis 2.0, or it's like 4.0.
Are you saying like rewriting the Bible? Is that what you're saying?
No, that like it's over for us, brother.
Oh, I don't know. I think
redo the species. I think that ship coming, you know, is just our creators coming to
repopulate the earth after we fuck it all up.
You know, maybe. Ice age all over.
Fair enough. Yocho says, do you, and we're sort of catching up. Do you mean the capitalist system when referring to the system encouraging for profit insurance, or do you mean the government stepping in? I assume the latter, but wanted to be sure. I'm not exactly sure what I was referring to.
We need to stop allowing the insurance to be free market, or do away with insurance altogether. It's kind of like oil. Why is oil free market? Why is it not foreign trade?
Wiggy says enticing a government to justify its existence by the standard of our health is submitting to slavery in a capitalist system. No cap,
bro.
Nor about health insurance or any insurance being good, or maybe you meant not about. But on doctors themselves, do you know we have evidence of doctors performing basic cranial surgery with copper plates and honey salves for antibiotics as far back as 2000 BC in Egypt? That's pretty sick.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's good information to know. That's pretty sick. Wiggy, always with the fucking crazy facts, brother. I love it. Yocho says, nah, the doctors, you have to just saying it's funny coming from that, thinking that we could be talking about the same kind of doctors either way. Yeah. Funny.
Wiggy, do you play video games, or is it just all like reading and like?
No, he plays Civilization and shit.
Okay,
he was talking to me about it one night when I was live.
Video games.
It is. He plays like
sophisticated level.
Yeah, sophisticated video games for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's on my peasant level video.
And he has a PC, which means that he's like that. Yeah. He's not a fucking console prick like you and me, right? You have a console for sure. I don't know if you have
PS5, brother,
but you don't have a PC.
No, bro. I'm broke.
Okay, all right.
How am I spending $2,000 on building a good? Because I'm not going to go get the base model if I'm going to do that. I want to.
Yeah, no. Fair. Whatever, brother. Whatever you say. All right, no big deal.
Jesus.
Yocho says, now the doctors, you'd have to meet their expectations of pay or else risk lower quality care, not average workers.
I don't believe that because, again, there are people out there, and you hit on it earlier, that would be out there to do it for the right reasons.
Try to make it I don't want to make it too quick, but it's like just because we're still like just a little bit under an hour behind on comments, so I'm still just trying to crush through these. I wanted to let you go. I just wanted to make sure.
That was it. That there would be people that do it for the right reasons.
Yeah, all good. Whether we like it or not, money, which translates to stability and much more, is a huge motivating factor. You need to supplement that motivating factor if for society was good enough. So yeah, I think that you definitely have to have ways to motivate people, and but like we were already talking about, the accessibility to those careers and making it where it's not so difficult and you're not taking on so much debt to begin with would be a huge thing that would open up the pool that you're choosing from to begin with. And then some people, they're not going to need to be like millionaires from being doctors if they're still paid, an extremely comfortable wage. And then they're able to do something that they find purpose in. Some people, that matters. What they do every day, being whether it be something they like, or even if it's not like necessarily something they like, just something they feel like actually has meaning.
That they're serving the purpose.
I've worked jobs both ways, where I've worked jobs where it's like going in every day. I even could be getting paid better than those other jobs. I got paid really, really well at this one grocery job that I did, and I was the general manager of this store. But I hated it, bro, because I felt like literally when I was going in, it was just for that paycheck to provide to do whatever I was doing for the company. And then pack it up for the day or whatever, but it didn't really mean anything. I was just ensuring that, the company got their money for the day.
No impact on others.
No impact. Right. Yeah. But here, let me keep on moving just because that was me getting caught up.
And there are always pro bono doctors and stuff and lawyers who do stuff for like you have your people who go on missions and stuff, not with the church, but just to give free healthcare and stuff. So
sure. So there's proof of stuff like that. That's a good example. So yes, he said, yes, chill. That's what I was alluding to. We wouldn't be here to begin with. Oh, okay. This is actually, so we wouldn't be here to begin with, I assume. I guess as far as but the thing is, we could even say that there are some goods that have come from capitalism, and in some ways where the time period through industrialization and things where it was beneficial in that time. But there's also a theory, and not to freak anybody out with any kind of like Marxist shit going on, but there's the theory of late stage capitalism, and that at some point a society does run its course to where capitalism doesn't work for the society, and those kind of ingredients we actually see in our society today. We see them present as far as like crazy wealth disparity and things like that.
And especially as industries and markets evolve.
Sure.
So it's like, and especially as like AI gets integrated into the society, you're going to look at capitalism will actually eat.
Well, it's like our capitalism isn't even real capitalism. No. It's not based off competition. It's like in monopolies, we're not really protected against monopolies.
Not anymore.
Anybody that applies for any fucking job knows that, because you end up fucking seeing like whatever the parent company is on the application or some shit, and you'll realize like almost every restaurant in your fucking area is owned by Darden Corporation or whatever.
I was literally about to say, you don't even get like an Outback gift card anymore. You get Darden.
Yeah,
you just get, and again, but every company's owned by the same few. So
and I mean, and it serves that upper class, and because like nepotism and things like that end up being these things that lock people out of these industries or this kind of like higher level of earning based off of just exposure and where they were. And then also the education aspect that we were talking about earlier plays directly into this. So Wiggy says, yes, chill. That's what I was alluding to with the professional doctor arising to care for slaves, because professionals chased money always. Slaves allowed endless revenue for owners. And this is just something you want to say on that?
Nope.
Okay. And then he said, you could even argue being a doctor was always the most surefire path to escape slavery, right? Oh, are these slaves you're talking about? Because if you are slave owner, you would spare no expense at keeping your property alive. Okay, I'm just gonna read this one more time because I think this is saying that slaves should become doctors.
I don't know.
Which I guess is a great idea. As a slave, I guess that goes to with what we're talking about. If you're a slave and you could be a doctor, wouldn't you?
Which there's no way you could, because
instead of working outside,
because the moment you started to read, they'd kill you. So now he's probably talking about how a lot of doctors were employed because slave owners want to keep their cattle, livestock, right, like alive.
I get that he was
the pushback on that is that they used to, and there's documentation of it, that they used to kill slaves for sport at times, for entertainment. That there are ways that they could have them pin them against each other for like gladiator type battles.
Yeah.
And it's like, so yes and no.
I'm sure there's cases that I'm sure it did happen though. And that does make a lot of sense.
It does. It makes a lot of sense.
But this, like I said, I read it. It just felt like it was saying something different. But either way, thus a skill set that was almost more valuable than the slaves themselves, but symbiotic for the slavers and skill holder. And then we have carpenters just don't build tables. They keep rain off your head. Valid point. Definitely way better examples than doctors versus carpenters. Yeah, carpenters are pretty sick, bro.
But again, we're at the point now where the carpenters aren't the people making the money. It's the people who own the construction company, who then hire the carpenters and all that. And it's like, again, like it's just. I wish we could strip it back and it'd be a little bit more simpler. You know, but it's
we all want to go back to a simpler
too far
time.
Gone.
We all want to go back to a simpler time. We're just not sure which time that is. Wiggy says,
the
I mean,
1940s, baby.
I mean, really, for so long, the highest position in society was always the head priest sort of thing, right? The dude who just had all that ancestral knowledge and secret info to stuff like planet alignments and calendars and shit. Yeah, no, that's fair. Because it was pertinent to growing crops and building stable societies. Nah, that ear was not touched by a thing but a makeup brush and powder.
Damn, so we really
that's
jumped.
Wiggy, yeah.
So we really jumped there.
Well, now we're getting we're like 20 minutes behind now, so I'm catching up.
No, I love that. I love
and we're by the way at 12:30. So if at any point you have to slide, Paul, it's all good.
Yeah.
No hard feelings, brother. I understand. And you're always invited to come back again. But I'm going to keep on running this for a little bit, so just let me know. Wiggy says, 2 lives is a small price for domination of the most powerful intelligence network and military on the planet, Paul. Come on.
Again, I agree with that 100%, but I can't be a hypocrite and say that Alex Jones is such a piece of shit for all he said about Sandy Hook. Damn, bit the fuck out of my tongue there. Sandy Hook and all that, and then sit there and say that, well, you know, bullshit. You know,
like I said, I definitely think there's some merit to your guys' skepticism because I think there would be people that would potentially volunteer to do it. So when you're talking about like such, I think that cult is that powerful. So even it could not even be a scenario where they killed these people without them being in on it. I think there's potential for that.
They would just kill someone.
And they would just kill somebody.
Oh my god!
I just wonder.
Oh my god! And then apologize to the phrase because again, we have no information.
Yeah,
no information on the shooter.
It just seems that is true, and that is something sketchy. It just seems so like so. I think it's such a conspiracy that I'm not even sure exactly who did like nail down who we're accusing of the conspiracy. Really, right. That's my thing. So because I'm like, if it's Trump, then wouldn't it be just too much of a risk to put him in that line of fire? I think exactly. Holy shit.
It's over.
Or like one of Trump's fucking kids gets hit, or like somebody else on the stage that, you know, they actually gave a fuck about, not the wind blow, not the firefighter guy. So
it's over.
Yeah, I don't know. That's where I struggle with it, but I think it is like
I thought that it could be that, but the shot got too close. I thought that it was
pretty damn close.
That it was like oops.
Wiggy says it didn't even touch the fucking. He said it was all ketchup. Yo Chill said that's the stoned ape theory. Basically, Terrence McKenna, great theory of shrooms and our ancestors, just sitting around like telling stories and like kind of like I've heard a little bit about that as far as like that was something that was integral in our like evolutionary development and like why we kind of think differently than other
because we're starting species. Shrooms. Which again,
the key.
I always say, man, when you look at
always the key.
When you look at the type of weed and drugs that have been grown in the Middle East, listen, man,
come on, they're smoking fucking gas.
There was
gas
very easily because you could misconstrue some stories.
Oh, brother, yeah.
Oh my God, could fables be told?
Also,
poppy
heat exhaustion, all those other things, all those naturally occurring things. But then also you add on the fucking Afghan fucking AK-47 Kush.
Yeah,
hell yeah. You motherfucking, you might start telling some stories.
You might be doing something.
You'd be like, babe,
you might be seeing. Hey,
like, babe, when I was out, look, babe, when I was out, I saw a bush that was on fire.
On fire. You know hey, baby, it was
a ghost started to talk.
I don't even understand how it got there. or I could easily see where Saul's riding through the desert and then falls off his horse thinking he's seeing God in the sky.
Oh, bro, that's a concussion.
Telling him to stop killing, stop killing followers of Christ.
That's a concussion.
That was definitely he tried to microdose and he did a little too much.
Sometimes you go a little hard and you fall off a horse,
too much
as they say. But sometimes you fall off the right horse, if you know what I mean with that.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say I love the people in our comments. It's always fun.
Oh yeah.
We have a great
time though. We do have a great Wiggy. I appreciate you, brother. Sandor, thank you for kicking it. He's probably playing some video games because he hasn't been as vocal. And then Yo Chill, Shyla got in here and she popped back out. She didn't like the shit that Paul was saying.
Yeah,
she said, I'm not going to listen to this fucking libtard just fucking talk his ass off about fucking.
I saw her pop in and had to say something real quick.
Yeah, no, she popped in. She just said you're wrong and then slid. But we appreciate her. Shout out to her for hopping in here as well. If I'm missing you, my bad. But hey, thank you for getting in here and hanging out. Wiggy said, I mean, that Scott Napoleon movie. Oh, yeah, the Ridley Scott was a travesty. I actually didn't watch it.
Is that the one with Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah.
I did not see that. It looked so bad. And I love Joaquin, but
I'm kind of hit or miss on Joaquin, but there's some time I have liked him.
He's been bad.
He's been really bad in some. But it achieved its intended propagandist intent, belittle the man, incel projection. And so they made him look like a bitch. And waxing Anglo imperialism. Scott,
he said this, bro. Made him look bad that propaganda and shit. He's a hero.
No, yeah, he fucked with Napoleon. He didn't like what they did to the man. Brother. But he said Scott was always a hack. Sad. I mean, Ridley Scott made Alien and also made Gladiator, so I don't know if I can say he's a hack, but you tickled Paul Pink right now. No, it's true. It's true. I mean, I didn't watch it, so I can't say. And I do remember hearing some reviews and them saying that they did make him seem pretty pathetic in the movie. But yeah, I can't really speak to it because I didn't watch it. I should watch it though. Now, how you're talking about it, in Battlefield 6, because I like being beaten with a stick.
That game is intense.
I only played it for like one match. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have time. I kept on getting pulled away for everything else, and the beta's over now. So
I absolutely love how they're telling you like, oh, this is going to take this long, this will take this long, and then you go play it, and it's like, oh, it actually took a little bit less.
Yeah.
So you oversold it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. I can't wait to spend $90 to buy the game.
It's gonna be $90.
Well, I think the one was like $89. But
again, the deluxe.
Again, well, that's just what they advertise every time. They always try to make you buy that.
Oh, they do, and they make it sometimes on PlayStation. They make it so hard to get to the regular one. Yeah,
so hard to get 100%. There. I've almost given up, and I'm like, no.
Oh yeah. Well, one time
$15.
One time I remember when I really had an issue with it. I was like I couldn't find the regular game, and I was convinced that was the only one that was released. So I ended up like stepping away and then coming back, and I ended up finding the game a couple days later. But they do make it difficult, which is fucking. I don't like that. Yeah. We have documents from Greeks and Romans basically releasing slave doctors from servitude. Okay, so we're talking about he was talking about slaves becoming doctors. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that makes sense as a slave. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, that kind of works perfectly with the society that we were talking about, because if you give people the option, whether they're paid like some exorbitant amount of money more, like, hey, you could be a doctor if you have the skills, or you can be somebody that works in like a fucking mine, or you work in the field or whatever, kind of like work in retail, whatever the situation is. I think you might have some people that are like, fuck that, same amount of money, I'll be a doctor. Even though I'm not suggesting that's what it should be, but I do think if we change the way that society kind of values and looks at things, we might be surprised at the result. And some of the issues that you bring up, specifically Yocho, that you've been bringing up, I think they are valid, but I think those are just exactly what they are. They're problems, and we have to face them head on, and we have to try to find a solution for them. They're not that they're not valid, but it's not that they can't be remedied. So Wiggy says, I mean, Alex said the kids didn't die. That's why he was sued to oblivion. Yeah.
That brother, I'm telling you, those parents, mentally tougher than me, I guess, because I would have probably killed Alex if my kid was murdered, and then you spent that much time and profited off of telling me that my kid wasn't, and that I'm a liar. Yeah. There's some insanity that might happen, but I don't know how people move on after that. I know you have to. I know you have to, and that's part of life. I
don't think you ever move on. You're always like changed from it. Like that's something like it's like.
What else is there to live for?
Yeah, it's like, have I moved on and continued to live after, like, for example, like somebody I can think of, like my grandmother was really important to me. She passed away. Like, did I move on? Yes, but like there is like almost like a before and after part of my life from when she passed. So it's like I think it's something like that. You're just forever a different person. Almost.
That's fair. I just look at it as like man, I've told my family before, if something would happen to my kid, like, look, you have 1 year I'm giving you a year to like
get your affairs in order,
to
show you a reason to live.
Not just to embrace every moment, because
fair enough.
I don't know what else there is to live. Like at that point, like it's like, man, all right. So I lived to be a dad, and now it's gone. So, but all right, like, I guess just no. Like life sucks outside of that. So it's like, but again, I get like you have to. Yeah, like I said, not to go back to somber. Let's go back to
thing is, it also depends. Like if you have other kids, then it's like, then that becomes a really selfish decision to make.
Well, yeah, if you have other kids, it's different.
Yeah. So it's like, and hopefully, you would have other kids or something like that. But I mean, that would obviously, that's something that's not going to happen. Let's move on from that. Let's move on from that. That's a little bit too fucking, that's not even somber. That's morbid shit. So before you slide out of here, actually, we could watch one video if you have the time, because I think it'd be really interesting to get your opinion on it. You have? Okay, so we'll do this one last thing, and then I'll let you get out of here. If you do have to get out during the video, then not a big deal. It's a little bit longer of a video, not like 40 minutes or anything, but it's over 10 minutes. And I'll go ahead and pull this up just because it has to do with the younger generation. So younger generation of males. And I just think your perspective would be interesting. You've been talking about your son a lot, and you have a son. I don't. And just kind of like their views on women. And they did some polls and things like that. And we're going to be watching a Breaking Points video. This is going to be Crystal as well as Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report. Minority Report was a great movie. This is a podcast where a bunch of liberals jerk each other off in a circle jerk. That's the show that I told you where they like never disagree. They're all really smart people and they have really interesting context to add to things.
But they're too nice to ever say that someone's full of shit. No,
not even, because they'll shit hard on like Charlie Kirk. They shit on
saying each other.
Each other. Well, it's not even like nice. Like me and you are nice and cordial if we disagree, and we'll get fiery sometimes. But it's like we're considerate. It's like they literally won't disagree. Yeah. Like it's like if somebody's saying something, it's like they're just going to hop in and like bolster that point. They're not ever going to have a counterpoint. Oh, and I'm not saying you can't.
That's impossible.
Exactly. More times than not, you can agree. Even I imagine that is going to be the case if you're on a show and all you guys like hold the same general. Like usually we mostly agree on things.
Yeah. I agree. Me and Wiggy, we agree a lot of the times. I'd say about 45% of topics, and then he says Napoleon and Hitler are like good guys. And I'm like,
he said Napoleon's a god.
It's like, well,
no, he didn't say Napoleon was a god. I don't want to.
We're just kidding.
Wiggy.
Just kidding, Wiggy.
No, but Wiggy own it. He's like, he'll say Napoleon's the man. He said that that's more of like, as far as like if he was, because we were talking about the Nazi shit. And he was like, really, if anybody, he thought really like did it correctly. And I think a lot of that has to do with Napoleon's
pushback. If Napoleon was 6'2", it's a different story. He would have.
Though I think a lot of his pushback, by the way, well, not pushback, but a lot of the reasons why Wiggy liked me. You let me know, Wiggy, if this is true, but I'm just assuming. I think it probably has a lot to do with like his feud with like the Rothschilds and pushing back on the banking system and things like that. Yeah, and I would agree with that. To be honest, I do think that's a good thing. Let me read these comments actually before we get into this video, even though I already set it up. There's a few, so we can get these out of the way before we get buried. Wiggy said most people couldn't even picture how a vision from God would look like. Those people probably have never taken too many mushrooms. And he said, LOL, Paul. That's I'm not funny. Sure on exactly, but it's something that you said. He made him laugh. And then Yo Chill said, that's all I'm looking for is progress forward, how we handle those problems. Each thing can have reverberating effects, and what is needing addressed versus repeating mantras. Not at all saying that's what y'all are doing, but the overall feeling is that of being stuck on debating non-important things and not details.
Correct.
Then, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, and that's where like we on this podcast have said a lot, and I think it's important to always hit. And I'm not like that. I'm seeing it more and more that a lot of us want pretty much the same thing. It's just a difference in like how we get there and what like our perspectives see and what we can bring to the table. And that's why it's always so important to remember that there are the more nuanced issues than just like the big headlines.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. But I think even like to go with the point that you're making, though, I would say that same issue is even more prevalent, to be honest, on the other side where, and the same thing, I wouldn't boil down your argument that you're making to this either, but where you have people that are like, well, there's, how are you going to pay doctors then? Like, we shouldn't even consider it. How the fuck do you pay doctors? End of story. You know what I mean? So it's like,
right.
That's also like, just because there's problems with the fact that the system's going to look different than what it's looked, doesn't mean that those aren't worthwhile problems to actually dig into. And it also doesn't mean that they're not problems that we can't solve for.
Right. And there are a lot of smart people that you can get together and really come up with a great solution.
Definitely. Well, I mean, and I think you see that already happening. Think about how successful capitalism has been when you set the rules as these are the rules. You see how the smart people end up really taking full advantage of those rules. So right now that the rules are the rules of like profit, make as much profit as possible, you see how that ends up being the thing that people end up worshiping as their like general purpose for what they're doing. So if you just are able to, and I recognize that this is going to be a challenge, but if you're able to give, like what you said, some other kind of like motivation societally and be able to get people on the same page for some other reason, and not have it be like the root cause of everything has to be money. I think that's probably a better society, specifically better in the sense where we're talking about things like healthcare. And that's why I'm not here saying like we should just completely like seize all private industry and things like that. You know, I'm not making that extreme of a case in my opinion. Like I'm talking about a single industry in this case, in an industry where we've seen some kind of examples where countries have been able to do it. But the problems that you suggest are definitely still valid, and just things that we have to try to work towards rather, solutions on.
I love it.
Everyone should shit on Charlie Kirk regardless of their political spectrum. That's true. Charlie is a fucking cunt.
Piece of shit.
Yeah.
Guy's so punchable.
I actually got sent something from Charlie Kirk this week. Bill sent it.
Listen, I have no strikes against me when it comes legally.
Okay.
So I feel like I can get away with.
You can do one.
I can do one battery.
One assault.
Battery, and I'm telling you, I'm saving it for someone good like that.
Yeah.
See you public. Oh, what's good, brother? I don't need to get on you long. I just wanna.
No, I don't blame you. I think if you have opportunity to smack the shit out of Charlie Kirk, you should.
Got to.
Wiggy says, nah, I mean, you want the 6'2" guys basically as the shock troops. The little guys can hang out with the cannons like Napoleon himself. Yeah, exactly. No, that's a good point.
Good point. And like as I'm talking, my son's short. So.
Well, hey, and the thing is, there's something to be said. Not like,
tall either.
Like the negative way to look at it would be like there's a tendency for those people to overcompensate, but overcompensating is not always a bad thing. If somebody's like overcompensating and like, you know, the information or like military strategy, like because they know that they have a shortcoming physically, so that they really kind of hone in whatever their kind of like, you know, mental, you know, acumen is for war in this case. Like Tua, maybe. We'll see. I hope. God bless him.
Gotta fit him in every way can, baby.
And then Wiki says, to a canon, all men are equal.
That is true.
Yeah, man. You just
brother. Listen, hey, I'm telling you, like watching the movies, like I think it was The Patriot that really depicted cannonballs, like blowing people's faces off.
And tough time.
It was like, oh, dude, wild, boom, boom, and you just know it's like,
and you get exploded.
It's just a ball that goes through your body. And it's like, that's horrible.
No, I agree.
We live in such a better time.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot, but even like musket fire and things like that, that's crazy.
Like, could you imagine dying by sword? Like legitimately dying by being stabbed to death?
No, exactly. Yeah. Dropping a fucking bomb on your head's a little bit better, I guess. Maybe. I mean, you could do more damage. The problem with that is like the, you know, exponential.
The mass.
Yeah, exactly.
But for the individual.
From an individual death standpoint. So Wiki says we sound like Israelis right now. Look at us.
Yeah, look at us. Look at the full circle we're taking.
Oh wow. Just two Israelis sitting here just talking about, you know, ethical war.
Look how much better we are.
Wiki says some poor French dude after fighting the Austrians at Wagram said that. Oh, okay, to a cannon. Oh, yeah, damn. They just had a different way of coming up with quotes. When you go to war, you just put shit quick and to the point.
You know what? Men today have no idea.
A certain level of top testosterone has to be running through your blood to say some shit like that. To a canon, all men are equal. God damn, that motherfucker must have had a goddamn honker on him.
Some of them aren't doing enough. We really need to go back. We need to take it back to where. Why are we carrying armor?
I think that's
when we were real testosterone driven men.
It's funny.
See the beards Vikings had? That's because they were testosterone.
Yeah, fair enough. I think testosterone also makes you lose your hair.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, I'm just throwing out Republican logic.
They're actually fucking wow. The Vikings were fucking estrogen. I mean, estrogen up
because they had to be warm, for all that coldness.
That's true.
I don't know. That's bullshit.
That's probably why they fucking had to take the berserker shrooms because they were so fucking estroed out. They were like, we gotta fix. They're fucking so feminine. They're like, we gotta get ready for war, guys. I don't know if I really want to. They're like, God damn it, Ivan, grab all the fucking mushrooms you can find.
Bro, these guys are pussies. And you know what? It makes sense because they only went because they were so hungry because they couldn't farm. So they were just so hangry. Like, oh my God, we figured it out.
Yep.
We saw the Vikings.
Long hair and bitch tits out in the fucking middle of fucking in the middle of fucking Finland or wherever the fuck, Sweden, the Swedes. And then look at them today. They're still fucking low teed out. Don't want to go to war. Don't want to fucking kill people for some reason.
So good, guys.
What the hell?
Fucking perfect.
So he said, yeah, cannons were wicked. A small battle in the Napoleonic Wars had like 25,000 dead and double wounded. Jesus. Whoa.
Napoleon's a monster.
Badass, bro. Yeah, don't say that.
I'm saying like in a good way.
Yeah, I'm saying that like cool.
Like like
Triple H, American badass,
like Conor McGregor, the French Conor.
So let's go ahead. I'll introduce this so I don't hold you up too much more because we caught up on comments there. So this is going to be a video breaking points. This is Crystal Ball and it is Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report. They are talking about kind of the trend of young men getting red pilled, being a little bit what some might say misogynistic, or is it just like, are they getting really cool again? I don't know. We're gonna see what they have to say about it. We're gonna listen to these two ladies talk about it and see how they feel. But no, legitimately, we're gonna watch this and we're gonna see what kind of trends they're talking about. I haven't seen this video ahead of time, so we're gonna be reacting to it all together. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, share this content with anybody that likes political kind of content. We're also going to work in some more sports content, so keep an eye out for that. I'm going to try to get a hold of Jay, and then we got some other people that we want to bring into that. So look out for the sports podcast coming here soon. But like I said, share this with anybody, political, sports stuff, music stuff. We get into. We just have fun conversations. It goes wherever it goes. Tell your friends. But for the meantime, let's get into the Majority Report, breaking points, sit in politic. This is the needle drop.
I'm Vigeland. Lovely to see you.
Here we go.
Lovely to see you. Thanks so much for having me on.
Of course. How is life? How's life? How's the show? How's the world?
Life is good. I mean, the world's insane. It's like oddly, it's slower in the summer. I feel like every right-wing show that we usually make fun of, they all take like 6-week vacations or something like that. I mean,
do they really? I don't really pay close enough attention, but I always feel like when we even take a little bit of time off, I feel like we get punished in the algorithm. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Crowder like takes a month-long vacation every summer or something like that. So
Hey, yeah. Thank you for that. Everything, it got unplugged, disconnected because we pulled the charger off.
Yeah, you can hear it.
You can hear it? Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Thank you for that, Yo Chill, because I did not see that, and I was thinking it wouldn't let me play the video. I'm not sure why that is. But my sound and everything got disconnected, and now, like I said, I don't even understand why that would be connected to that, but absolute fuckery. But all good. Thank you for that, for real. Salute back to you, brother. Good looking out. But But either way, so we could just we're gonna switch gears actually back to this. So no videos. So Paul, really, I mean, is there anything that you feel like you really want to talk about? Just because that's what I wanted to show you before we slid out. Any of the specific topics you wanted to get into? We're not gonna be able to watch the PragerU video, sadly. Trump meeting Zelenskyy. Do you want to chop it up on that a little bit? And Gavin Newsom.
And then Russia bombed Ukraine during that meeting. So
yeah, I mean, if you want to dig into that, we can.
Gavin Newsom. I mean, we could talk real quick before I dip about just, I guess, how Gavin's been trying to prop himself up, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. I just want to see what you felt kind of most passionate about before. I do have some stuff to pull up just so we have some things to show the people as far as the stuff that Gavin's been saying, but we have recently had Gavin Newsom kind of step into that role as anti-Trump a bit. I feel like the Democrats and really just people that aren't Trump supporters or just even people who are Trump supporters and just aren't aligned with Trump at this point anymore have really been looking for somebody to be a counter. And I think the Democratic Party, obviously, just being the opposite party, has been very vocal about wanting to find whoever that person is for them, because that would be the expected place for that to come out of.
Yeah.
Even though I think we've gotten, some real anti kind of counter pressure from like people like Thomas Massey, who's not a Democrat, which is great.
Yeah.
And
but he's just a not Trumper.
Not Trumper, exactly. So like some allies there.
I just. Can Newsom ever shake off the corporate Democrat vibe and label? Can he ever get people to trust that he's an actual progressive Democrat? I'm not sure. They can always prop up the record of California, and you could always make the statistics look really good on how California's done, and you could always make the statistics look really bad on how California's done. And that's just how statistics are. So as far as like moving the needle on that, I don't know if you're necessarily going to sway a majority either way on whether or not he's done a great job running his state. You have moments where you have Trump saying that like San Francisco was great 15 years ago.
Yeah.
When Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris were running San Francisco in the area. And it's like, so they kind of put their foot in the mouth, but I like what he's doing. I love the pettiness of the tweets. I love every single bit of it because I know it's pissing them off so much. And it's like, and he's just having fun. And he's just talking as dumb, as stupidly as possible. Yeah. And it's like, and it's working. And it's the fact that like you have people now that are like, oh, like Fox News is constantly having to run. Like, why is he talking? Like they're actually saying it. That's what's funny. Is they're actually like the fact that he like how a sitting governor is talking like this and tweeting like this and not making any sense is ridiculous. And it's like, how do you not see that he is mocking Trump? So it's like the fact that I know you see it. So then you have to play it off to everybody else as if that's not what's happening. And it's just shit like that I always kind of find funny. So,
Yeah.
I love pettiness.
No, I understand that. So for me, I think I'm gonna get some examples of. I actually had some, but I'm not finding them right now. But I'm sure I will be able to. But I'll find some examples for anybody that's not like actually following this. But I find it to just undermine the position, and I feel like it's the worst possible timing, to be completely honest, because I think that whatever the counter Trump narrative is has actually been like gaining momentum. So there was like at the time of the election and like, I don't know, maybe like 2 months after that entire time Trump was at like the height of momentum. And maybe at that time I would have been more open to like this kind of back and forth and this way of engaging. But I think that, and I think the people that you're talking about, the establishment Democrats or whatever you want to call them, they may, and like Chuck Schumer said this, where at the time where they're like, hey, we need somebody to counter Trump. We need somebody to counter Trump at that time. Nobody was really willing to be anywhere near this brash about it. And Chuck Schumer was one person that was like, we're going to let basically Trump show like and make himself hang himself, basically. Give him enough rope to hang himself. And I think they've actually done that. And, I'm not somebody that's for an establishment Democrat, and I heard that, and I was a little concerned about that because I'm like, okay, well, that gets away from what I was hoping to be the fallout of this, which is more of a run towards more progressive policy. And then it kind of sounds like the same kind of lip service where it's like, basically it's a wink to the donors to say, we're still going to be able to be like where we're at now and represent the middle, quote unquote, which is, I mean, I like how they try to use like the middle to like represent like reason, basically. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, forget her name, but she's one of the anchors on the MSNBC. She was actually, I saw a clip where she was talking about how the Democrats need to go ahead and focus on the independent voters and those voters in the middle and not forget about them. And it's like, we've had this conversation where it's like, no, actually, I think it's time that America decide. The middle voters, you independent voters, you people who like to vote in the middle. And again, I respect it, I understand it, but it's time for you to choose a side.
Yeah.
It's time for you to say, hey, we either want our country to lean more fascist or we want our country to lean more socialist, and we don't need to cut the middle anymore. We need to, at this point, shift it on the left as far as like where the Democrats are concerned, shift it and go more progressive, and not just sit there and try to just do what we've done with Obama and with Biden and with Hillary and always try to placate in the middle of the field.
Yeah. So I feel you. I just think that you're placing the responsibility on the wrong people. When you, and maybe that's might not be what you're trying to do, but when you say the people need to kind of like make a decision, I don't think the people have been put in the position to even actually make the decision because they continue to run these people, like I said, that are like hug close to the middle. And I think that's not the people's fault. I think that is the establishment's fault to want to be able to tap into those donors' pockets and enrich themselves as much as possible while kind of paying lip service to the people or whatever. So I would say that it's actually, the establishment themselves that they're trying to squash out any kind of like true grassroots excitement, like we talked about obviously with Bernie and things like that, those kind of movements that really capture people's, I don't know, hopefulness about what the future could be. And they squash that every time when that might actually be something that represents more people in the middle than we think. I think really the problem is them trying to, like you said, play to those people in the middle. What you need to do to the people in the middle is still try to get them. But how you get them is you make your platform that you're running on be actually something that serves them. Correct. It doesn't have to be like, well, most people are afraid of socialized healthcare or something like that, so we're not even going to try to do it. No, you sell socialized healthcare to them, and you explain to them why this is the steps, like things like what Yocho was saying. You assuage those kind of things that are that have him hesitant.
Knock the taboos.
Exactly. Yeah.
And but so that's what I'm saying. Is that it's not, I'm not putting it on necessarily the voters. I'm using the voters as like the moving point for the party. The party needs to stop looking at it as we need to get these voters to just pick us as a lesser evil, right? And go ahead and say, this is what we're going to be. This is what we're standing on. And now it's up to you to decide which way you want to go. We presented the case.
Yeah.
And because again, like I said, I've listened to you. I've listened to where a lot of Democrats have said like why they didn't vote.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I agree.
Well, I did vote.
Well, no, I'm saying like didn't vote for Kamala.
Okay.
Right. Gotcha. My bad. Yeah, I should have.
You're okay.
Yeah. So it's like not to vote for the Democratic Party. And it's like, because you wanted something to actually vote for, not just because, well, this is what I have to do. And it's like, and I don't know if Gavin Newsom is that person. So it's like, does he have time to make himself more relatable? Does he have time?
Can I hop in? Because I want to pass it to you, because then I can find these tweets I want to find anyways. But I just want to focus it in on the thing where we may differ, because you said that you kind of like the pettiness. So did you kind of hear my argument for that? Where like I said, I get that you're meeting Trump where he's at, and you're kind of like, you're showing the how insane his kind of like political rhetoric is and things like that. You're a counterbalance to it in that way. But that was something that I think was a correct, it was a position of authority, I think, that Democrats were able to maintain, where it's like we're not typically stooping to that level. We're not typically going to get to the point to where we're, personally attacking people, because you don't have to. Like, you can make the conversation about the actual policies that are being put forth, and you don't have to make it about Trump having small hands or like whatever silly kind of thing. You know what I mean? It just kind of undermines it, in my opinion.
I get that point, but at the same time, man, fuck, like and again, respectfully, fuck all of it.
No, but hold on. But this is my problem though, is that. But you say fuck all that, but we maintained it all the way up until the fucking finish line. We're almost to midterms where and this is my problem with it, is I feel like the momentum is already in our favor. The only thing that we could do to fuck it up is like kind of shit like this and completely make.
So I just push back on where I don't see it as fucking up. I just see it as one member of the whole thing saying, you know what, I'm going to match the bullshit. I'm going to match the energy.
It's not just one member though.
But I feel like
it's a person being positioned to potentially be a president.
I feel like a lot of people in the party, I mean, feel the same way in life. Like, and especially like we're a big, like fuck you type of mindset.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, we've done all the fucking playing nice, bigger person.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, it's like, you know what? Fuck this. Yeah, we're gonna meet you wherever you're at, like just on this, because this whole gerrymandering thing, and it's basically almost a way to distract Trump. I feel like. Like because it's becoming more of an ego battle between him and Gavin with this, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and Gavin,
which is another thing I don't like.
Which Gavin can just play into it, which again, I don't think Gavin's being serious with it. Which maybe you don't like
think
that.
It's him. I don't even think it's him. I think it's like probably
his team.
He probably told somebody who's probably a group of people that are on his social media team.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, gloves off on Trump. Do whatever you want. It's all good. Whatever. It's kind of thing like that.
Just be. I look at it. It's silly. And in a time like now, like I don't mind it. Like I look at it as just petty silliness, and it's not the biggest deal. I can see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't buy stock into it being like an issue.
Well, I mean, I don't think that it is necessarily an issue overall. I think if we're supposed to be taking Gavin Newsom serious as a presidential candidate, that's where I say it's an issue. So it's like,
because you don't want this to be what he is as a president.
No, this is fucking clown shit. And it's like, even though it is towards Trump, and like I said, I could see how some of it is funny or whatever, but like I said, they've held ground on, we're not going to stoop to politics being like name calling. I'm not saying you can't talk about the egregious shit that he's doing, like that borders illegal, and a lot of the things like we talked about before is technically legal, but then he ends up stretching these legal definitions of what war is, or what being under attack is. These are things legitimately that a huge portion of our country either are ill-informed on or completely unaware of, and they think that it's some kind of like justified fight. I think this, like I said, it's nonsense, and you don't have to attack him there. And my biggest issue, like I said, is that I feel like we finally can see where the momentum is shifting. So it's right at the point where the momentum is shifting that this is what he's choosing to do. I'm like, this just kind of like, it risks it when you're talking about somebody who he very well may be the presidential nominee.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so it's
I still think that there are other, like I wouldn't mind seeing where Beto O'Rourke is at this point when it comes to running on a grassroots presidential campaign. But I just find it funny when you look at Trump, when like with what you're saying, the way that he like stretches like the law, like the way that they try to find the loopholes. It's like all those ways that when you're like reading the law and you're like, well, I wonder if you could get away with it with going like trying to say this, and you're like, no, because there's no way that would like hold up in court. Like, how stupid could you like really pass yourself off to be?
Yeah.
And like it legitimately works. It's like when you sit there and you put the soup in the microwave, and there's the thing on the thing that's like, on the top, caution hot. On the bottom, caution hot. On the sides, caution hot. It's telling you the instructions like, hey, by the way, leave it in for 3 minutes because it's going to be hot. And it's like, because somebody actually got away with suing them for saying, well, you didn't tell me that when I cook this in the microwave, it's going to be hot when I bring it out. And it's like, yeah, he's the type that would do that. That would sue you for, well, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, of course.
This is the loophole. And it's like, and again, where that wins people over, I don't understand. I don't get where it's like, that's who I want as my leader, is someone that's their only way of moving throughout life. But it is what it is. And but it's like, so, and again, who knows what they're going to do when it comes to 2028?
Who are you talking about?
Like
the Democrats?
Republicans.
Oh, Republicans.
Well, MAGA at that point, because I'm calling them Republican. We're just the MAGA side of it. Do they try to trot Trump out there? Do they go with JD? Do they go with, I mean, at what point do they try to change the age that you can run for president and just say that Barron's ready? I mean, like, it's just.
I mean, it might be Donald Trump Jr. Even.
Yeah, I mean, you got.
I've heard something about
Junior
that.
or Eric, which my fucking God, talk about Hunter Biden's cocaine problem.
Yeah,
get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I think JD is the most likely, but you never know. It's a long time until the election.
Which again, when you got when you, I don't know how the movement. Which again, politicians can be really slimy. Sure. But one thing that they always have been, and you could always rely on, is that they're always going to try to be popular.
Okay, yeah.
The fact that the Republican part, that the MAGA politicians have gone against popularity, even amongst their own voters. Like when you look at issues like, for example, even immigration. Yeah. The fact that the nation has flipped on polling in regards to things like agreeing with like thinking that immigration is a good thing. Over 70% of Americans think that immigration is a good thing. Yeah. When you look at the economy, Trump won based off of people thinking that he was strong on the economy. That's like one of the main things that, like one of the main statistics of like where he polled the highest. Yeah. Even amongst like all voters was there. And that people polled him way higher. He's up like 20 points on Kamala on like how they thought he'd be on the economy. Mm-hmm. He's like negative, like since then, like 21 points. Like he's dropped so many points. So it's like when you look at all these popularity factors, which all that matters when it comes to voting, right? Yeah. The fact that they don't care is pretty alarming on what the future of voting looks like. Yeah, you
think there might be a situation where
I'm
not leaving the White House.
I think it's over. I think when he flat out told you that it was going to be the last time, I think, I'll be optimistic and think that we'll have a chance, but no, I don't think that there really is at this point.
Interesting.
Because again, there will be some give.
That's too big of a conversation. We'll have to get into that another time. You thinking that Trump's not leaving the White House? Because that's just a very big conversation.
It's not even just Trump, but whoever's behind whoever the Wizard of Oz is.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's an interesting thing because I would agree with that. I think that is what you have when you have like what people call the uniparty system and things like that. I think we've already seen that where you have like the biggest moneyed interests, where people that a lot of these people were against Trump when Biden was in power, like like Zuckerberg, for example.
All Meta.
Yeah, all the people that were standing behind him were like, yeah, fuck Trump, he's a fucking idiot. And then once, he started gaining momentum, you saw those people fucking cuddling up next to him. So it's like, I think it's always been kind of like those biggest industries and things like that and donors there, at least in recent history.
Yeah, but they're in our face with it now.
No, I agree with that. I mean? No, I agree with that. That's definitely yeah. But I mean, that's almost like hopefully something that is enlightening to people that are maybe hesitant to accept what their eyes are telling them. I mean, with the Epstein thing, for example, I mean, they're literally asking you to put aside all critical thinking,
all of it,
disregard your lying eyes kind of thing. Listen to what I'm telling you. Don't listen to what your eyes are blatantly fucking telling you, in your ears and every fucking sense in the world.
Every time your parent told you that, they're lying to you, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. So I mean, like, right. Come on, release the list.
And they love you.
Exactly.
And they lie.
Yeah, these guys don't give a fuck. Private Wiggy says, and by the way, I have a picture here that Newsom posted. This is kind of funny. There's a right on his ear. I mean, I don't know. The ear does look a little untouched. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It looks fucking perfect.
I think that's the same ear too.
It looks better than my ears. And he's 70.
Looks better than my ears. As far as it being shot, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. So yeah, but either way, like this is kind
of
like,
soft do you think his hands are?
Probably pretty soft.
When you go to if you shake his, do you think there's a callus?
Maybe not. Yeah, I mean,
pretty weird.
Yeah,
huh?
It's a
for
weird
a grown, especially from his generation.
100%.
Working like not to have a callus.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a strong? Do you think it's like there's like strength because it's not. He doesn't lift weights, so it's not like he's like pumped forearms.
Yeah.
He's not. He hasn't like used tools. He hasn't like carried equipment around. Like to like build any of that. I mean, he's shaking hands a lot, so you think there's but
callous from shaking hands.
But there's really crazy. You only shake so many hands. You can't really build the muscles to be strong.
That would be embarrassing
if you have handshake.
If your hands are callous from shaking hands. It's fucking wild.
From your pen, you just have a callus on these two fingers.
Oh, I kind of have one of those from writing. Yeah, on this finger. If by the way, if you do need to slide, because we can't watch that video, so I don't want to hold you, brother. I have these comments. I'm just going to go through. So if you want to stick around for that, fine. But if you want to slide out, yeah, we'll do the comments real quick. Wiggy says private sector has more money than your government. Your government cannot print enough money to outcompete the wealth in private hands now without hyperinflation, which won't truly affect the international elite. Yo Chill then says, as someone who would not and has not given my vote to either party since Obama, I can assume you both sides look pretty mad, petty, and performative. A lot of chances that credibility were lost from my POV. It's not just Newsom either. Yeah, I think that's fair. And then we have Wiggy says, immigration is good. The important parts of the question would be completely left out in a simple question like that. Do you think infinite immigration is a good thing? Do you want immigration? I mean, I'll let you touch on that real quick.
I mean, yeah, I think I've touched on that a lot. Yeah, I believe that we are a melting pot. Like honestly, and it's funny because my son, who 11, he's about to turn 12, but it's funny because like just this past weekend we were talking about it in the car, and he was talking because we were talking about like why like white nationalism, right? And so I mentioned the whole being worried about the white race being the minority, and he goes, but we're a melting pot. And it's like, so the fact that it's like, even for him, he can sit there and understand we're a melting pot. So like, yes, obviously at some point, this should be the expectation.
Yeah.
Is like, it's just funny because like, I believe that as this country, you're supposed to be a melting pot. Immigration should be infinite. You should always have the door open and welcome. Yes, there needs to be guidelines and perimeters. Just can't be a frenzy. Right. But I don't think that with as much landscape that we have, as much innovation and as much commerce that we have here in this country, that immigration, the influx of immigration would ever be bad for us economically, would ever be bad for us. So you think
there's no amount of immigrants that you think could be enough, like for
on a realistic sense?
Yeah,
not really. I mean, in what reality are you going to be getting?
Well, I mean, I think sometimes the hypotheticals are just to test the logic. So it's like if we were just saying like 10 million people in 1 year, like, I mean,
that would be a massive influx.
Amount.
But again, how many stayed? How many people died that year? Was like all that would matter. But yeah, I mean, that would be a lot. I mean, I know that our usual. I think we've looked this up. What was it usually? Like 11 or so a year.
Yeah.
So it's still like a lot of people.
Let's check it out.
Because but I mean it's still a lot of people. But
so in 2024, in the year spanning from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, the estimated net international migration to the U.S. was 2.8 million. This figure reflects an increase in international migration, particularly for humanitarian migrants, and is based on adjusted American Community Survey data using administrative records. Additionally, during fiscal year 2024, which ended in September, USCIS naturalized 818,000 new citizens. So
yeah, there's room for that.
There's room for that. The census estimates that of 2.8 million includes both legal and unauthorized immigration, as well as immigration. All right, yeah.
So again, like I've never been. Nothing in my life has ever been threatened because somebody's came here and immigrated here. So it's like I just
that's 5 times. Well, a little bit less than 5 times that amount. And you think that would just be? You think pretty much we could hold whatever?
Again, if it was 10 million a year for 5 to 10 years, and you're looking at 100 million people was just added into the country.
Well, here
that would be.
And doesn't it worry you the amount and how there's a little bit harder to assimilate people into the culture if they're all coming like
at one time? Yeah. Which again, that's why there's certain parameters, and again, I get all that.
Yeah, and
that's where yes, I get it. But it's just as far as like what we've been seeing going on between ICE and Border Patrol has been
okay. Like I'm gonna go through these comments because Paul's about to head out, so I want to hit all your comments before, and then I'm gonna let Paul mainly do it because he's gonna be the one that skedaddles. So Wiggy says of people. Oh, so this is in addition to his previous comment. So I'll just read the end of that last comment. Do you think infinite immigration is a good thing? Do you want immigration of people who have criminal backgrounds in their home nation? So I guess just quickly, if you want to, how do you feel about people that have criminal backgrounds?
I think it all kind of it's all relevant.
Okay.
It's all nuanced. So I mean, sure. You can say no, but I'm not thinking that they're all just violent criminals. If you're telling me that they got a possession of marijuana charge in Venezuela, then I mean we're trying to make it recreational illegal here. So I mean that's not a big concern to me.
We want him to bring some of his shit over here. See what he's got. Wiggy says, do you want political spies immigrating? Do you want corporate spies immigrating, or wealthy foreign billionaires moving in and buying up land and water co-ops?
I would challenge to see whether or not you really think there are more immigrants that do that than organically, than U.S. born.
Well, initially it was spies. So
right, like spies, yeah. Like there's going to be, again, like there's going to be people U.S. born. You have U.S. born Taliban members that aren't Middle Eastern. They're white people.
Yeah.
So
fair enough, but
I get it. Again, that's just like yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just
sure it's going to happen.
It's an easy no, though. I think that one's an easy no, right?
No.
Okay. Well, that's my thing because I'm just like
1 out of every 100,000. Like I don't know what you want.
The rare instance that we have a domestic, terrorist that gets radicalized, I think that kind of comes with the terror. Sadly, you have to accept your crazies, and you happen to have one that got radicalized here. But taking them in is a different thing. I get his point with that. You wouldn't knowingly if you knew somebody was a spy.
You're not going to know. But my point is, you're not going to know. So then you're assuming that.
Well, maybe you do know if there's if there's rigorous background checks.
So let me say this: if he's saying that we already know that this person, then obviously not. I'm taking it as he's saying that through the immigration process, this happens.
Yeah.
So then it's well, we need to limit this, Paul. Then it's well, come on. Then in that case, we also have organic ones that we need to get the fuck out then.
Sure.
And we're just monitoring them. Then they need to not be monitored, and you're a spy. Get the fuck out immediately.
I do think it's the problem thing where it's that's a fair problem to mention, but it's not a reason not to do something.
Exactly.
So I agree with that, I guess. But yeah, you do obviously. You want no spies.
No
Shyla,
I don't like spies.
Shyla popped back in here. Shout out to you, Shyla. Thank you for coming back through. She says a pro makeup artist can conceal a nick in his ear so easily with concealer. So that's she must have put that comment when we pulled up his
picture.
That was Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom had posted that. We were actually talking about Gavin Newsom and him getting into the shits.
And Joe Biden wears a lizard mask or a humanoid mask.
And I think all that's on the table.
And Ellen eats children.
Those are all possibilities.
No offense.
All those are possibilities.
Just so you know, my brothers are black. Just so you know. That doesn't bother you. Interracial here.
Wiggy says, why though, Shyla? Why not have it loud and proud? Well, that is true. Yeah, why wouldn't you just rep the war scar,
brother? Look tough.
That's a good point.
Bro, Joe Rogan, again, here's one of my biggest issues.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joe Rogan, Mr. Fear Factor, UFC, podcast, I shoot bow and arrows in the fucking frozen tundra, right? And shoot cantaloupe and bears.
Okay.
On fucking his podcast,
which
reaches one of the most watched podcasts in the world, said that, no, was it him? Okay, I might be. Dana White definitely said
that.
All
that set up to be wrong? Holy shit.
Dana White said this on Pat McAfee, but I think I remember Joe Rogan echoing something about it.
Okay.
But Dana White said that Donald Trump is the toughest American and most badass American to ever walk the earth because of that moment. So you're getting that by Dana White on Pat McAfee show on ESPN.
Abraham Lincoln died when he got shot in the head.
And brother, yeah, exactly. What a pussy. Yeah, okay. And you're not going to wear
Abraham
this scar.
Lincoln, fucking
Joe
pussy.
Rogan on his shit like talked you up about how tough you are.
Exactly.
And you're not going to show it loud and get out. It didn't happen like that.
Okay.
And Dana knows that because he's friends with Donald.
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me so much is that you have these powerful people, and who is Dana White so aligned with business wise? The fucking Crown Prince who owns TKO and that now owns the UFC and owns everything sports. And now they're getting involved in college football. So now the Crown Prince and all them, because with Triple H, who's married into it all, right?
Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah. And they're definitely they don't
own wrestling anymore though.
No, they sold it to
TKO.
Which Paul, not Heyman, but Triple H is one of the fucking owners, or
he's the chair creative or something.
So it's like they're all involved with the Crown Prince and just really rubs me the fucking wrong way, right? Like it rubs me the wrong way. It's like all you guys are all lying. All you guys are lying for this fucking shit, dude. All lying through your teeth all over this fucking fake shot. But yeah, sure, he's gonna wear makeup. Again, the manliest man of all time is wearing makeup on his ear and face at all times.
Oh, they all wear makeup, brother. They all do.
He's the most manly American since Jesus Christ. Okay.
Hold on. So now you're running with that. Now you're in agreement with it.
If you listen to that statement,
this
shirt, because I also called Jesus Christ in American.
Oh, my bad. I missed you. I missed when you said that. Okay. Yeah. Shyla says legal immigration is good for an economy if it's controlled.
If it's right.
Illegal immigrants are hard on the system. The money doesn't stay in the country and stimulate our economy on a large scale like it is.
So it's an interesting thought there.
That is an interesting point.
So okay. So where do they rent? So where do they live? So they pay rent here. Their paychecks are here. So their paycheck is going through. They're paying income tax, which they're paying into Medicaid and Medicare. They're paying into the food stamps and Social Security and all that. They're paying into the roads and into the police and fire. So they're helping with all that. Now, do they get to claim Social Security?
No.
Okay. So they don't get that money back. So that money's basically just free money to the system. Do they get to claim their taxes at the end of the year?
No.
Oh, okay. So that money just basically sits there and circulates. So I'd argue they actually do more. So yes, some of their money goes back to the family, but your money probably goes to your savings or your grandkids or your kids, drugs. Yeah. A lot of bullshit.
Not you specifically, Shiloh. I'm just saying as Americans,
a lot of bullshit
on drugs.
So it's like, it's like all that. Save it for me. Okay.
Well, I mean, there is some truth to sending money back to their families and things like that. So,
but the whole they don't put anything in. You need to think more than that.
I agree with that.
Okay, and if we want to, no, they'll work under the table. Then you need to go look at the kids who just got out of high school that are working for the local construction companies because all of them are getting paid under the table.
Wiggy says now do over 20 years. LOL. It's probably when we're talking about like the amount of people. And he's saying like imagine you let.
Yeah, but again, it's not 10 million a year. But I feel you.
Yeah, we're testing the logic. Shiloh says large scale illegals funneling billions of dollars suffocates an economy. Plus all the money laundered for Fed funded hotels. It was insane. This is as far as like just the gang of immigrants coming through.
Yeah, the Feds paid for all of it, and
sure. Yeah. The Yo Chill says $1 million was big to Paul, so 2.8 has to blow his mind. Does 2.8 million immigrants blow your mind?
No, the 10 million is what was big.
Yeah, but 2.8, you don't even like wink at that one.
Again,
I'm just we're
2.8. I think 2.8 is about right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Sounds about right. Okay.
And then it said it rounds out to actually 800,000 nationalized.
No, I think they were talking about that was like over a different period of time. That might be like Trump's period of time or like up like to date kind of deal. I could pull it up. I don't think I got out of that page. Yeah, naturalized 815. Additionally, during fiscal year,
again, out of 330 million people, and you want to talk about 2 million, you're talking about 1/3%. 1/3%.
Yeah.
So sure, 2.8 sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme, it's 1/3% of people. That's the focus.
Fair enough. Yo Chill, I'm gonna try to catch up with these so I can let you slide, brother. Yo Chill says that's a lot of money leaving to the country, and maybe that was in reference to. That was like 10 minutes ago, so I don't know if that's in reference to us talking about.
Yeah, probably to her.
Maybe. That just seems like it was less than 10 minutes ago, but I don't know. Shyla says the Great Depression ended after throwing out the people from the South before in history. What? And saying that the Great Depression ended after throwing out the people from the South before in history.
Who do we throw out of the South in the 30s?
Maybe we'll see some more elaborating on that point. I'm going to try to catch. I got to get through these comments, so I can let you slide, brother, because I know it's late. Wiggy says over 20 years matters because that's from birth to workplace potential. That's a good point. If you have above a certain amount, you push down your next generation. So he's talking about letting the immigration go unabated. And
again, unless your economic system promotes competitiveness, then there will always be an expansion of commerce and business. It will always meet the end, like the means. I mean, it will always organically grow to meet the mean. Like we don't necessarily have a job issue, right? In this country, we have necessarily like a employment, what's the word I'm looking for? Employee issue.
Yeah.
When it comes to a lot of it, it's not necessarily like there's not enough jobs in the country. It's more like the workers kind of suck or lazy in terms. So I don't know. Again, I guess I fail to see the big issue because again, I don't think that I feel like a lot of like the math that's being thrown out is kind of like more of like a fear monger on it than when it actually plays out in practice. Okay. But
Shiloh says, I definitely don't want rapes and murderers allowed to enter our country. I think we're in agreement on that one. Yo Chill says, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Correct.
I mean,
Paul's like, I don't know. I mean, like it's one guy.
I just again, it's just the audacity of like the immigration. Like, I don't want rapists and murderers. It's like.
Yeah, that's obviously not your position. I agree. Yeah, you don't want to project that onto Paul. He's not fucking trying to get all the pedos
in the organic American community either.
That's true.
But
you got to get them out.
But teach your white kids not to date rape their teenage daughters.
Why do you call out the fucking white kids for? Like the other kids don't rape. Or do they not? I don't know. I haven't looked at those numbers.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I know a lot of those little innocent looking little Johnnies that are they're fucking raping your fucking girls when they get drunk.
Gotcha. Yeah, it does happen. Sadly, to determine what crimes they committed, we need a system, perhaps an immigration system. That was a mind blowing.
Imagine if there's some system where they go ahead and they go through background checks, and all that. Yeah,
good idea. Imagine a world.
Why weren't we doing it? I think we were.
Wiggy says the problem. The problem is the system is so antiquated that it's nearly impossible to do any sort of verification or vetting in some sort of timely manner. But none of us want to be chipped or tagged. No, that's definitely facts, brother. Look at Julius and Ethan Rosenberg, just two people who were able to spy for Russia and get nuclear plans. That's a lot of potential disaster from just two people. So saying that much of a problem can be caused by just two immigrants.
I don't see us deporting Russians right now. So I feel you.
Maybe that's something we should talk about.
We have.
But to be fair, I don't know if these guys would be against that either, to be completely fair. So Wiggy says,
really none of us should be here.
I don't know about that. I'm American. I'm Native American.
Yeah.
So America has two paths, really. We control our borders and immigration tightly and keep our anonymity as citizens to a degree, or open up and go full techno feudal. So he's talking about us getting like chipped and shit. Like
two options. That's our. I feel you.
Then Shiloh said,
really went the whole socialist or fascist route.
We really do have only two options.
Took it way far.
Wiggy, that was you, man. You put us in
that conversation. I did.
Wiggy, did you mean the war loud and proud? Because he's classy and wants to appear strong and even invincible. Wiggy, did you mean the war loud? So what Wiggy was talking about was the ear thing. I believe he was saying like he should rock the scar on his ear, loud and proud. Yo, the Triple H propaganda theory persists. This is hilarious. Yeah, I know the man's everywhere. And by the way, I checked in on the 24-hour stream of matches, and that motherfucker was on there still again.
Wait, so is there a real conspiracy going on with Triple H?
No, not really. Anything too. There's the comments are still coming through, so I just don't want to hold you, brother, just because. Okay, the what he's talking about. We were watching. He had told me that there was a 24-hour live stream of matches on WWE's YouTube. Yeah. So I clicked in there, and it was just funny because I was talking about it on here. Every time I clicked on there, Triple H was involved in the match somehow or another. Like whether there's one match where it was like a tag team match, and he came out of the back and started beating people's asses. I was like, oh, just literally, they found any way to shoehorn him into matches back then. It was funny. And they just had a thing that happened where people online were making fun of him because some pictures came out of him and his wife on the beach, and he looked chubby. But it's like, he's a fucking old man, leave alone. But either way, it was just funny timing.
He's allowed to fucking lose it a little bit.
He's not taking steroids anymore, guys. Give him a fucking break.
The
he has a heart condition.
Barely move his neck.
Yeah, because of his he for real almost died because of a heart issue that he had. Yeah, so it's like,
and then
guys, chill out.
I mean, then the Saudis saved him. So
that was fucking. Those are crazy body standards. They're sitting there telling this man to do steroids and get pumped again, even though his fucking heart's about to explode.
About out.
Who's that?
He did. He so did. I was going to say The Rock, but he
definitely did, brother.
So did.
He's literally on the board with TKO. You were bitching about that earlier. He's one of them, bro.
Fucking Dewey.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the Diddy parties in Saudi Arabia? Oh my God, they're out of this world.
All 13-year-old boys.
Shadla here says, we have to keep the borders closed. This isn't immigration. It's a full-scale invasion. The cartel, the Islamic Brotherhood terrorists, and Chinese gangs are literally working together right now.
Oh. Are they?
I mean, you did see the videos where they... Oh, shit, my thing might be coming apart at the bottom. I hope you guys are hearing me fine. This shit's fucking...
I'm hearing you.
Okay, then that should be good. But you did see videos of like when they were on the border and people would be like, "Where are you from?"
They're like, be the Asian people walking through.
Like, I'm from China.
Yeah, I always saw that.
Although those are shitty spies to be like, "Where are you from?" China.
Yeah, I'm from China, brother. Yeah.
You got me, guy in the fucking desert.
Yeah. They're just lifting up the fence and going under. But I do
remember seeing that though.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. Yeah. But it's just it's just
the gang.
What an invasion! You know, I wonder what it was called when this country was started. Was that an invasion?
They probably did see it as an invasion.
Truly. It was.
Yeah,
it really was. There was
all these stupid ass Italians coming over. Don't know how to speak fucking English.
Rightfully ours. By God, give it to us. By God,
we've invaded you. We're here to clean your dishes and do fucking other things like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily invasion. Again,
well, I mean, I think if you have complete open immigration, I think it is true that you're obviously going to have people, other countries, take advantage of that. So I do think that what they're saying is true, but I don't even know if what your position is, and that's why I think you're kind of getting strawmanned a little bit in this conversation, because it's like your position isn't like just don't give a fuck about a border at all, and like whatever happens at the border happen. I don't think.
You try your best without shutting it down. And understand that on the mission of helping people, there are going to be people who take advantage of it. Okay, one of the best examples of every time, like when I did housekeeping in the hospital when I was 19.
Yeah,
I remember that like they would have like a worker appreciation week, and they would always like put out food or put out things, and it's like us housekeepers, we were the last ones that were allowed to go and like get the shit. Like literally everybody else throughout the hospital that was on the shift was able to go.
Yeah.
When they would have hey, here's the hot dogs, take one. Mm-hmm. The people who got the free food, the doctors are getting the free food anyways in their fucking cafeteria thing, were taking more than one. When you happy, like people are always going to take advantage of a system.
Yeah.
You can't stop the system just because people have taken advantage of it. It's like with self-checkout. Yes, people have taken for self-checkout.
Yeah.
Yes, people have known the cashier, and the cashier didn't ring shit up. Doesn't mean that you shut down the store because a few people have stolen from it. So I get it's not the same because it's a country and all that, but it's just like it's just all knee-jerk to some wild hypotheticals.
Reactionary.
That like, okay, yes, a 0.1% of a third of the percent of the people in this country have done a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, let's go get them. I get it. They fell through the cracks. But then again, it's like, but we have Americans in this country that do the same shit. So it's like, it's just a people thing. It's not a immigrant thing. It's not a people from this area thing. It's just a human being thing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's fair. Wiggy says a scar is proof of facing the beast. So that's his response to what Shiloh was saying, I believe.
Or is it like what's that guy in 300 that was the Persian? Cersei, the tall, he looked like Jason Taylor.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, tall dude with the rings. Like when damn, what was Sparta's name?
Leonidas.
When Leonidas threw the spear, and it fucking yanked on the earring and cut him, and then like he like hid because it's like his whole thing was he can't bleed. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's kind of what Shiloh was saying. He wants to look invincible, and maybe that is the thing. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Like holy shit, he has healing powers. He has the healing. He has Wolverine's healing factor.
Jesus, he really is a prophet.
There you go. If they're illegal, they are generally being trafficked. This is common knowledge. This is from Yocho. Do you have a problem with people being trafficked?
I mean, by definition, they are being trafficked.
Yeah.
You know what? Foolproof.
Yeah.
You can't argue that.
Yeah.
I mean, is there traffic by will?
Well, I guess this is, that's one question is like if somebody's paying, even though it's a dicey relationship and it's something that we view as illegal, although there's a lot of things that are illegal from the state's purview that we as citizens partake in anyways and see as like unjust drugs, for example. So for example, we take part in like we enable the act of like drug smuggling, drug trafficking all the time by participating in black market.
Brother, I just mocked Florida Highway Patrol because they were like, oh,
sure you want to do that here?
Because they were like, look at this 180-pound bust that we made on 75. And it was, bro, like the only thing they found on this person was weed and cash. And I get it, 180 pounds, a lot of weed. They had $40,000. A
lot of people were about to get medicated.
$40,000 cash. I was like, yeah, but they said like now it's off the streets, and it's like, okay, you know what?
Yeah,
great work, guys.
Yeah,
you're right. The streets,
you ruined it.
So much safer.
You ruined the streets.
So much safer. So this is like it's just funny because, like you said, we kind of look at drug trafficking like, meh.
But I mean, the thing is that we partake in it. It's something that it's kind of the same thing where we knowingly. Now, there's cases where they don't, obviously, and that's a whole nother situation where people like get kidnapped and they're trafficked, and that's a whole other thing. But we're talking about an industry that has popped up based off people's desire to come to America, and then people willfully engage and pay coyotes or whatever the fuck they're called, money to smuggle them. So, I mean, it's just to say that it's trafficking. You know, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that.
No, but again,
on the side of that, but
can we fix the system to where that's not deemed as the best route available?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't think that any mom is like, you know what, I really think if I take $15,000 for myself, $10,000 per child, and then go ahead and pay this guy that's going to now smuggle me across 7 countries and in a continent, right, and say, hey, that's my best route here. I feel like if there was a better way, they would take the better and safer way.
Well, you know, I mean, that's a little subjective because some people would say there still is a better way because, I mean, you're risking your kid getting kidnapped and sold into somebody's like, hey, actually, I can make double money. I take the money here and then I sell this kid's organs.
So you have to, so then you have to expand and ask yourself, so what dire circumstances are they in to where this is their response? And I would say that maybe where they live, they don't have the time to wait for the system or the avenues to go. So again, it's imperfect. It's an imperfect situation. So yes, I choose to kind of turn the other cheek to it and just say, this is somebody trying to live a better life. You choose to look at it and say that they don't deserve to have that better life.
That's a charitable
because
way. But
they're not as entitled as
somebody that disagrees with you, though, wouldn't say you turn the other cheek, but that you turned a blind eye.
Possibly. Sure.
Well, I'm just saying that's a valid thing.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I mean, no, it's a valid distinction, not necessarily because the turning the other cheek, there's this idea that I'm not going to react to that thing that was done wrong to me. it honestly doesn't even like necessarily fit as well because
it doesn't,
because you don't even view it as they did anything.
Yeah, so I guess blind eye is the fine thing. Yeah, I turned 2 blind eye. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna care. I don't give a fuck, brother. Like it doesn't bother me. Again, I'm looking at it as people trying to better their lives and themselves and their circumstances. Like, so at the end of the day, like, who the fuck am I? And especially if you believe in God. So if you are religious, where you believe in the immigrant himself would be against immigration is fucking crazy. Yeah. And not to treat immigrants as people who need your help or just need the help and just look at them as a problem and as an invasion, as a infestation is fucking beyond inhumane in my opinion. So sorry, but it's like we need to look at them as human beings more than just, well, they're not from here. Because again, all you did was win a lottery of what ball sack you were in before you were fucking ejaculated. Yeah. And it's like, that's congratulations. Yeah. You deserve the world.
I get it. I mean, but you deserve, you were born on a land and you deserve to like be a person of that land. I mean, I get that, but I agree with that. That's where we kind of divert. I think that we just so happen, it's like we just so happen to be born on this land in this case. So, I mean, I get what you mean, but at the same time, everybody else has that same kind of luxury of being a citizen of the place they're born. So it's like, it's not like a crazy thing that we're asking.
But again, like I always revert back to this. Let's say the state of Florida turns into a hellhole to where fucking DeSantis takes the National Guard and they're starting pulling people out of homes that don't line up with whatever. Yeah. You're not going to sit there and just keep your family there. Sure. You're going to yourself be like, well, I'm going to do whatever I need to do. Yeah. Yeah. So it's 100%. Like, if you can put yourself there in that situation, then it's like, I don't look at it as any issue. I look at it as what they have to do, and what we can do as a country is, as long as they're people, and this is where I love the Dreamer Act. Okay, so you're brought here as a kid or you're born here. Okay, so you went to school here? Yes. You didn't get in trouble? Nope. Didn't get arrested? Nope. You've held down a job? You've maintained a job? Yep. What fucking else do you need to do to become a citizen? What process do you guys want? It's like, so that's not good enough. That got revoked. Yeah. And it's like, so even earning it off of merit doesn't matter to you. The only thing that matters to you is, well, they're not here from here and they didn't do it the right way. Well, then what's the way you want? Because seeking asylum isn't the way that you accept. Yeah. Although it's a legal pathway. So it's like, what is the only fuck? Because somehow, though, with the South Africans, you can buy your citizenship. They're okay with the one guy doing a fucking TV show that the winner gets citizenship.
Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty neat.
You know what
that's
I mean?
Yeah. What if a rapist won?
Hey, yeah. I mean, hopefully they better than right.
He won. He
won the game.
So Silas says, here, let me read a couple of these. And like I said, we have the comments are still pouring in. So like I said, don't feel obligated. But so that was great though. I appreciated what you just went on. Shyla says they weren't. This is actually something you said earlier. So she says they weren't paying rent, taxes, and were collecting free motels, apartments, medical, food. And then Yo Chill said they do not in any way contribute to the taxes when being paid under the table.
Again, who's getting paid? Again, you guys obviously don't speak to any immigrants. So like how many immigrants have you like, honestly, sit down and speak to people instead of listening to whoever the fuck you get all the information from, because it's wrong. First of all, a certain people, yes, asylum seekers, refugees get some government assistance. There are certain people who get government assistance. Yes. Okay. Understood. I don't know what else you want. They come here again, unless you're supposed to just accept people who have money, and the only people that are allowed here are you're rich and you're successful and not your poor and needy. Right. Kind of goes against what we stand for.
Fuck them.
But it's like, I don't know what you're really expecting, but yes, people, the immigrants that I work in a profession where I've entered a lot of rentals, thousands of rentals over the years. Yeah. And a lot are Hispanic immigrants that they're working jobs that have W-2s. I actually worked as a roofing supervisor where 2 crews were all Hispanic. Oh, they all got paychecks. Yeah. Some of them got paychecks that did not match their fucking names.
Okay.
You just give them the paycheck. And you want to know what happened on that paycheck? Taxes were deducted from the fucking paycheck. And then they went and lived in a home where they paid rent. So it's like, I don't know. Like, again, you can believe whatever you want, but the reality is out there, and I can't argue against delusion. So,
well, here, I pulled this up just because one of the viewers, Donald Closen, shout out to you, my man, said this was after the comments I just read as far as like them getting free stuff and that they don't pay into the taxes. So Donald said, look up an ITIN number on the IRS website. And I pulled that up, and basically it is an ITIN number, or is a 9-digit number the IRS issues if you need a U.S. taxpayer identification number for federal tax purposes, but you aren't eligible for a Social Security number. Let's see, an ITIN is issued by the IRS for federal tax purposes only. An ITIN doesn't qualify you for Social Security benefits or a earned income tax credit. Provide or change immigration status, authorize you to work legally in the U.S., serve as identification outside the federal tax system. Who needs an ITIN number for federal tax purposes? And you're not eligible for a Social Security number. Let's see here. So this was just what Donald was asking for us to pull up. It seems, without me knowing, too much about this and looking into it deeper, which I can, but I don't want to hold up the rest of the comments while I have you. But it seems like this would be something that somebody could apply for if they were a illegal resident.
Yeah,
and so I'm gonna look that.
And then they're able to get a job, and then yes, the IRS. Because again, you guys have to. And again, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm tired. Okay, but listen, you have to think deeper. Okay, you have to think deeper. Okay. How are they finding these undocumented immigrants? How do they know to pull up to their job site? How do they know where their kids are in school? There has to be a way that these people are being found.
Yeah.
There isn't a magic wand. There isn't just this AI robot that went around and scanned the sky at night and each illegal immigrant just popped up. Boop, 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 boop. They had to have documentation of them somewhere. So whether it is through the IRS, through employment, whether it is through their immigration attorney, whether it is through any way, they knew exactly where to find these people. So yes, they have been documented. These aren't people who just snuck in the corner of the fence and you never saw them again. And then the government meets them in a secret alley, hands them a secret credit card and says, go live in the secret house somewhere.
Well, I think, of course, there's instances where, like, our initial instinct was talking about like people who illegally were working under the table or under false names. So of course there are instances where people like aren't applying for like that number. They're not being honest to Shyla and Chill's point, really.
Yeah.
So of course we're not denying those people do also exist. Obviously.
Yeah, they exist.
But we're saying, at least what Paul's getting into here is that he's saying that they do, in fact, there are a portion of illegals who do end up paying taxes and end up contributing. And then, majority of those people aren't able to take those benefits back.
Yeah.
Right here, I just looked up how much in taxes did illegal immigrants pay in 2024. Estimates on the amount of taxes paid by undocumented immigrants vary depending on the source and methodology. So I guess you'd have to consider because you have to consider sales tax.
How partisan is the source?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying as far as like, because yes, they're going to pay a sales tax. That would be something that, for example, Shyla and Chill rather are probably already anticipating. So I don't think they would include that. They're talking more like as far as like directly from their jobs. Yeah. Or at least more than what they took out. So according to a July 2024 report by the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy, undocumented immigrants paid nearly $97 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Of this, $59.4 billion was paid to the federal government and $37.3 billion to state and local governments. This includes, let's see here.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, 25.7 billion in Social Security taxes, 6.4 billion in Medicare taxes, 1.8 billion in unemployment insurance taxes, 15.1 billion in state and local sales and excise taxes, 10.4 billion in property taxes, and 7 billion in personal or business income taxes. It's important to note that these figures are based on estimates, as undocumented immigrants may not always file taxes or may use different methods for tax withholdings. Some research suggests that roughly half of undocumented immigrants pay income tax using individual tax identification numbers, so the ITIN number that Donald dropped for us. Thank you for that, brother. While others may have taxes withheld from their paychecks. Overall, these estimates highlight the substantial tax contributions of undocumented immigrants to federal, state, and local governments supporting various public services and programs.
Okay, so we should take that information now and then remove the argument that illegal immigrants don't pay into the taxes and aren't economically beneficial. We now have the information that tells us that that's not true. So then we should forever now never bring that up. Okay, it's like that. That's what I wish could happen here.
Yeah,
but it's like I get it, but that's a lot of fucking money put
here. We just had a lot of comments, so I'm going to skip some of these, and I'll go back to them here after Paul slides out. Just because since I've been reading that and stuff, obviously we had a little bit of a slew of comments. So I'm trying to figure out what the best place to pick that up would be. Maybe this, maybe paint my citizen. That just sounds like some burnout scamming people calling themselves cartel. No, so that's not, although valuable information. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I can't. The chat is too lit that I don't know if I can skip, because it's like they're talking about wild shit. Bro. Yeah, fuck it. We just got
it just goes.
Yeah,
like
no,
crazy.
you guys get into the shit. I gotta respect it. I just gotta go this way. Like I said, Paul, at any point if you gotta dip out, I respect it, brother. But there's just too much good shit. I can't skip it, guys. I gotta try to run through. Yeah, it's like, every time I'm like, all right, I gotta go. It's like, all right, well, yeah, but then you end up having some shit like there are 50 million undocumented aliens in the United States, and then Shiloh says the Mexicans. That might be in reference to like maybe who we were talking about, like got kicked out of this. I don't remember. And we had asked her that question. Who were you talking about that got kicked out of the South? Maybe that's what she's referencing. Yo, chill. Does the logic not follow that trans are such a tiny percent, so why bother? Or death row inmates are such a small populace that it doesn't matter? That's not valid. See, that's the problem. I don't know exactly what he's touching on there as far as like who's the small percentage that we're saying we don't give a fuck about. What about Mexicans? No, this might be in reference to her saying that maybe they are the same mud ass American mass you call white people in America. Jesus, fucking hard on American whites. On
say that again.
Wiggy, hold on, bro.
What is it?
Mexico? I'm just fucking around. No, so I'll read it again just because it was funny. So what about Mexicans? What about Mexicans? Oh, got big. They're the same mutt ass Americans mass you call white people in America. Saying because like we're just all mixed with all kinds of different white people and shit. That's what we are. Mexico is a nation, not a group of specific brown people.
Thank you.
You hate. Fucking weak and through it,
brother. And again, like, and that's the thing is, like, we always talk about like, oh, if you have too many immigrants. Our entire fucking culture is mixed breed. Every white person, almost every white person in this country, the majority of the white people in this country have mixed backgrounds. Sure. We're not all Irish and all English and all, no, we all fucking mixed.
Yeah.
So it's like the only time you have an issue with that is when that mixture becomes a little less pale.
Yeah.
And then the darker it gets, the worse it gets. It's like that South Park game Like when you're choosing your difficulty, white's real easy, and then if you go black, it's hard.
think I missed that though. I don't think being white is that easy, to be completely honest with you. But either way, so Shyla says my boyfriend of almost 4 years and counting is a legal immigrant from Brazil. We want to emphasize legal, make sure that brother's good and safe with Shyla.
Mm-hmm.
His mother moved here legally for college when he was 3 years old. I don't hate brown people. I recognize the actual reality. That was a good time to read that, even though we're a little far from it.
It doesn't click, right?
Okay. Go ahead. Explain.
So his mom moved here.
Okay. We just flashed. I got to pull it up on my phone real quick. You guys confirm with me that you guys can hear us fine, and I'll keep on rocking. Otherwise, I just got to go check this real quick and make sure that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. We're good.
Beautiful.
So no. Okay.
Right, cool.
So
my bad. We got to make sure because the whole thing flickered for us.
So I think she said that like her mother-in-law came to go to college, which I'm assuming is like a teenager or young adult.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So got a student visa.
Yeah.
Has stayed here since that student visa.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just pause there. The amount of people that Trump has now removed that student visa from and deported because of their political beliefs or because of protest. Not only that, but the amount of people that have gotten that student visa and have stayed here, and then that when they go to apply for citizenship, have to wait 15, 20, 25 years for citizenship to be approved. While they're staying here, they're constantly going through the immigration process. People like that have been deported. Now let's get to her husband.
Okay.
She said her husband came here at how old?
3.
So he wasn't born here?
No.
See ya. Is that not what's happening in this country? That people who were born here by parents who came here from illegal immigrants or came here through illegal status. You have people who came here as children who are being taken up off our streets and fucking deported right now. And they champion it. They're cheering it on. Great job, Trump. So it's funny how it's okay for her husband though, right?
Well, so she typed this just to pop down here. I'm going to hop back up there to the rest of those comments real quick. But Shyla said his mom got into Harvard. She does cancer research.
Oh, wow. So because she's smarter
she's a desirable.
So, yeah, exactly. So, again, it's all about how great you are and not about anything else. So, again, how fucking special are you?
And then she said that was almost 30 years ago. He became a citizen when he applied at 18. He was under his mom till he was 18. So he had that protection from her visa or whatever was going on.
And now in Trump's America, that wouldn't happen. And you're okay with it.
That is interesting because it does seem like that would be more threatened, Shyla, just to kind of like push back on that. I'm curious your opinion. Because I mean, he's a vote like Trump has talked about like denaturalizing people and things like that. So I mean, how do you take those kind of things? And I mean, maybe you feel like your family
to you.
Yeah, your family wouldn't be like threatened by that, maybe, but just kind of push that back to you. I'm curious. And then let me get back up here so I can get going through the rest of these comments. Let's see here.
God damn.
Yeah. The Yocho says having a system to determine eligibility would then not be infinite immigration as approved of earlier. Now, if we remove criminals, can we pick from those who won't assimilate?
Okay. So is infinite?
So who won't assimilate?
So is infinite immigration actual like term then? I guess because I was taking it as like forever allowing immigration.
Okay, yeah, I kind of took it as there was no limit to what the amount that you would have an issue with as well, and it seems like that's how they took it as well. So that's not what you meant then. You just meant that we should never stop allowing.
Yeah, like for every year you're gonna, because I'm pretty sure I was very clear on like there's like a.
I did take it the same way
within a reason.
To be honest. Yeah, that's why I pushed you on. Remember when I was like, after that, I think is when we got into like, well, the 10 million thing, is that cool?
Well, that's why I was looking at that like basically like, okay, I mean, we can all be extreme whenever we're trying to make a fucking argument. Sure. And kind of derailed the whole purpose of it.
Well, hold on, it wasn't derailed. Calm down.
But but that's how I was taking it because I'm looking at it as like, okay, where does me saying that yes, until the year
Gotcha. Yeah. I got
world ends, we should be accepting immigration as like infinitely. Yeah. I didn't know that meant like you allow 300 million people in the country in 1 year.
Yeah,
there you go.
Like I said, I think that's how everybody took it. To be honest, you got to take some responsibility for your own communication, brother. Just saying, because I took it that way too. I got to be honest, and then everybody on here took it that way. Now, like I said, that's fine that's not what you meant.
I'm not taking accountability. It was the context wasn't there. I don't know what the fuck the word means. Like I don't know.
Well, infinite
forever.
It also means any amount, right?
So there's too many.
Well, and that's why people could have taken it either way.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So there you go. That's why we had to be a little bit more clear. But so Shyla says, yes, we deported Mexican illegals, and it ended the Great Depression. And then we have Yo Chill says, if we do not care about assimilation, we enter the paradox of tolerance. So being too tolerant and that being like a negative. Let's see here. And being tolerant of like intolerant people, basically. The illegals that belong to the country of Mexico, to clarify who the Mexicans were. The cartel work for the U.S. government to keep Mexico destabilized. Oh shit, that was Wiggy. It's the op, the fucking Mexican cartel or fucking CIA op.
No, deporting Mexicans did not end the Great Depression. While the mass deportations, often referred to as Mexican repatriation, repatriating. Took place during the Depression era. They were a consequence of the economic hardship and were not an effective solution to the crisis. In fact, research suggests that these deportations may have even worsened the economic situation, but ignore it. That.
Does it say what did in the? You can look that up next. Maybe
I forgot the.
I'm curious the other side of that. So this is
over this in school
or should be understood as far as like the cartels thing is what Wiggy's saying here. And then Shyla said yes, they busted a Chinese gang of 100 illegal Chinese laundering cartel money, and damn, that was a while ago.
So the New Deal programs offer relief and economic recovery. Because of massive government spending and industrial production spurred by the United States entry into World War II.
World War II saved it. Hell yeah.
And the New Deal.
The cartel used to work for the U.S. government. Trump told them you're fired. Shyla said that. Shyla's a fucking goat. Shyla said that Trump fired the cartel. Love that. For instance, if I wanted to drive to Brazil with my boyfriend to meet his grandpa, it's impossible. Too dangerous because all of the cartels in northern South America. And then Yo Chill says, but it's not about legality of trafficking or other crimes. It's about money not staying in the system. Someone being trafficked, being paid under the table does not contribute to taxes, as stated earlier. Yeah, I mean, the trafficking itself isn't benefiting the country. That's definitely true. What's the proposition to fix it though? As far as like fixing the trafficking aspect, I think we already kind of touched on that. That would be like making a system of immigration that made that unnecessary and not a reasonable alternative. Shyla says, so you have to realize when you take in tons of people from violent regions of the earth, when you take on too many, there will be problems.
So, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So she just said that if she went to where her husband is from, it would be too dangerous.
Yeah.
But she's okay with accepting her husband here.
Yeah.
Who is from a dangerous place.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting point.
Yeah.
Shit. Can I get that charger?
It's seeing yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
It's really just.
It was like when you put it like that, it was very, there's some poetic about it. Yeah, laptop almost died on us here. Like a single thing we could do different that we don't do now. So I mean, employing more people that work with, you need more of a robust legal system. That's something. I mean, if you've ever went through a court case, you know how fucking long and drawn out that entire process is. Getting a court date, there's just not enough. Mm-hmm. I think that would probably also be alleviated by stuff we talked about earlier, making it more accessible for the people to go to college to begin with, and having more judges to begin with.
Stop making immigration so expensive.
Lawyers, things like that. Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely ways. Wiggy Wom says, no, it's impossible because of the Darien Gap. With very with 0 passable roads. I have been to Mexico. It's not a war zone. The cartels won't stop you going to Brazil. Lack of a road will. Very interesting. Yeah, that is interesting.
This sounds a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense when you put it like that. Lack of roads.
I mean, you also can't drive through the Amazon. Probably not because of all the tribes and snakes, but because there's no road.
Also, you don't want to get eaten by the cannibals. And you definitely don't want them here in America.
Yeah,
God damn it.
yeah. You know, and
I'll say that I don't want cannibals.
And what about that German population down there? Keep them there in Argentina.
Definitely keep the fucking the Reich down there. Although who knows? Fucking Wiggy, have you been to Argentina? Keep it real. I need to know. Yo, Chill says, right. So we've arrived at what I care about matters and what others care about isn't. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I don't know where that's brother. Because I feel like we kind of stand on like everyone cares about stuff and we care.
Yeah, I care about everything you guys are bringing up, to be honest.
Yeah,
and if there's anything that I'm breezing by, it's not because I don't care about it, just for the record. It's just because it's late and I'm trying to get Paul out of here.
Unless that's to me saying I turn my blind eye to it.
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
Because it's not that if that's what it is. It's not about because I don't care. It's that I look at it as human rights, kind of. I look at it as more like I blur the lines of borders when it comes to people trying to find a better life. Again, I do wish that if the way that America is going, if it continues and it becomes this far right authoritarian state to where things are being censored on like you're talking about like television programs being taken down, losing licensing, and then state ran things being put in place, and it keep going that for like with PBS. You were moving PBS because it's woke,
but it was already state funded. They just took the funding from it.
Yeah, they took the funding from it, but then now they're wanting to push. Like there wasn't the government pushing PBS. It was just that it was funded by the government, right?
Okay. Well, yeah.
And then now instead of that, because that was bad, it's the government actually pushing this information. And it's like that's accepted. So when you're looking at that direction, I wish that I could just go, hey, Canada, listen, I just want to live here now.
Oh shit! Okay, you want to be Canadian? Okay.
Like, hey, I mean, but it's not that simple, and I get it. But it's like when you sit there and you paint the picture of that's what we're supposed to kind of be.
Yeah.
Then it's like we should work to kind of represent that in a way.
I love it,
and I understand where there has to be certain perimeters.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyways,
no, I love it. No, you're cooking. No, you're cooking. You're cooking. The Wiggy says, maybe your soul got lucky with the vessel. Sure, Paul. But that doesn't change all the work the previous ball sacks did to build the culture and nation you live in. So
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then Yo Chill says facts. You like that? And then Shiloh says, quit being so white about the issue. We need to show compassion, blah blah blah. Cartels purchased American weapons from Ukraine, lost weapons from the Middle East. They aren't here to work, they're here to kill.
So the cartel got the American weapons from Ukraine.
Yeah. By the way, Yocho says ad hominems aren't an argument. So
okay.
Yeah, you I think you insulted him. I don't know. It's hard for me to keep track. It's late and we're vibing. My information isn't wrong. So she was saying, I think probably about the Mexican. That was Shyla, and maybe about the Mexican thing. But killing us with fentanyl was intentional. The way the Mexican government is controlled by cartels was being. So I mean that's something. Fentanyl, that's something Wiggy and her are having a bit of disagreement on.
Fentanyl in our neighborhood, in our community, isn't getting pushed by Mexico. Is getting pushed by the white biker gang, but. That's fine.
Damn, you sound like you have a little documentary to make about that. You sound like you have some inside intel.
I do.
I didn't know anything. Okay, yeah, let's just move on past that. This is about to be a
customers, baby.
Yeah. Damn. That damn biker gang pushing all the fentanyl in the neighborhood.
He was part of it on his white path. So
damn.
From it all.
That's crazy. Wiggy says if they had phones in their pockets, that's how they found them, Paul. As far as like the immigrants probably, because we were talking about they find them because
their phone
taxes and things. Yeah,
just their phones just naturally just says I'm illegal. I'm an illegal phone.
Oh, all right, there you go. Yo Chill says documented means a proper citizen with SSN or visa or other programs. Yes. Why obfuscate that?
Yes, I understand that.
I'm not sure
because I highlighted undocumented and then it said like how'd they find them. because as if I'm saying like there's no again, the whole point is that if there's documentation on them, then there has to been some sort of process that has been going on. So if that's who you went and found, then it's different than you going and like pulling someone over and then finding out, oh shit, you're illegal.
Yeah.
That's a whole different process than, hey, we came to your job where we use the IRS to locate you because of your tax information. And then you telling me that person who is located via their tax information doesn't pay taxes.
Well, in that ITIN number was something that somebody who was quote unquote undocumented could use as documentation. So
it just puts a hole in the argument.
I think if that's what, but like I said, it's tough. It's tough to follow these because there's a lot coming through and we're still trying to have a conversation as well. So if I'm not exactly hitting the argument that you're making on the head, that's our bad, just because, we're getting back to them kind of a little late. So, Yocho says, thought it was documented, should be an easy number to find. No, like I said, I'm not sure exactly what number we're supposed to be looking for. Shyla said, my friend lived with and worked for the cartel growing mushrooms in Denver. Sounds pretty sick.
Interesting.
She worked for a year as a homeless chick, parked in her RV there. They didn't pay her. Damn, they didn't pay her. That's crazy. Cartel doesn't pay. That sucks.
They just let her live there for free. And they didn't kill her.
Yeah, they just don't kill you.
So hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, Shyla.
I thought they were murderers. It sounded like this hippie girl lived there, eat shrooms, and
at the same time though.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
It's cool they didn't pay her. I mean, they didn't
kill her.
Yeah,
she wasn't eating there
or traffic her or anything. That's cool. Charlotte, yes, says they threw her crumbs and had her there, just making the money. She eventually drove off. Hey, I'm glad she escaped.
Yeah, that's good for her.
And remember that show back in the day?
We are not pro cartel.
No, we're not pro cartel. Just get that vibe.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Yeah. Let's see here. Wiggy says that just sounds like some burnout scamming. I read this one out of context. Scamming people, calling themselves cartel, and not the private militarized force running rampant in Mexico right now. Shiloh. Okay, so that's what he was referring to. It makes more sense in context.
See, Wiggy's like, stop playing with my cartel because like,
no, Wiggy on the other hand,
he's in the real shit.
Wiggy on the other hand, I don't know. Less than 100 billion on a total of 6.5 trillion paid by citizens. Okay, so that's how much that you're saying went out as far as like citizens paying for immigrants. Is that what you're saying? Because that'd be an interesting number to look up for sure.
Or what was the comment?
So less than 100 billion on a total. Like I said, it's far away. So I don't know.
Because I think when we looked up how much they paid in taxes, it was less than $100 billion in taxes.
That's what I'm saying. And then he's saying 6.5 trillion paid by citizens.
Is what.
So if that's the cost to the citizens.
No, I think what he's saying is citizens paid that much in taxes, right?
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, but either way, I don't know that really matters, right?
I don't think so. Because again, that's just a statistical math number.
Yeah. That's fair point, Chill. But like, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what
because if they're if you're looking there,
explain something here though. Maybe
if they're a third of a percent of the population, then they're going to be a small percentage of the taxes as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, some do. That's not an argument. Is the percent large enough to affect the economy? Don't be dense. I mean, I would say it probably does affect the economy generally. I think it is enough, but I think I thought at first you were saying it costs us that much. That's why I say, God damn, okay, get them all out.
Yeah. I think it definitely affects the economy in a positive way. Again, I don't have to tell you that. Like this is what like kind of. I'm not an economist. Okay, I'm not an expert. Okay, I don't have a degree in it. Of course, studied. Okay, I'm not an immigration expert.
Yeah,
I'm not. But what I can tell you,
have you immigrated though?
No, actually, I was born here.
Get them out.
And my family. Yeah. But what I can do is take the studies done by real like economists, who study what immigration, the effects that immigration has on the economy, and they've done this exact argument. I've already read article after article after article on about how immigrants and illegal immigrants have a positive impact on the economy. So at this point, and again, I understand we're the ones to have the conversation, but it's like it's going to become redundant if we're going back and forth and just discrediting each other's information when it's like this has already been had and tried and proved. So all I can say is that yes, there is a positive impact. It's not being dense to say that 60-something billion dollars worth of tax revenue is a positive impact on our economy.
It's 97 billion.
97 billion. So $97 billion would be a sizable impact on our economy.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a small number in comparison.
Well, I mean, and also it's just like the thing is it big? Is it not? I don't. It goes in the face of like them not paying though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So that's really the point of it. Like, I think it is still a significant number, but at the end of the day, it goes against the
kind of like a hole in your argument.
Yeah, the conventional argument, which is what we started with, which was that they don't pay into it. And then Wiggy says you are calling petty crime in a U.S. state cartel activity is not the same as what Mexico is and has experienced. We got Wiggy's standing on fucking Mexican independence right now.
Wiggy,
every time
I'm gonna say I never know what side you're going.
Yeah, it is epic. I love it. I appreciate all the points of view in the community, and like I said, Yo Chill, I appreciate all the back and forth tonight. Like, it's been extremely thought provoking, and just it really makes us sit and really consider our perspectives.
Which
it really has, it's kept
it's
Paul
2:22. Oh my god,
that's actually a lucky number.
Yeah, I might go to Hard Rock tomorrow.
Oh really? Yeah, hell
I'm saying that's 2:20.
Yeah, we fucked it up. Now you might as well stay. Fuck it.
Yep.
You gotta stay till 3:33. Just playing. Like Yo Chill says, I stand corrected on the definition of documented. By the way, it's not what I assumed. So I appreciate you coming back through and clarifying that. I wish you would have shared the definition that you came to there. That's a interesting point. And then Shiloh says, Wiggy, I traveled the West Coast living in a car for 5 years, observing all of this with my own eyes. Keep your head in the sand. This is really happening. Fair enough.
Yeah.
PragerU, I'd worry about your own local state universities. I mean, we live in Florida, so PragerU is part of that. Yeah, we're worried about it. Trust me.
Yeah.
So Shiloh says his mom got into Harvard. Okay, so that's I read that earlier.
Yeah. She's getting good for her, smart lady.
Yeah, that's epic.
Again, I support them. I just let you know that. Yeah. Without knowing that that's your husband, if it was just a random person, I would support him.
But now they found out your husband. He says, "Fuck that."
Yeah, I'm just saying. Then you need to practice what you preach with your own people, with your own kin, right? Okay. So to me, my preaching is acceptance. I accept them. I appreciate their choice to immigrate here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Wiggy says, I live on the border, Shiloh, with Mexicans. I know all about your immigration, quote unquote.
Boy.
Damien, that is a good point, because he gets to see it as well. We can't just assume he doesn't have that experience as well. Although it may be different based off California to
I heard that they use Texas reserves to like hide out. So I was told.
That's
and that reserves allow it because they don't allow the cops and border patrol in their reserves.
We looked at this comment out. Hey, Damien, shout out to you, brother. I hope you shared. I hope you most importantly subscribe to this motherfucker. So we can have more. We have this. We're in this bitch deep. It's 4:44 right now, so another lucky number if you want to just fucking run for it. But we've been on here for 4 hours vibing. But Damien, I appreciate you coming through with some energy here. He says either way, Los Angeles, California is going to shut the fuck up and start listening to Trump and ICE because our cuckold dim governor and mayor can't keep us safe. Fire MAGA. Love it, brother. Hey, fuck it, right? Let him hear it. He said, fuck Gavin Newsom.
So
I bet if I come on this fucking shit every night and I pray I don't blow out anybody's eardrums. So and if I did that, I apologize.
David is pro MAGA?
Yeah, he's hardcore pro MAGA.
So
I love it though. Hey.
So it wasn't like fuck MAGA. It was like,
oh no, he's saying fuck Gavin Newsom. He's saying California's gonna have to listen up, and ICE is running the shit.
Bro, it is so funny how like
shout out to him
again, Damon. I just want to how did you go from anti big government to allowing ICE and Border Patrol to be used as personal military? Like that.
Damien, if you're still here, hop in here. I'm gonna try to get to that comment.
That's a wild way to kind of like just go with the flow with whatever you're told to do.
Yeah.
I mean, what a principle to turn on.
Yeah. Turned on a dime.
I've been against big government my whole life, and then until
maybe not though. We don't know Damien, so Damien could be a young guy. Maybe who knows? So Damien, get in here and let us know.
Yeah. He definitely
don't assume shit about me. I've always been goddamn MAGA to my fucking nutsack.
That's my fault. My fault for putting all MAGA as Republicans going into MAGA.
Exactly. Well, fair enough. I get your point that you're making. Shyla says that was 30 years ago. He became a citizen. Okay, so I read that earlier. That was when this is where we jumped ahead a little bit for your guys' little conversation. Damien said, "Good, great job." So he said, "Did it the right way." Hell yeah. I love it, Damien.
Roll Tide. I gotta go.
Roll Tide. Yeah, hey, if you get in the comments or whatever, like I said, some of this is for you. No, I understand. Try to drive safe. Oh, bro, 100%. I don't even know where the end of this is. This is like Alice in Wonderland. I keep on seeing like, oh, there it is. I'm gonna catch up, and then
it's infinite immigration.
It is immigration. Yeah, we want to talk about it. Guys, keep an eye out for Paul on future episodes. He might make it back around. I'm going to shoot for Thursday or Friday. I might do both. I don't know. I'm trying to get as much in as possible because school starts back up, and I got to get in there. So, my brother, hold it down. You're the man. Thank you for coming through tonight. It's great kicking it with you, and thank you for all your opinions and all the heart that you brought to the pod. I'm going to go through and get through the rest of these videos here, and then I have to, at some point, get out of here as well. So I'm not like a walking zombie tomorrow. Wiggy says, what has happened has nothing to do with Mexicans. It has to do with who opened the border and ran the facilities in Central America to force them into Mexico. He's saying, leave the fucking Mexicans alone. He's seen it his firsthand. They work hard as hell. Leave them be. They work their ass off, Shyla. God damn it. They followed the law, dumbass. So just saying, hey, they did the right way. I appreciate that. My boyfriend is for this. He knows how dangerous the countries outside of Brazil are. And no, they were here before the U.S. Dumbass. Talking about the Mexicans, I'm assuming, Wiggy. And then let's see here. Wiggy be triggered, or let's just have an adult conversation here about the reality. No, I think you guys are having a beautiful. We need to set up a debate. I'm down for it. Shyla versus fucking Wiggy. Should the Mexicans stay or should the Mexicans go? Come on, I love it. I think Wiggy is being pretty respectful when he says dumbass. I think he's being fun. He's being fun because you said dumbass. So you gotta acknowledge you did say dumbass first there. Let me know if you guys would be interested in doing that. I'd love to see you and Wiggy go, Shyla and Wiggy go fucking head to head. Do we love the Mexicans and want them to stay and keep fucking doing cool shit? And are they nice? Or do they need to fucking go and stop selling drugs and being part of the cartel in our fucking country? Come on. We need both those opinions represented in the booth. Shyla says, oh yeah, I already read that, Wiggy. Let's see here. Good luck in 32 dims. Your next chance at losing the wokeness, your made up racism and your criminality. Damien, shout out to you. Blaming Mexicans is dumb. It's not an individual Mexican man, woman, or child's problem. But we do have to operate next to another country. And that comes with parameters to operate said country. Excuse me. Shout out to you. So that's a pretty fucking base take there. I think that's reasonable. The immigrants pouring across your border for the past 6 years were not Mexicans. They just came from Mexico because it's a failed state riddled with PMCs. Let's see here. Yes, then they were conquered. The Native American Indians and the American Europeans fought the Mexicans together and established the border there. Oh, man, you're bringing me back to one of my favorite books, Blood Meridian. I'm just going to recommend anybody out there who hasn't read Blood Meridian. What a read. Holy shit. If you want to read about the fucking border of Mexico and not in a historical sense, but a fictionalized historical sense, that's a good one. And it's fun. It'll keep you locked in. Yo Chill says, it is a ton of Central and South Americans as well that come through Mexico naturally as it borders U.S. Yeah, and I think that's fair. And I think there's even like fair skepticism around like the people from Asia and things like that coming through the border and using that as just like a weak point to enter the country. Just based off its location, I agree that's basically the connection there. But I think when you were making that point earlier, I think it's a valid sort of extra concern. It sets off some alarm bells in the mind. Shyla says, no to cross, not on an airplane. Brazil is safe. To go below the Panama Canal is dangerous. The highway is run by the cartels. You yourself did none of that conquering, Shyla. None of that pioneering. None of that survival. Don't glory hound Anglo imperialism as some savior of your identity. As a matter of fact, they sold. Damn. Some of the truly pure whites I meet came from Mexico and Argentina. What do you mean by purely white? I know what you mean, but come on. Say what it is, right? It's the blind eye thing. Okay, yeah, got you. But yeah, he picked that up too. He recognized what that was. That was just my bad. I'm trying to keep up with the comments and stuff. It like I already said, it can get a little tough to connect the exact comment to what it's in reference to sometimes. Wiggy, neither did you. You did no conquering, and you are perfectly okay with being conquered, obviously. Damn, saying you want to be conquered. No. Wiggy says, bro, I'm culturally Latin. We are doing the conquering now. We are teaching your little Anglo poison brains that blood matters. Damn. Listen to the Latin crowd. Ukraine had weapons lost and sold all over the place. Wiggy says, as a matter of fact, the Latin did the OG conquering. Just for the record, you want to hear a little bit something about the fucking Spanish coming over here? They ended up in the cartel hands because your government wanted that to happen, Shyla. Damn. Wiggy shows her true colors. You don't even know the difference between the word Anglo and Latin. Let me clue you in. It has nothing to do with skin color. Oh, okay. I didn't even see. Bro, it's late. And I've been on here for almost 5 hours. I didn't even connect this Wiggy shows her true colors to meaning anything to do with the color of the person Wiggy, like in a literal sense. So that's fucking hilarious. Will you be upset, Wiggy, when our military confiscates all the opiates from the South America and lower our prescription drug costs like they did in Afghanistan? Yeah. Are you going to be upset about that, Wiggy? Yes, because that's called imperialism, Shyla, a system designed to enslave you and exploit foreigners. Wiggy, there's nothing petty about a full-scale operation like the cartels. It's removing your agency. This is Wiggy. It's removing your agency and power against your government while simultaneously forcing the cost said state to the exploited one. You fundamentally don't understand what the cartels are, what the purpose is, and how they operate. Oh, God damn it. I just fucked up on that. Damn it. I just lost my place in the fucking comments. I know I was fucking close to catching up. You fundamentally don't understand. Okay, so that's where I was. So is that a confession, Wiggy? Are you a fucking undercover revolutionary? The average citizen pays $70,000 or 7,000? Oh, my eyes are tired. 7,000 a year in taxes. Undocumented immigrants pay 2,000 while paying as agreed. Some will. Do you not see how 50 million immigrants paying a third of the taxes is not something? That's 250 billion that they should be paying, and then you're saying that they're only paying 100 billion, so just under or just over half of that. No, I mean, I see where, like I said, admittedly, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to take advantage of the fact that they don't have to participate, or they're already in the country illegally. So, like, what is one more illegal thing like evading taxes? So, I mean, I wasn't denying that even then. It's just that was really just to combat the idea that they don't pay taxes. And I mean, still 100 billion is where, that's why I'm curious. I want to look up the cost, because I mean, we would have to really break that down. Just saying the number doesn't actually speak to like the actual cost, and if it's offset by the initial number, which still, I mean, I'm somebody, like I said, I'm a little bit tougher on immigration. I think, deportation is actually an important thing that we should be, using as a tool to get people out of the country that are dangerous or even just illegal, because I do think it has an effect on workers in the country and the working class in the country. So I don't deny that. And and I also want to encourage the legal immigration for sure, but it's just as far as like we still have to maintain our soul through that and not step on people's individual liberty and rights. And I'm sensitive to those things being stepped on because I already mentioned this in the podcast, whether you caught it or not earlier, but usually when they end up pressing when they move the goalpost and they take away rights and these kind of things, usually they kind of test that out with these groups that are less sympathetic and, you know, they're easily demonized and like they're immigrants and, you know, they're sending the worst people, they're emptying out their prisons and sending them this way, this kind of thing. So we're more eager to like, okay, well then if we have to kind of like look the other way on, you know, people's rights being infringed on, then we're willing to do that based off of, you know, some kind of like utilitarian, you know, the ends justify the means kind of way of looking at things. But I think in reality, because I don't trust the government, I do believe that those kind of tools end up being turned on the domestic population eventually. So yeah. The scale of which, let me see here. I don't think I read this. The scale of which they operate is by design because it's PMCs sanctioned by U.S. interest and continued destabilization of the nation directly south to its border. Talking about America to Mexico. Those are American sons and daughters, and they are ordered to protect you. ICE and the National Guard are serving the Americans right now for once. Napkin math, of course, because we are not accounting job prospects, definitely fucking not. The variability of jobs accessible to immigrants versus citizens. Nonetheless, I digress. It's been fun though, not gonna lie. Absolutely, brother. And if you ever want to come on here and chop it up, usually I'll drop the link. Like I said, just like tonight we got right into it and I had Paul as a guest, so I didn't even think about it. But a lot of times I will drop the link and you're welcome to hop in here. But I also I deeply appreciate anybody that spends their night with me sitting here kicking it. Some of you guys spent hours here kicking it tonight talking about this stuff. And like I said, it's been extremely thought-provoking. I hope it has been as well for you guys, what the pushback we've given and pushback that you've gotten through from the comments from other fellow viewers. But this is really awesome. Like I said, this kind of conversation is what I really envisioned when I started the channel and wanting to have all these kind of like points of view represented, even if some of the points of view shock the senses sometimes. I like that. Like I said, I like provocative people. You know, so we can get into it. It's all good. Like I said, Wiggy and Shyla, I've said it already. I'm ready for you guys to get in here and have a one-on-one debate. I want to be the special guest referee for that one. Invading is a quick way to have 40 million brown invaders at your border, Shyla. So that's a good point. When you destabilize those places and things like that. Go ahead. Your white paradise deleted in one fell swoop of imperialism. Damn. And that's one of the things that, you know, we talk about with like the Middle East and Israel being like, well, fuck no, we're not taking anybody. It's like, bro, you're causing the destabilization where they can't stay where they're at. Peace, Paul. Man's had great points tonight overall. Shout out to him and thank you for his service. We got to have him back. And definitely enjoyed having him in here tonight. There's no doubt. And Paul's been on me, man. He's like, we got to talk about sports. I'm tired of talking. Well, not tired of talking about politics. I shouldn't say that, but he wants to talk about something fun that makes his heart light up a little bit. You got to host a debate. It's just like that panel stuff, but you can moderate and set the rules and tone. Yeah, I got to just network. I'm not good at networking. I'm a little antisocial, believe it or not. So I get on here and I have a good time and I enjoy socializing with everybody and stuff, but you know, I got to really force myself to get started for whatever reason. But then I always enjoy it. It's you know, it's mental health. It's mental health. It's plastics in the fucking water. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm eating fucking plastic. So it's like, I'm a little, you know, it is what it is. Went from don't tread on me to we tread on you. Paul came through with a fucking deep fucking comment. You're right. I got triggered for no reason, Shyla. I read dumbass and felt personally attacked because I am. But yeah, leave the Mexican people out of this. American imperialism has destroyed their country in the past 20 years. Shyla, many of those getting deported. Oh, this is from Paul. Shout out to Paul, brother. Hopped in here as a viewer. That's real as fuck. On the other end. Shyla, many of those getting deported and snatched up today also did it legally. Calling me a dumbass doesn't change your hypocrisy. Your husband can come as a child, but no other kids. He said, peace, yo, chill. That's real. He just, hopped in here. Wiggy, white people run the world, have forever, will forever. We are forever shitholes. Can't believe I got to the bottom of these comments when I can't believe the end was shitholes. It's a little bit how I felt going down the rabbit hole here. So what a pod. I can't play any of the videos that I wanted to play. Sadly, we just barely nicked the fucking dongle and it won't let me play shit. So I had a bunch for you guys here tonight, to be honest. But the powers that be won't let me bring this truth to you. So we'll have to do it another time. So I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. I feel that. And like I said, I don't know, Shyla, once again, if you ever want to come on here and chop it up, like I said, Wiki, both of you guys, I think you guys would be electric. And just in general, like I said, I appreciate you guys contributing in the comments. It helps get the video out here, helps strike the algorithm a little bit. So I definitely appreciate it. Everybody go check out Shyla, by the way. She has her own channel. So go check out her content, support anybody that supports the channel. I appreciate y'all. It would be fun. It would be extremely funny, definitely. And like I said, on your terms, I'm not going to gotcha or anything like that. I would host it in good faith. And like I said, I appreciate you guys just being a part of the community, sitting here, kicking it and adding your perspective to the conversation. All of it has been thought-provoking and really challenged my own way of thinking. And some of those things have made me, as I think anybody that operates in good faith, it makes me consider my originally held position. And then some of it has strengthened my position that I previously had, because that's what happens. That's what happens when you test your ideas in the public forum like this. Damien, by the way, I gotta say shout out to you. Went hard, came in here with the fucking Trump shit, shitting on Governor Newsom, which, by the way, I'm not into the whole fucking like astroturfing fucking Newsom as, oh, he's a cool guy who fucking says whatever he fucking thinks and all this shit. Let's not forget about some of the fucking track record, and also the fact he's a fucking disgusting scumbag. Love all. Good night, course, Paul. Hey, 100%, brother. Thank you for kicking it. You kicked it for like 4+ hours here, so we rocked it out. And you're also invited next time. Just a heads up, for sure. I'm trying to do something on Thursday or Friday. I'll let you know for sure wherever I land on that. But last Friday it was pretty popping in here, so I want to try to recreate that magic. So you might catch me again there. And you're welcome to hop on. And I'm trying to think what else. Check us out for this weekend. Make sure Sitting Politic everywhere, by the way. If you want to just connect with me just on some chatty Cathy side business, check me out on Twitter mainly. That's where I primarily am, throwing my random thoughts out and communicating with people. But other than that, Instagram, everywhere, Sitting Politic, you can find us. It was a great kick it set. Oh man, all right, my bad, Shyla. I got to double back around. I'm not trying to grow my channel. Oh, no problem. Okay. Thank you for the support, though. Of course. You have no obligation to advertise mine, but you're awesome for doing that. But it's not necessary. It's honestly not asking anything at all. So if you don't want me to, then I won't. I understand if it's like just a private thing that you enjoy doing. So I would respect that. But if you don't mind me shouting it out anytime, for sure, anytime you're in here and you spend time to hang out with me and add to the show by commenting and sharing your opinion, it's really nothing for me just to say like, hey guys, go check out Shyla. She's a cool cat. And she might have some opinions that you like. She might get you thinking. She definitely got us thinking here tonight. So, I don't want to keep that to myself, but totally, like I said, I also respect like people that, want a little bit of privacy. Don't want these fucking goofballs sitting over there. But everybody else, like I said, make sure you check us out for sure. Sitting Politic everywhere, on all platforms. Mainly, this is it, though. Make sure you subscribe here. If you caught us tonight, it was meant to be. If you hopped on late, it was meant to be. Hit subscribe so you can check out whatever we're doing next time. Hit the bell so you don't miss it, because YouTube doesn't like to show people that are being uncensored and saying the truth, talking about real shit, talking about real issues. We talk about that. You know what I'm talking about. Well, sometimes it's a one-man band. Sometimes you see my green screen does have an end to it, and you'll see my wall that's no longer a green screen. I'm not on Mars. It's true. But either way, it's all love. Make sure you subscribe, share this content with anybody that would add to the conversation. Get in here and throw some bows with us. Sandor, shout out to you as well, brother. Thank you for tuning in. And I think that's pretty much it. Guys, it's love. Hey, be nice, be fun, have some titillating conversations out there in the world. Make the most of it.